Good morning. At this time, we will convene our Finance Committee meeting in the City Council of Palo Alto for May 7th, 2025. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Chair Burt.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. So our first item is an opportunity for the members of the public to speak on any item that's not on the agenda but is within the purview of this committee. Do we have any public speakers?
We have one request to speak. Our first speaker is Steve L.
Okay.
As I watched the end of Lauren's presentation and the ensuing discussion, thank you for live streaming this stuff, I had three thoughts. One, we all know that sometimes plans and promises get put at risk by unforeseen circumstances. The closest example relevant to this is the horrible foreclosure and recession 2008 to 2010 that took 6+ years to recover all the job losses, had a horrible recession. The one closest to mind that we all lived through unforeseen was COVID, where my families, and I expect your families, and most Americans' families got upended by plans and promises they had hoped to achieve. That leads to the second point. Lauren and Ed presented a cautious and transparent forecast. I want to see, I think the council and the residents deserve to see what you could call a plausible, scary forecast. It's not implausible with job cuts already in this area with risk to retail sales that we could see job losses not take 6 or 7 years to recover, but 3 or 4. We could see not 9% inflation, but 4, 5, or 6 is certainly plausible. And it is plausible that mortgage rates could stay at 7 or 8%. I think that's a plausible alternative. We'll know more as the year unfolds, but I'd like to see that developed. If I missed it with the staff or one of the council people, please show me the detail behind the 26-27 forecast. I see 9.7 or something like that in a deficit. I think it could be higher. I'd like to tinker with the numbers if I couldn't find them easily. The last point is, I think you know, and Councilmember Burt said it. Well, let me take on his point. I think it's right to look at big knobs. The bond issue may be one of those. I don't know where that will go with Coverly, but when you do the second set of questions, I'd sure want the residents to know how any of that bond could help.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
The current deficit. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. So our first action item is an overview of yesterday's special meeting. Lauren?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Good to see you again. Feels so familiar. So this morning, we will recap our best understanding of yesterday as to some of the items that need follow-up. As I mentioned to the chair, we do propose some of it to go later this afternoon, but should you choose and be ready as a committee to talk about some of it at the 9 a.m. item 1, certainly your prerogative. And then also just to kind of refresh where we are on the agenda at the end of today, we'll also have a wrap-up session. So more items may be parked here, and we could also kind of recap as well going into next week's session with the city council. So our attempt this morning was to turn around the material we can to kind of move this, budget discussion along. All right, next slide, please. Oh, and for those that are watching today, Lauren Lai, I'm the CFO for the city. So the process for these deliberations, we have 3 parking lots, one being actual amendments that the committee has chosen to tentatively park and propose to the council. Oh, may we go back to the other slide real quick? Thank you. The second one being a parking lot of ideas.
Could you just hold on a second?
Sure. Sure. Awesome. Are we okay? Oh, that's all right. You good now? Awesome. All right, let me rewind 10 seconds. So the process for these workshops entail putting amendments on a list. There were none that we ascertained from listening yesterday. Parking lot items are financial in nature that the committee has taken a vote on. And then reductions, if any, from city council's contingency reserve, and we heard none yesterday. So we'll go to the next slide, which is a delineation of the parking lot items that we heard throughout yesterday's discussion. One was the nonprofit funding level and what we characterize as categorization, amounts to be determined, and that is on the wrap-up discussion for today. The other, which we heard that were financial, was this concept of bringing back 3 tiers of potential reductions for CIP. And this is the capital improvement fund specifically, not the enterprise or internal service funds that we heard. That would be in the range of 5%, 10%, or 15%. You'll note they're increments of 1.5 million in order for that math to work. So for every 5%, in essence, it's 1.5 million. All right. Next slide. Wonderful. Thank you. Update this slide. We shall do that. See, we have to have some humor. Wonderful. All right. So this is what we understood as clarification and additional information for this committee. The check marks indicate what we'll have this morning. So we'll go over pension and OPEB. We heard that it might be good to just do some thumbnail updates on that. We pulled material from prior council and or finance committee from 2024. In addition, we want to do a crosswalk of UUT. Consistent with prior year, there were some questions there, so we're happy to crosswalk that. As noted by the city manager yesterday, as we talk about opportunities to reduce consultant contracts, we want to incorporate that into the discussions. This afternoon and today, we'll have a lot of discussions around departments that have heavier use of consulting contracts. We've advised them to speak to those, and so that way the committee can also have a discussion of what reductions may look like and what implications there might be on projects or initiatives. Noted there, again, committee may choose to move the timeline up on a couple of these. CIP reductions, 5, 10, 15%. We're hoping to take 2 bites of the apple. This afternoon, staff would like to kind of frame a high-level discussion as to what that may look like. So we could be more informed going into Monday's discussion with council. Then after some clarification and caucusing with the council, we'll come back with more detail on the May 20th wrap up. That could entail and likely will entail what projects would get bumped. Second, there's been discussions about debt ratio and borrowing opportunities. We do need to reach out to our fiscal advisor, PFM, for some best practices and guidance on that. So we ask for the grace of bringing that back at 3:30. We definitely have the debt ratio, but I think the more important conversation is what are some good best practices as to when we want to finance, considering current cost of financing and current interest rates, right? I think that'll inform the Council and Finance Committee to move forward with that and see if now is the right time. Fire and Ambulance Finance Committee wanted to talk about that today. We're thinking it would be in the afternoon, given that this morning's session is 30 minutes, but your prerogative if you're ready this morning. Finance Committee discussion on nonprofits, we bumped to the afternoon. That may include funding level and or categorization. Investment in mental health, City Manager's Office is helping in pulling that together. What we heard was we wanted a summarization of mental health investments and appropriations throughout the budget, summarized for the committee to review. We'll need some time to pull that together, so we're going to bring that in the wrap-up session. Last but not least, I believe we heard that there was a desire to look at historical trends of positions filled and vacancy pre-pandemic and to now. So HR is pulling that and they want to make sure that the data is accurate before we present it. If committee is okay, we will proceed with those 3 bolded items this morning. If you desire something else, now is a good time to let me know.
Okay. Just one that I didn't see there is the question of whether there are funds that we're using internally from Measure K for grade separations that could alternately come from VTA Measure B.
Awesome. I'm so sorry. I characterized number 4, the CIP reduction, purely as just a reduction exercise. But if I had read the full phrase, it's also looking at alternative funding sources or reallocation. So that will come as a part of that CIP exercise.
Okay.
Because I think those really are joined at the hip.
Well, they're both CIP related. One's how much we spend, and the other is whether we can get funds from a different source.
Yes.
So I'd break them up. But Julie?
Yeah, I just want to note that I think on the, you've got it here characterized as the FTE historical positions filled and vacancies.
Yeah.
So we wanted an overview since the pandemic. But I heard specifically in the big knobs conversation that we really want to look at unfilled staff positions and whether that's an actual source of savings for us at this point.
Clarify that a little more because we do have a 5% vacancy savings in the budget. Plus, we are standing up the recruitment review on a case-by-case basis. And so can you clarify a little bit more?
Well, that standing up of recruitment on a case-by-case is related, but what we're really I think looking for is an evaluation rather than case by case as they come up. But if we were to look at using that first issue of the historic staffing levels and to help inform a decision on what staffing that we have as open positions, we should close those positions as opposed to leave them open as vacancies and then case by case electing not to fill them. So it's really a reexamination of the allocated staffing positions in the budget. And then would still have a related question of what portion of those we would assume are vacancy levels for budgetary purposes.
Okay. HR is pinging me and letting me know there will be further discussions about the hiring review process in their segment. And so obviously they're listening and tuning in. So
if I could just for planning where, or more, I guess more importantly, when that discussion would happen. Lauren, could you describe, here it's listed as part of the May 20th wrap up, but it does sound like we want and we will have opportunities to talk about it today. Could you just confirm where and how we would approach that? Because one way, since as part of the material provided to this committee, you've got a list of the vacancies. We could, quite frankly, include that just as a part of the departmental discussions along the way, as well as more holistically. Is there something else you had in mind?
So I think I'd like to hear from Finance Committee how we're going to approach the review of what sounds like classifications or groups of positions that may be unfunded. It sounds like they're authorized but unfunded. Is that where we're going with this
Yeah,
conversation?
and if I could maybe clarify as well, what I just suggested again, and I'm looking at the attachment B right now that was part of our supplemental packet from yesterday, and it has the list citywide of vacancies. And quite frankly, that's one set of data and we could use to inform the discussion. From the organizational perspective, I think what we would recommend to the committee would be not to focus on the vacancies alone or in isolation, that it really is a question of what are the services that would be impacted by elimination of vacancies. The vacancies can inform that discussion. Again, I'm struggling a little bit for whether we can actually do that today versus it really needing to be a follow-up discussion. And quite frankly, when we talk about what service or the potential for elimination of services as a result of elimination of positions, that's where I refer to the conversation needing to extend beyond the budget cycle we're currently in. That's a summertime exercise to come back to the council in the fall.
So as I'm thinking back through this, and caffeine hasn't fully kicked in yet, but one of the reasons that we were looking at our historic staffing levels at two aspects: one, authorized positions, and actually, more importantly, one that we don't tend to view so much, which is actually filled positions. How many people are actually working, performing functions? And the question is, where are we compared to where we were? We have, if we go back pre-2019, we have this additional adjustment that we have to make to look at what former city employee positions were outsourced, which if we were try to make an apples to apples comparison to points in the past, we have to include that. So given, kind of three factors that at a very high level: how many people in the community are we serving? How many workers are we serving? And then what services are we attempting to provide? And are those significantly different from what services we formerly provided? To try to understand, if we have a belt tightening, how does that inform how many people we need to employ? And then within that, we always have this issue of the number of positions we authorized, an assumed vacancy level in the budget, which is typically lower and often significantly lower than the actual vacancy level. And how do those pieces fit together? And ultimately, trying to say, if we got belt tightening, what is a fresh look at what would be our staffing level if we had to tighten our belt?
Understood. And I'll just give you a perspective on this at the risk of repeating. One, I do think that that's an undertaking that we believe and we agree needs to occur. And that said, it will take some time. And so I really do see that as something that would go in through the summer and into the fall. As a part of that, I think the context of historical, both staffing levels and vacancies and the like, quite frankly, may be less valuable than looking at where we are today. Positions have changed. Quite frankly, I'll say this as an OG. Worker expectations have changed as well. You know, we had discussions in the fire department, and fire chief and I have talked about it. Used to be firefighters loved overtime. It was a good thing, and you know, especially when you're early in your career. That's not the case now, and you know, it's a concern. So that is a singular example, but nonetheless an important one as we talk about what are the roles and the expectations we have of our staff today. And we've actually got a good framework for doing that. It's been 5 years now, but we put together what we called our City at Work. It was an overall evaluation of the services we provide, the resources required at a program level. And so that may be due for updating. And again, we would do that as a part of a summer exercise into the fall, assuming that that's a direction that we'd like to go.
I have one more comment on this slide. Thank you. I just want to be sure the pension and OPEB overview similarly isn't simply an overview, but rather as a matter of big knob. We were making the point that the supplemental contributions we've been making to our unfunded pension liabilities, we came up with a rate that is, as Pat said, it wasn't magical and it could be tweaked in tough years. And maybe that's an examination we need to make right now in light of the budget we're facing. Did I get that right?
I think so. And then just as I'm thinking more about the staffing level concept, I appreciate that the various points of reference are not determinative. They're informative. And I think that's where we are right now, is that we want to begin to be informed by points of reference. I think this committee has the context and the open-mindedness to look at these things in context of various factors. And so I can understand why there might be apprehension on opening up a discussion without all of that depth. But I think we're mature enough that we can say, we want to discuss it to this level so that we can give tentative feedback, which will help direct and inform that deeper analysis. So I'd still want to be able to have that discussion to the extent we can today and maybe in the follow-up budget finance committee meetings. And then we together say, okay, staff is working on these things in that reflective manner and in a deeper way. We as a council need to digest what requests we'd be asking, which may not be the same or may be the same as what directions staff is pursuing on their own. You know, on things like unfilled positions and the role of consultants, and we'll hear a little bit more on consulting contracts. It's been something that the council has been talking about having a strong interest in for a number of months, and I think we're glad to hear that there is already kind of this ad hoc approach that is individual consulting contracts and open positions are being scrutinized more than they had in the past. But that for us just is a little assuring that we're roughly in the same direction, but it's not very informative to us on the actual impacts of that, including for this fiscal year. You know, we had a discussion yesterday on what's happening on consulting contracts, and we were told that yes, there is that additional scrutiny, and then we were told that if I understood it right, that there wasn't anticipated it would have a financial impact, which was a head scratcher, I think, for most of us. And so we need to understand, at least at a high level, what are the impacts of the measures that are already going on, which would affect, presumably, whether we're going to have some surplus this fiscal year, if we're reducing expenses to some degree because of those actions. How does that tie in to the uncertainty reserve and our need to tap into it? And so we have a lot of factors in play, a lot of unknowns that we're all dealing with, but we're trying to deal with both what's in front of us on our budget, and then what are the risks and uncertainties that we should either have scenarios that we're considering or act at this time to mitigate some of those uncertainties or risks. And we have two alternatives. One can just become more aware, and we have scenario B, if things get worse, here's what we might do. And then the things we were really talking about yesterday was how do we reduce using up all of the uncertainty reserves so that we can hold on to some of it for things getting worse, or to fill the deficits or not fill it, but partially meet the deficits that are projected in the following year and the year after that. So as we're all recognizing, that's a bundle of things that we are looking at, kind of contingency planning, and we need to, as a committee, come together on what recommendations we make to the council on what we do now versus what we're looking at on possible scenarios.
Yeah, one comment. Yeah, I agree with all that. We have some big picture questions to fill. Also, though, on smaller picture issues is that I'm really struggling with how conservative is this budget? And we're using up the uncertainty reserve. Our BSR is 3.8 million below our target. Our infrastructure reserve is what, 1.6 below its target. And so that's 5.4 million of embedded non-conservatism. Well, one area of conservatism is the fact that we have a vacancy rate assumed at 5%, but in reality it's higher. And I'd really like more, like, what are the dollars associated with it? We have no more hiring, no more turnover. How much margin does that buy us? And that would kind of make me more comfortable with some of the other sources of non-conservatism.
I just appreciate that Keith added the two big, the BSR is 3.8 million below where we want it targeted, and the infrastructure reserve was 1.6.
Our target is 3 and it's 1.6.
Right. So
Oh, so it's 1.4. Sorry.
1.4. So I think it'd be helpful on the chart of where we capture everything for us to just have this amount in mind of, you know, if we were being more conservative, these are the dollars we're trying to recapture in looking at potential cuts to CIP or the various other options we're looking at.
And one other item that we didn't have down, and I think in part it's because we don't anticipate that we'll be able to have a substantive discussion on it, but it needs to be a placeholder, is what might be the impact of bond refinancing versus the issue of do we bond additional CIP projects, two different bond related issues. But I appreciate that we won't be able to have an answer to that today, but I want to make sure it's on the list and that we're understanding it as certainly within that scenario planning of, is that a fairly major knob that we could turn, if not this month, in the coming months?
I'm curious if, Lauren, as a part of the discussion, the debt and borrowing opportunities, we might have some way to at least touch upon that topic, refinancing as well as new debt issuance.
I'll ask the assistant director who's going to try to get a hold of our FA to see if right now, in the financing environment that we're in, if our outstanding debt warrants refinancing, if there's enough savings. Our policy speaks to a margin of savings before we actually refinance. There's a net present value savings that the deal has to achieve, and we may or may not, in this environment, given our historical costs already, we might have really good rates on the outstanding debt. So we'll reach out and see what their initial feedback is.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to structure the follow-up discussion. Then if I could just follow up on Keith, your comments, to the extent that we want to reduce some of this to the tally again, and what's in the parking lot, I wonder if that those figures of the 3.6, and I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on the others, 1.4, should be on the board as part of the discussion. And my sense is that's part of our perhaps target for operating reductions. I would suggest that based on the discussion, we're really not talking about one-time savings. We're looking for ongoing savings. So if that's accurate, that we could put it on the parking lot tally or not, or modify as you see fit.
And I would assume that we're looking at both with a greater value to the ongoing, but not either or one time or ongoing.
Okay, the CIP effort that is listed on number 4 here will generate one-time savings. And so that at least is one sort of bucket. And again, I think we're really mindful of the ongoing versus one-time issue. And so if it provides some clarity, then again, my suggestion would be to put the other in the ongoing category.
Okay.
Is there, following up on the city manager's remark, is there a desire this morning to talk about that target? Or is that something we'll talk about in the wrap up? Because that would help guide how staff can start coming up with how to handle this.
Yeah, I think this morning would be good to talk about that target.
Okay, super. Chair, just want to time check with you. This item runs per the schedule and we have flexibility from 9 to 9:30. Do we desire to go through the items before you, which is the pension? Maybe one of the knobs is, do we fund at the policy level a crosswalk of utilities? So those are the 2 items plus the target. So just checking in.
Yeah, if you have updates, that'd be valuable.
Okay, let's proceed. Wonderful. Pension, next slide, please. So we're just pulling reports from the Finance Committee last year in the fall. 3 slides only. And we'll talk about some of the levers, okay? So this is a great slide. It pretty much puts a lot of things into this illustration. From a funding perspective, over 50%, almost 60% of a pension dollar comes from investment earnings. So that's really important. That's the first silo. The other contribution for funding comes from employees. The third is the employer contribution, and we here have a pension trust. So I'll break it down. On the investment side, CalPERS assumes an investment rate of return, which they call discount rate, at 6.8%. Our investment policy, our policy has us investing at 5.8. In addition, we have employee contributing to the employee costs. So within our agreements, we have 1 to 4% employees are contributing towards employee costs. The biggest lever relative to employer pension costs is the plans. The city has 3 plan levels. Tier 1 was the classic. Tier 2 was what happened before PEPRA, and PEPRA became state law. PEPRA is the least costly of the 3 tiers, and it's mandated by law now. Right now, we have 60% of our workforce in the PEPR plan, and prior year was 55. So that's happening at a pretty good clip. That is going to change the trajectory of the pension costs over time. The other aspect is employer costs. We have the normal costs and the UAL. The UAL is the big ticket that we are focused on paying down. That's what all of our policies focus on. We have a pension trust. So as shown there, we have $84.7 million. And to improve the funding level, we assume 5.3%. Okay, so that's really, really good. That's why we're pre-funding. And I think, Julie, you mentioned, is this a big knob, right? As presented yesterday, in the proposed budget, in the pension plan, we are funding $14.2 million. Of that, the general fund is $9 million. That's that pre-funding trust portion. All right, so this is not something in the proposed budget that we as staff took the initiative to roll back. We have submitted a proposed budget that is in compliance with the policy, but I think I want to speak to your comment earlier if I understood it correctly.
And to be fair, I was reading notes based on what Pat said yesterday. So
Okay,
this
cool.
was his
So, like,
concept of,
Apologize.
I don't, let's not put in the newspaper that Julie thinks we should fund unfunded pension liability. But I think the question is like the rate, as he put,
Yes.
it's not a magical formula. Like maybe in this year, we ought to be examining how much are we putting in? Is this a year we put in slightly less, given everything else we're facing?
Apologies, and let's take a step back in terms of kind of how I understood the policy came together. Committee and community and council had some certain objectives and goals, was to get to 90% funding, I believe, within 15 years. And so calibrating to get to that goal, I think we derived this 5.3%. I think it's kind of derivative process, and those that were here could correct me if I'm mistaken. And so there was some logic to the reasoning, but similar to OPEB last year, we couldn't do it all in one bite when we got the new actuarial report. So we did take a 2-step process in phasing it in. And so there was some flexibility there. Should the council want some flexibility with our own internal local policy, that is something we could deliberate. But there is a reason behind the 5.3% with the goal of trying to reach 90% funding level in 15 years.
And that was set when?
I believe this began in 2017 and became more formal in 2022. Does that ring a bell?
So I'm trying to go, when we set up the Section 115 in 2016, and then my recollection is that our first year that we funded it was perhaps for FY 2017. I can't remember, or it was the following year. And then I'm trying to recall when we set this 15-year goal and whether it was still on the council or after I left. But I think that's something for us to understand is, okay, we picked a goal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a valuable goal, and something that we don't want to lose sight of, but it wasn't something that came from somewhere else as a date that everyone must comply or anything like that. We simply set it as a target date.
Yeah, I think 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chair. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager, and I am doing this from memory, but I believe we did the policy over 6 years ago. And the reason I say that is part of the policy includes a review of the goals in the policy that's to occur every 4 years. And I know we've already done at least one round of that. And we have a second round coming up this year or next year. And so as part of the policy, we do evaluate, just as you said, Chair, do we want to continue with the goals that were established? In the last round, the council did choose to continue with the goals as established, acknowledging that we did do some phase-ins. And I believe, and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have another round of that policy review coming up.
We do, in the fall.
Yeah.
I think CalPERS is going to go through the ALM process, which is their investment strategy caucus, basically, where the board decides their investment strategy. And then following that, we run our actuarial update to see how it aligns with some of these objectives.
And on the implication of the 5.8% target versus 6.8, that means that we're pre-funding at that 5.8, correct?
Apologies. 5.3 in that burgundy bubble is our policy.
On the far
5.3.
left, I'm
Yes, I
talking about.
misspoke. So the investment return in the yellow box, that was their real return for that fiscal year versus their target. Our policy is more conservative at 5.3%.
Oh, okay. And then the implication of the 5.3 is what?
Implications of the 5.3 is our funding level, that spread between 5.3 and 6.8 million, 6.8%.
Is that what is driving the both the dollar amount and the time frame for the Section 115?
To
Is
meet
that
the
different?
objectives, in essence,
Yeah.
in theory, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Let's look at the next slide in terms of, the impact of this policy. I'll help you focus on the last column. What you're seeing before you is the unfunded liability by the two plans, two category of workforce, let's call it that way, because we have more than two plans. We have safety and miscellaneous, which is non-safety. The last column shows you the outstanding estimated liability, which is $574 million. Yesterday, we looked at the funding level per the actuarial report, which is about 64% blended. The Section 115 has $85 million as of June 30th, 2024. That added about a 5.3% funding contribution. So this policy is a commitment and it shows what's happening here in terms of our funding level. So it's 5.3% because it brings the funded status from 64% to 69.3%. Any questions?
So what happened there? If I'm looking at the total UAL column in the middle, that a bit of a row rather, it goes 477, 510, then 392. Was there some stock market returns drove that?
Yes. So when I talk about the pension dollar, what drives a lot of pension costs, over 50%, almost 60% is investment return. So the CalPERS investment strategy and actual return is really important. So we had like over 20% in 1 year recently, and it swung negatively. So you'll see the swings in our UAL tied directly to their actual returns. The city here locally hedges against that with our policy.
And those swings are notoriously big from year to year. Now there's it's trailing by, it's like a year and 2 years. So just so you know, it's not what the return was in FY24, it was in FY22, I guess.
Oh, there's latency in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 years. So.
And then 392 up to 553, that's just showing that the market didn't do well, or at least their investments didn't do well.
So to speak to your request earlier about like what levers do we have in the budget to offset some of the concerns about where you may feel we're too optimistic, this contribution to pension is one of the levers. We continue to hedge against, some of the volatilities from CalPERS, and this is one of the tools we have when we talk about risk mitigation.
Tell us kind of how well we're doing forecasting out to 2030 or 2034 or whatever it is. I mean, we're making tremendous progress with this decision to fund a Section 115 trust. And when we spoke earlier, you indicated there is a forecast that I just can't remember what the year is, that we get to that 90% or something, which is the goal.
I have to ask my staff. I don't recall whether or not we have that in the budget. Let me ask them to get back to us. Let me move to OPEB. Staff who are watching, I would like to know if we have the forecast. I don't remember if we have it in the slide deck from the fall or in the budget book.
Okay,
So
what I'm seeing from my notes is policy targets 90% funded in 15 years. The sweet year is 2034 or so, and we start to plateau in 2030.
right, and these are based on the actuarial. We have two types of actuarial reports. One that comes from CalPERS, which is less relevant to us because we have this extensive pre-funding. The more relevant one is the one we do every 4 years that really kind of resizes it. So we may have something, but it's going to be 2 or 3 years old. But let us try to speak to the question and look at the forecast. Yes.
One question. So big picture, we're in a leaky boat and we're bailing it out. And are we bailing it faster than it's leaking? Right? Because with 115, we are contributing more than CalPERS is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So if we go, yeah, that's the bottom line there. So if we were just to do in accordance with CalPERS, we would be funded at 64%.
Yeah. I mean, this is such a small portion. Is that big picture? If I looked over a longer time span, this wasn't just luck. This was that we are actually fundamentally.
And that's that 2035. We're on that.
Yes.
We're okay.
Yes, and it's certainly not just luck. To reaffirm, the budget actually includes $14 million of contribution towards this. And you could see, right, given the size of our general fund budget and city budget, how much we're contributing each year, right? 22 to 26, we go from 29 million to 85 million. So this is a financial discipline of the council and of this organization.
And my recollection is we were one of the first cities in the state to establish a supplemental fund. More have been doing so in recent years.
And I will just recommend to anybody listening that wants to understand this, former Mayor Eric Filseth has an extraordinary tutorial explaining the unfunded accrued liability and how it is that we can pay in the present and also take care of that, not just increase the hole, but fill in the hole so that we're catching up. It's an extraordinary tutorial. It's on YouTube. I highly recommend it. I don't know, maybe staff member can, I have the link, but I don't know what it's called. So I don't know how people can search for it, but it's excellent. And I recommend it to all new council members, past, present, and future.
I believe Paul Harper, our budget manager, wants to speak a bit.
Yeah, good morning, council members. Paul Harper, Office of Management and Budget. Just to speak to the current goals, the years that were mentioned we're pretty close. Our goal is to reach the 90% funded state by 2036. And doing this with the 5.3 discount rate versus CalPERS' 6.8% discount rate is one of the big pieces of how we intend to get there. And then just speaking to sort of the returns that we get from CalPERS, in 2022, they actually had a net loss of 6.1%. And then in 24, they have experienced a 9.3%. And so their goal is always that 6.8. And when they do the ALM study that was discussed earlier, which they're going to do later this year, they will look at that 6.8% to see if that's what they want to use as their target. But that's sort of the study that will happen, and that is what triggers us to come back to Finance Committee and Council to look at our retiree policy to see if we want to continue at the 5.3% that we sort of hedge against CalPERS, or if we want to update that. So I just want to say that, the plan is to come back at some point in the next year to make sure that the policy is still in line with what we want to be funding.
And I'll add that historically, CalPERS projected an even higher rate of return. That they really started back in, I think, kind of the dot-com boom period, and it was artificially high. And when the corrections to that became kind of obvious that they were needed, they couldn't make those adjustments too rapidly, or they would have bankrupted a whole bunch of cities. And so they've been gradually reducing their rate of return. We've been out ahead of that.
And so if we have extra money, or if we're short of money, we can choose to reduce this or reduce our BSR, right? Those are two knobs that if you hadn't balanced the budget, you could reduce your BSR contribution or you could reduce this. What kind of return do we get on the BSR funds? I assume it's very small.
Yes, it's lower than putting it into CalPERS. Is that the implication?
Or not into our 115.
We have higher investments on our 115. It is more flexible than what we have in our pooled cash. So the monies in our fund balance in BSR in this purpose is more restricted to fixed income and LAIF, whereas 115 is more of a 50-50 strategy, which is equity and debt. But certainly, as you are aware, when we put it into 115, it is a trust, cannot be removed.
Yep.
Well, it can be removed for limited purpose related to pension costs, current cost, and debt service liabilities.
Yeah. So you probably are getting more return big picture, but you have less flexibility. And that means we may not be able to maintain services if we put it in the 115.
Yeah, and what we face today is if we have a long-term plan that we think is roughly what we want to do, and we face potentially an unusually stressed period, are there any adjustments that we would choose to make in the nearer term to address the near-term challenges that would affect the long-term plan? It's kind of what we're facing.
Paul, want to say something?
No, I think Paul is just on camera, but I don't. Paul, did you have any remarks on pension? Otherwise, we're going to move on to OPEB. Thank you. Okay to move on to OPEB?
Let me just add, I pulled up Councilmember Phil Seth's tutorial. It's called Pension Finance Palo Alto, and it was created in December of 2022. It's about 40 minutes long.
Great. So moving on to OPEB. Similarly, just 2 slides with 2 charts. This went to the Finance Committee on June 4th. We have an actuarial report on our post-employment or retiree health. And so wanted to go over this OPEB policy. It's all captured within the pre-funding policy for retiree benefits. So next slide. What you're looking at, maybe can we put it a little bigger on the screen? Is it okay over there for Finance Committee? What you're looking at is the 10-year projection of the contributions and also the projected funding level. So what this shows us is in 2025, we are estimated to be funded at 54%, but continuing this contribution at the additional funding level, we would be getting to 84% by 2034. This is built into the proposed budget. So in yesterday's slide, we are contributing $6.1 million in all funds related to this policy. And for the general fund, that's $3.8 million. Next slide, and we can move back to this slide real quick.
Okay, so we're putting 14 million into the 115 and you said 6 million into this.
Yes. Okay. So next slide shows what the policy helps us achieve in terms of funding level. The dotted line there indicates what the actuaries call optional contribution, which is our local policy to pre-fund at a higher level. So you'll see there that we reached 90% in about 2035, 36 time period. So that is one of the core objectives of the policy. Those are the two slides I have.
And once we hit that 90%, does that mean that we halt contributions to the Section 115?
Paul, maybe you could speak to how we factored into the long range, because it does plateau, both for pension and retiree health. So can you speak to that, please?
Sure. Again, kind of going off of memory here, so if others have more information, please jump in. But I believe that's part of what the policy needs to determine. So, we sort of have this plan to get to a 90% at some point in the future, which is supposed to be around 2035. I think what council would need to determine at that point is, what do we do with the money? Do we hold it in the trust? Do we give it over to CalPERS? Do we do sort of, partially one, partially the other? But we haven't really determined what's going to happen at that point with the funding. I think in terms of forecasting, the contributions will certainly come down. And so the amounts that we are putting into the trust and sending over to CalPERS and OPEB are reducing. But in terms of how we make that happen technically, I think that is still something that needs to be fully fleshed out and determined.
So, Paul, when you say they are reducing, you mean that after 2035 they would be reduced?
I believe what we would be collecting, and I need to go back and look at this because our forecast, it does end in 2035 at this point. So I'm not sure if we've contemplated beyond that time frame. Like, do we continue to collect at the same rate? So we're sort of right at that cusp to determine how do we project beyond 2035 in terms of what's being collected.
Yeah, but I have this basic question that I feel like I should know the answer to, but maybe nobody else does either. We get up to 90% in theory by 2035. What then happens? We have one question of where does the money go? Does it get turned over to CalPERS?
Right.
But the question I'm struggling with is, based upon having hit 90%, do we have to then continue funding the Section 115 to stay at 90%, or do our obligations go away?
Well, I think it's a decision for the future council along the way, as the policy is revisited periodically as you get there. So,
but if we got to the 90%, in order to stay there, would we have to keep funding?
No, I'm sorry. I pulled these slides together and it's so technical, I didn't study it enough. If I could call our attention to the slide, there are two bar charts and two lines. So if you look at the bar chart, UAAL baseline and our optional, you see the green, that's our policy. So you'll see how once we get to 100%, we do continue to contribute, but it starts to taper off. So the actuarial report already shows our city funding level. So there is a contribution, but it tapers off to maintain that 100% level. Right, you see that spread between the two lines, the dotted line and the solid line. In order for us to maintain 100%, we still have to compensate for that gap. And once the two lines meet up, then you see how the green bar goes away. So really it's 2044. Based on this projection, when city contributions towards OPEB should pretty much kind of go away.
Okay, so they
Does that help?
decline. Yeah.
I apologize.
It's
hard to come up to speed.
multifaceted.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Does that help?
I think so.
Okay.
I will also just say that, as we saw on the other slides, these are moving targets depending on, investments. And so what we think of as the 90% level this year, it could change in 10 years because, they didn't achieve the investments they thought they were going to get. And so it is sort of a moving target. And so, just want to put that out there that, our goal is to get to 90%, but that 90% number sort of fluctuates year over year.
That's right. And it could be that they exceed their investments as well as they didn't get to them. It's either way, it's a plus or minus.
Correct.
Yeah.
I also want to circle back with the concerns and some anxiety we have around volatility. CalPERS does have a ramp up and a leveling off. And so while there are swings in returns, their governing policies do allow for some rate stabilization. So for members of the Finance Committee and public who may not be aware. So that allows us to continue to manage the implications of PERS locally as well. So I wanted to kind of reassure us a little bit that there are swings, but they do have a ramp up and a leveling of how they incorporate those investment returns year over year.
Well, there's one other thing that I realized that's related to this. In yesterday's presentation, maybe you would know where the slide is, but we project that the CalPERS contribution rate peaks in the next few years and then is projected to decline. Presumably, that's part of why our budget goes into the black. So that's already incorporated into our long-term financial forecast. Is that correct?
Yep. So we do incorporate those updates and our funding policy and the projections.
Good. Okay, thanks.
If we're okay, may we move to UUT? Wonderful. One slide. So what we want to show you is fiscal 25 projected versus fiscal 26. To orient all of us and why we're talking about this is in the proposed budget, we have a section that shows fiscal year 25 versus 26 for UUT. And it jumped out at us because it shows negative 0.2%, and that didn't seem in accord with what's happening on utility rate revenues and rate setting. So what we want to show you is keeping in mind the budget was developed a little bit while back. We have fiscal 25 projected before you, and this is based on April year to date. So that's 10 months of actuals. So in the fiscal 25 projected number, we're only estimating 2 months, May and June revenues. And so based on that, our estimates show that fiscal 25 will come in at $20.6 million for the combination of city utilities and also telephone. Fiscal 26 projected is 21.4. So that is more a change of about 5% on the city utilities blended. So that's gas, water, and electricity. And then telephone, that's just a function of what we get from all the telephone remittance UUT that is remitted to the city. So I think that's more plausible than the number that was in the proposed budget publication. Now, what happened at midyear, that number that is published, that was a clerical error. And so that negative 0.2 shouldn't have been negative 0.2. What it really should be is more in line with what you have before you. And I think that is more in accord with the revenues we're looking to receive in utilities and how that translates to the 5% UUT. So I'll pause there, see if you have any questions.
Well, that's good news. That moves us a little over 800,000 more positive in the budget, right?
This reinstates just where we are in the budget, 21.4. It doesn't change the number.
Oh, so it was simply the error was in the percentage, not in the dollar amount.
The error was in the mid-year number that was shown for fiscal 25. So fiscal 26 number is still what it is in the proposed budget. So this did not generate a change in fiscal 26.
Okay.
It's a true up of 25.
All right. So then setting aside the telephone, we're showing a 5% increase in the city utilities, but we have, not all city utilities are covered in the UUT or?
Correct.
Out of those that are covered, what's the average percent increase this year? There's 9% across all utilities. And Kylie, do you have a sense of that?
Thank you, Chair. So the thing to remember is when council's looking at those average bill impacts, you're only looking at the average bill impact for residential. And so that doesn't reflect the system revenue overall that's happening. So when we look at utilities in terms of that 5%, that actually is in line with the three utilities we're talking about: electric, gas, and water. Water has about a 10% system increase, and gas and electric somewhere in that 5% range overall. And so these are kind of overall what's going on in the system. It's everything from rates to supply costs to consumption. And water is obviously smaller in terms of size of the utility versus the other. So when you look at the year-over-year increase, this is reflective of that.
Okay, so that 9%, we were looking at the residential rate, not
Residential
the commercial and residential combined.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the prepared slides we have for the follow-up. If I understood this morning, we may want to talk about, Chair and Committee, the potential financial target for staff to work on and what that might look like. Also invited Sandra Blanche, HR Director, down here in case we wanted to revisit this discussion about positions, staffing level. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I guess one question I would have for Sandra before we get going forward on the target question is we've had this discussion about already filling vacancies is being done on a more scrutinized case-by-case basis. Do we have any sense of what that impact would be? And we have to bear in mind that if we don't fill vacancies that are budgeted, then we end the year with a higher vacancy level for budgeted positions. But what we're really, and then if we have a higher vacancy level than was projected, we end up with, in theory, a greater surplus at the end of the year. That doesn't go into our budget. It goes into that carryover surplus. It's kind of two different ways. In the end, they're dollars, but it's a different pocket. Yeah. And so then for us, it goes back to how do we translate that for the FY26 budget into the positions we should have allocated, which are what affect the budget, versus the positions we fill over the course of the year, which affects how we, at the end of the year, came in relation to the budget. So anyway, that's just putting that out there. Discussion of our target. Keith, you were kind of taking a lead yesterday on that.
You're talking about how much uncertainty reserve we want to remain, or how much we want to change the.
Yeah, so how
budget as a
much we
whole?
would want to either propose to the council or give the council an alternative on reductions in the budget that would therefore not use up as much of the uncertainty reserve
Yeah,
to fill a year that is in revenues and expenses is actually negative by 9 million or so.
I guess to helping with that is if we, as I mentioned earlier, if we don't fill the current vacancies and we don't have any turnover, what is the difference between what we've budgeted and what we would spend on employees?
I think, yeah, that may be impossible to answer because there's always turnover. I mean, there is always attrition. And so that is.
Okay, so maybe I should give you a big picture. What I'm thinking is, to me, if we have 12 million in the uncertainty reserve, my first instinct would be use half of it and use half of it next year. That 6 million is a lot, right? And is that even feasible to cut without really affecting services? And so what I want to know is how much implied margin do we have the fact that we have these higher vacancy than we're budgeting.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try to give a response, and others feel free to chime in. I think it's difficult. Maybe it is challenging to try to connect the vacancy figure to the service impact, because vacancies are somewhat random and they're not intentional, and by and large.
Yeah.
And as such, to perhaps the chair's earlier question, what's the expected impact of our higher scrutiny on reviewing new hires? The impact is to give ultimately the council some flexibility in getting through this budget process. So it's really a stopgap measure. It's not a strategic measure. It's not a strategic action, because it will simply reduce the amount of cutting we would need to do once there is a decision on need to cut. So that said, I think again, what I'm suggesting is that I think we acknowledge there will be some level of service impact by whatever target is established. And so I also appreciate the committee's feeling the gravity of this discussion, because it is a very significant one. And as I mentioned on Monday night, if hypothetically we said it were 5 or 10, pick your number, million, we will go through the effort of identifying how to make those savings, and there will be some level of pain involved with that. So I would just give you that context. I suspect a $5 million target for ongoing savings will be felt and a substantive discussion without at the same time creating necessarily a chamber full of people saying don't do it. A $10 million target will probably have a chamber full of people saying don't do it. If that is helpful at all.
Yeah, I mean, so if you look out in our long-term plan, we get even in 2030. And what's the transition between now and then? We want a sustainable expenditure level that gets us through that period. And how are we going to achieve that? Are we going to do that by cutting positions? Are we going to do that by just postponing a bunch of capital projects? What does staff envision for that?
Well, it is an open question. Ultimately, it's a policy question. I think in general, we consider ongoing expenditures anything that lasts more than 3 years. And while, I think we always want to think of ongoing as permanent, there is a transactional dimension to that. So if we were to make ongoing cuts, it would be with the expectation that any change or whatever change results would need to be sustained for that period of time. And that's the reason we would typically shy away from things that were ongoing maintenance that, if you were to stop it for 3 years, would have irreversible impacts. And at the same time, things that can be cut for that period of time could potentially be cut permanently, or can be revisited along the way. That's the basic philosophy on how to make these kinds of decisions at a very specific level. And
just to, if we're looking at, say, hypothetically, a goal of that 6 million, the staffing reductions from our proposed number of positions and the vacancy ratio that we are assuming are one of those approaches to get there. As the mayor the other night said, well, it's all service cuts and those things. And I said, no, we have these other areas that we've discussed. So we have question of what would be the savings from reducing the CIP transfer as a result of bonding, for instance, the Station 4. What would be the impact of reduction in consultant expenses by, is it $1 million? We might, you assume as a placeholder. Is it 2 million? I don't know what it might be. What would be the impact of if we are able to tap into VTA Measure B funds instead of our Measure K for grade separations of in the vicinity of million, if that is correct, and we haven't had that confirmation yet. And then what would be the impact if we said, well, we're going to either reduce our section 115 by the contribution by 1 or 2 million this year out of, we have, how much are we putting in? 14. Yeah, 2 million. I mean, those are big numbers, and they would still be 80% of what we're planning on. And you add those up along with whatever we have in terms of authorized position reductions, and we potentially get to that number of 6 million, or even more if we wanted to have a contingency plan for what would we do if it got worse. So maybe we would have 6 million as the target and a contingency plan if things got worse. How would we approach that? And that, yeah, and I left off the possibility of refinancing bonds, which we don't know yet whether that would have potential savings or not. So I'm thinking of a number of large knobs to turn, of which the reducing the number of authorized positions is one of them. Versus, and you know, it has a similar impact to not filling authorized positions. One hits us at the budgeting level point, the other hits us at the end of the year on whether we have a surplus. So if we authorize the positions, then our budget goes up. But if we then don't fill those authorized positions, in theory, we have more surplus at the end of the year.
Chair Burt, can I just speak to the vacancies? Good morning, Chair Burt and council members, Sandra Blanche, HR Director. So we have been looking, as Ed mentioned, weekly at the vacancies and not authorizing recruitments for the time being in order to prepare for contingency planning. The reality is for the general fund, we only have 55 positions. You know, a year ago, we were at the other end of our vacancies, and we, you know, heard the council and were really started to fill those vacancies. So halting on that, and we only have 55 out of our authorized positions. And so when we talk about our 5% vacancy savings, we only have 2%. Those 55 positions means we only have 2% above that 5% for savings. We are currently sitting, and just to give you a little bit of context, thanks to Assistant Director Nick Raish, he's letting me know that if we looked at 5 classifications in the SEIU group, that achieves $1 million in savings.
55 is just under 10% of your overall FTE, right? You have 607 in the general fund?
Yeah, it's about 9%.
And oops, sorry.
I'll add to that. So to give it some context in terms of big picture numbers, in the budget, the 5% vacancy savings is $5.1 million. So if I just do simple math, that just means 1% of vacancy savings is about $1 million. To put it into context, last year, based on the AFR, when we study the actual, how we finished fiscal year 2024 in the general fund, we had 2% savings attributable to the staffing and benefit category of the general fund, $2 million. So, you know, where's the margin? If history is indicative, I wanted to give you kind of some context, okay? So 1% is $1 million. Fiscal 24, we closed with savings that were bucketed. Some of it was due to revenue projections coming in slightly higher. Some of it had to do with salaries and benefits. Some of it is contracts and miscellaneous costs. The staffing portion was 2 million in the general fund. So does that help? And then given where we are right now, we're running slightly above the 5%. So we're hoping some of this margin is going to create fiscal 25 surplus, which is kind of what we talked about Monday night. I know all these conversations are kind of a blur, but all these controls that we have in place, we're hoping is going to generate some surplus in 25 that will help offset 26 and 27. And so that's kind of how we've been operating, partly because things are a little harder to predict. Okay, I'm pause there.
The vacancies that you're talking about, is that outside of public safety? Or is that including public safety?
I don't have that granular information. Odds are.
That's yours. That's for Sandra to respond to with among
Yes,
55.
it includes the vacancies. It includes the vacancies in fire and police.
Okay, because not filling them has minimal return just because overtime is probably needed then.
Well, that's a great point. That 2% cushion we talk about. I mean, we do use that to pay for backfilling when there's absences.
So-
Or, right,
And I should note a couple of things. One, when I was talking about these other knobs, I left off whatever prospective surplus we may have for FY25 that would then be able to diminish what we put into the uncertainty reserve, depending on how we spent that. So we've had this policy of the surpluses being divided in the past between additional funding to the CIP and additional funding to the Section 115. So there's a policy question that we would have. What do we do with that surplus if it occurs? I don't expect it's going to be as large as we've had in other years because, for one thing, we're not going to have a big difference between our authorized positions and our vacant ones. The other point I just want to make, it goes back to this question of number of employed workers in the city. We tend to just deal with this vacancy level, but it's vacancy based on the number of authorized positions. So if we go back to 2019, we had a certain number of authorized positions, and we had a 12% vacancy at the time. So we had 12% fewer employees than we had authorized positions. And what I'm really interested in is how many employees do we have now versus pre-COVID period, 2019, and do that comparison. When we look at the tasks we're attempting to provide as a city, which are not identical to 2019, but it's still an important point of reference. How many employees do we have for roughly the same number of residents and fewer workers?
Has there been scope creep in our services?
I mean, we clearly, we have that list of 68 different objectives, and those are initiatives that require staffing to address. So clearly it's not the same. And that's going to be a little harder for us to, compare what we're trying to provide now versus what we were trying to provide then. But either way, we do need to understand how many employees do we have now compared to how many employees we had then versus how many were authorizing.
I'll ask Lauren about the 2025 surplus. I thought that we were getting hit by sales tax in the current fiscal year, and we pulled some money out of BSR to even things up.
Are we referring to the current year?
Yeah, 2025.
Okay, could you please rephrase your question so I make sure I understand?
Okay, so I thought I heard you say that we're talking about having a surplus in 2025.
Hopefully.
Potentially, okay. But I thought when you came to council a couple months ago, you were saying that the sales tax was decreasing and we were not hitting our revenue targets. And I thought we rectified that by pulling some money out of BSR we didn't do any BSR transfers this year?
At mid-year, we showed the council the reduction in the sales tax. It was offset by increases in other tax categories. So the revenue was recalibrated amongst all other major line items. We did not pull down BSR to fill that gap. What we did do in the mid-year report, which could be a little confusing, is that's when we actually appropriate prior year carry forward. So the fiscal 24 actuals where we ended the year with a fund balance, we took that carry forward balance, and at mid-year, council legislatively appropriates that carry forward into different buckets. So we're hoping this fiscal year in 25, we're going to have some expenditure savings because of the controls that we have in place, especially around staffing and recruitment right now. And so that will enable us to have a fiscal 25 carry forward going into 26.
Okay, well, that'd be very good to have. Thank you.
When we look at the projections that you've got for 26, 27, 28, which show deficits, the hoped for carry forward is not baked into that.
Correct. That is the margin that we're actively working on.
We won't know that until another 3-4 months. So when
Into the next fiscal year.
Right now, quantitatively correct. But right now, given the vacancy level, as HR has indicated, that is riding higher than our assumption in the budget. So we're hoping on the staffing category, we're going to have savings, especially in non-safety departments.
What I pulled in the notes just to that question was it's 9.3 overall vacancy in the general fund, excluding public safety, it's 7%.
Correct. And the budget assumption is 5%.
I'm looking at your presentation from yesterday at the beginning, and there on slide 18, there's a table, and it shows that end of fiscal year 24, we had 57 million in our BSR, but the end of 2025, we'll have 54 million.
Yes, I'll need Paul's help. That reduction was from a prior year. So Paul, can you speak to slide 18? That had to do with, I think, 24's action, but help walk us through that, please. City Clerk, are you able to pull up yesterday's slide, item number 1, slide 18?
I will. It'll take me a minute, but I'll get it up.
Yeah, so I guess at a very high level, this is essentially what was used to pay for things in 2025. So we used approximately 2.6 million to balance the budget in 2025. And then we've used a couple $100,000 throughout the year to pay for various items. I can get kind of a more detailed look at it, but it's what was used to pay for things to balance 2025. And we've been able to maintain sort of that level, that 54 million level in the BSR throughout the year because we haven't really used the BSR to fund many things. We've used it to pay for, sorry, I have a list. I'm trying to pull it up while I'm speaking.
Oh, actually, Paul, I do remember. I apologize. It's what's going on. At one point, the BSR level was above the 18%. We have the 18.5 margin. And so what we're doing is shifting it from BSR to uncertainty reserve. Does that ring a bell to council? So we were looking at moving the reserves between BSR and UR. So it did this contribution here on this slide did not directly go towards 25's budget.
Okay.
Because we
why
had that target of 18.5 and we didn't want to leave it in BSR really well above that. So we just shuffled it between the two buckets.
Okay, thank you. But now talking about, well, how do we balance things out in the next couple of years, it seems like unless we want to lay off, we don't have much option for cutting positions, right?
No, we get, so what's the turnover each year? On average?
Roughly 9%.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'll give as a point of reference, when we had the Great Recession and we were dealing with a very severe budget impact, the council was anxious to, in that first year, which was FY 09, I guess it was, that we were dealing with. Now let me think back. No, it was anyway in that time frame. The council really asked the city manager to make these adjustments in staffing level and expenses in that fiscal year. And he said, look, I need a 2-year period to do this in a thoughtful way that's not going to result in layoffs, and it's going to be able to target where we're reducing staffing, where we really think we can, and utilizing some of the turnover to be able to create opportunities to adjust the right size of staffing according to our budget without severe impacts on service. And so that 9% or so per year creates a whole bunch of hiring decisions of which of those are essential and which are not. And this is one of the reasons why I want to be acting now, which is so that we don't get into a crisis any more than, is avoidable by, to some degree, anticipating we're going into a tough period, even with all the unknowns about that. And to give our staff a longer runway to manage changes. So then we have that question of what do we do in that first year? And this first year, we have some other knobs to turn in addition to however we might ask the staff to manage. Really the staff that we have hired, as opposed that's related to the positions we allocate. But what really matters, what we pay, is the people who are working here. What we budget for is the people that we authorize minus the vacancy rate that we build into the budget.
so that 9%, how uniform is that? Is it that mean it's 9% almost every year, or is it like 1 year 15 and 1 year 2?
So we did include a chart in the supplemental memo. Last year it was 8.2%. And then if we look back in 23, it was 11%.
What I'm worried about is that if the federal government lays off a bunch of people, now all of a sudden there may be a bunch of public workers looking for jobs, and no one's going to leave their job now because every job that they apply to, there's 17 people applying for every position. And so our turnover actually may go down because of that.
Well, and what Sandra just cited is another factor, which is the measures that we took subsequent to 2023 when we were at a higher turnover level. We're having a lower turnover because we are in a stronger position in our competitiveness of our wages in the job market as a result of having moved toward a 75th percentile. And that has been certainly one of the key factors in reducing our turnover. So I think you're right that we already have momentum in reducing our turnover. Where it might plateau, we don't know. Plus, we may have a change in the job market, both private sector and public sector. The most probably relevant is what's happening in the public sector. But even in different economies, we will see some fluidity of people moving from private to public sector, or vice versa. In a real strong economy, we fight public sector employees who say, no, I'm going to go into the private sector.
And also retirements, we always have retirements that are planned and employees follow through with their plans. And so those are other opportunities.
So if I could just offer a few comments here, appreciate again the discussion. I think this has highlighted somewhat the challenges in trying to connect the vacancies today with where we ultimately want the vacancies to be. There are a couple other dynamics just to mention. Having this conversation has an impact on employees' interest in joining the organization. And it will get specific, and as it should. As we are moving from a period of very active recruiting to one of now slowed recruiting to potentially, don't say the word, hiring freeze, and much less to be in a layoff condition. Those all have impacts on our ability to hire. So that is where, quite frankly, I would ask the council to give your staff the opportunity to come forward with recommendations on how to reach a target. There is absolutely a relationship between existing vacancies and where your departments will suggest to make the cuts, because departments don't want to cut functions where we have existing staff. We do need the flexibility or the ability to come forward with recommendations to take that into consideration, along with ultimately the services that are impacted. And so that's, I'll call it the division of labor or roles that we can play in order to inform the council's decisions.
Well, and I think that's what we were talking about doing. So I don't think we need to be admonished to do that. That's what we've been talking about doing. Yeah. And the reality of, having honest discussions about where we may be headed with all the uncertainties does have an impact on everybody's concerns and our recruitment, but the economic conditions are having an impact as well. As we say, we look at federal and potentially county employees that who are experiencing job loss or job jeopardy, and those are more severe impacts, and ones, as you note, that for other public sector employers may very well increase the candidate pool. These are all a bunch of moving parts that are going on right now. I think we all wish we didn't have to contend with that, but our responsibility is to deal with both what we know and what contingency planning on the best we can on what may lie ahead, with a lot of uncertainties at this point in time, both macroeconomic and then direct impacts on it as well.
Could I then ask our Director of Finance, you did present a budget that has the BSR at 17.3% instead of at the target of 18.5, knowing it must be within a range of 15 to 20. We are still well within that range at 17.4, but we're below, or 17.3, but we're below the 18.5. We turn to you as a senior person who put this together with confidence. Can you tell us why you feel 17.3 is reasonable for fiscal 26? We've come in with an understandable critique based on concern of trends that are happening that we have no control over. I'm trying to forecast, what's going to happen in America, what's going to happen in this city. You're hearing a lot of concern from us that pulling the BSR down is too risky. But I don't think we've had the opportunity to hear from you as to why you decided this is a reasonable risk to undertake in 2026.
So thank you for the question, really. One, the policy does speak to a range between 15 to 20%. The amount of 54 million as shown on that slide wasn't taken down. It is a function as a percentage of the operating budget. right? So as our operating budget goes up because of cost of living for workforce and contracts, the denominator grew. And so the percentage declined. Staff did not actually propose withdrawing from the 54 million, if that makes sense. Okay, so first let's talk about that. In addition, over the course of the last 3 days, we have talked about various levers within the budget. We are very concerted about what we're doing today in fiscal 25 to shore up carryovers into 26. I say that again and again because that's a very important tool of what we could do today to shore up our financial position. And the other aspect that's very important to me in my years of experience is we have to monitor and see what's happening, and we're monitoring very closely. Making any types of reductions should be a concerted, thoughtful effort. And if we do move in that direction, we ask for targets and ask for some direction as to prioritization so we can come back and have a more aligned conversation with the council. Because if we do need to move quickly, we want to make sure we're on the same page as to the prioritization of what may become slowly reduced funding or defunded for a period of time. I would also encourage that we look at things right now in the purview of like one-time reductions to kind of continue to monitor the economic landscapes before we move too hastily and too deeply, if that makes sense. Does that help? With that said, I would kindly ask if there is some direction this morning around a target for the general fund. We have talked yesterday and today about coming back with a CIP of 5, 10, 15%. Staff will come back this afternoon on some of our thoughts on that. Is there, in addition to that one-time saving, a desire of this community for staff to work on another target related to general fund outside of that base transfer, shall we call it? A reduction.
Expenditure reductions, I think is what
Of
we're referring to.
reductions. And giving us a monetary target to kind of reflect on, and then staff can look within our programs and come back with something. That would be helpful for staff to move this further along.
One thing that bothers me is not so much the fact that we're using the uncertainty reserve this year, but that we're projecting with our current expenditures 9.3% deficit next year. And so I would like an ongoing target that reduces that significantly.
9.3%.
Apartment at 9.3 million in the, right? Let me get the right number. For the, let's see. This was in yesterday's.
9.6.
9.6 million. And that's for FY 27. Yeah.
So I'm hearing that you'd like the target to be more ongoing in nature, which is good feedback.
Yeah.
All right.
So if we were using all the uncertainty reserve and projecting a zero deficit next year in 27, then I'd say, fine, we're where we want to be. But I really want to have a glide path. And if we do one-time patches this year and we still have an ongoing problem next year, then maybe the one-time wasn't the right approach.
If I could ask just for clarification, a really important point I think you just made with respect also to timing. So if the goal were to have ongoing reductions going into FY 27, that's a significantly longer runway than going into FY 26.
And if I understand it correctly, what we might have is a combination that FY 26 would be a combination of one-time and ongoing, and 27 would be more likely ongoing. Does that make sense?
Again, I think it's a policy decision as to where to focus and how to set that balance. So open to your conclusions there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, a hiring freeze, I think, is not a really good way of reducing headcount because it's arbitrary where those positions end up. And so giving you more runway to reduce headcount in a thoughtful way would be a better option, I think.
So if we were to, for instance, just put out there, if we were to say that we would like to see the projected reduction in our use of the uncertainty reserve be cut in half by 6 million for this fiscal year through a variety of means, one time and ongoing, and that we would do you want to see as a goal that we have a balanced budget in FY27 on income and expenses without, or would it be that deficit cut in half and we would have 6 million in uncertainty reserve to be able to apply to FY27? It doesn't solve 28 or 29.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to take a while to reduce the ongoing expenditures in a thoughtful manner. So I would think that in a perfect world, we would get 6 million uncertainty reserve, put 4 of that in 2027 and 2 of that in 2028, and have our ongoing expenditures match that so that we're balanced going forward.
May I add that, we were looking at CIP yesterday and going through an analysis of, is this have to have, nice to have? The implication being this next year might be the year in which we postpone the nice to haves. These are one-time expenditure cuts we're looking at, which simply defers them to fiscal 27 or fiscal 28. So when we see this proposed, when we're looking at the 5%, 10%, and 15% cuts in one time for next year, I think we've got to see the projection of what that does then to fiscal 27 and fiscal 28. We're just kicking this can down the road and potentially significantly increasing the deficits that we're trying to reduce them as we go, and we're increasing them as we go. And so to be sure that that chart shows us, that we're not really kicking the problem too far down the road.
Although I don't know the exact answer to this, but there's also, if we look at our CIP for 27, 28, 29, do all of those things that are currently in there need to occur in those fiscal years, or can some percentage also be moved out a year of each of those years? So it's not just one time. It could be moving everything out.
Like, for example, park renovations, we only have so much staff to plan the park renovations, which means that if we're kicking one, they probably all just shall slide down.
Okay, so if we try to work off of the framework that you were talking about, if we are, and I this fiscal year, we hope to have some surplus as a result of expense savings, not revenue ahead of projections. But we haven't said that necessarily goes into solving our projected deficit, because we have had as a policy to apply them to additional section 115 and CIP contributions. So we may see things a little to the better, but we may not. Okay, so if we were to set as a request 6 million reduction in the FY26 budget, and then how did you frame the goal for FY27?
4 and 2.
Yeah.
4% and 27.
Or and balance the budget in 27 using 4 million of the uncertainty reserve, and then 2 million the following year, and have those projected budgets be stabilized.
Okay. So FY27 would not be balanced on its own. It would be balanced within 4 million on its own, with that 4 million made up through having been able to carry over additional uncertainty reserve that we are not going to consume this year because we cut 6 million.
So let me make sure I paraphrase that correctly. So right now, the proposed budget includes a $12 million use of UR. The discussion right now is cutting that in half, retaining $6 million of that for future years. So staff would be tasked with coming back with some plans for $6 million in 26 proposed budget, correct? When we talk about runways.
Yeah.
Let me clarify, should staff work with the understanding that that would incorporate any of the base transfers to CIP? Hence, if we come back with 1.5, if we come back with 5, 10, 15% reductions in CIP, those reductions in base would be a part of this 6 million. Is that a correct understanding? Not in
Yes.
addition to.
Correct.
So to illustrate, if CIP reduction in base is 3 million, because we can come up with a plan to defer projects, the net is 3 million of reductions in potentially programs and initiatives elsewhere. Are we on the same page? Because this is a very important exercise.
Yes. Let me add, though, that should we find that we have additional means to reduce the FY26 budget, that we would want to see as an alternative, even a greater increase. So if we were to pick that upper end of it, if staff were to say, yeah, we can reduce the CIP by 15%, and we found that we could use more Measure B dollars, there's $1 million there. If we have less CIP transfer because we've bonded, and if we're projecting less consultant expenses, and that adds to more than 6 million, I think the council would be very interested in reducing further our projected deficits in 27, 28, and 29.
Yeah. Understood. I will give you the perspective that I think getting to 6 will be pretty significant. And so it will be difficult for us to get there. We'll talk about specifics over the course of the rest of the day. But I would give you that sort of perspective.
My fear, though, is 12 months from now, we may be looking back at this budget and say, these were the good old days where we had a lot of money. So things could get worse.
Understood. And so appreciate the value of this, both contingency planning as well as immediate action.
Got it.
Any further clarifications we need? You know, on the math of the 6, we talked about what would, how that could be comprised. I somewhat took implicit, maybe worth making explicit, there's 2 million that's likely an ongoing target versus one time.
Yes, that would be helpful. If the desire of this committee wishes of the 6 million, because 2 million is going to help bridge us in 2027, that such savings at the $2 million threshold would need to be multi-year. Pause there.
You say that again?
So if the strategy is to hold back 6 million of the uncertainty reserve to contribute towards 27 and 28, it sounds like some of this needs to be multi-year. And so
we use the term ongoing.
Ongoing.
Yes.
I would
So
certainly
2
like to
million
see,
of it.
yeah, I think the ongoing, potential ongoing cuts are really important for us to be examining right now. Otherwise, we're doing this kicking the can. And, solving a deficit problem today that we just defer 2 or 3 years.
Yes, setting expectations so we can come back with something that aligns with expectations. Is that seeming like it's a $2 million number? Because 6 million will be a difficult conversation. So want to just understand the expectations of this committee.
Yeah, but you may want to have more one-time cuts this year to give you runway to plan for 2027 to have the ongoing cuts.
But that would be the 4 and 2. If they're asking, if I understand it correctly, whether out of this 6, 2 million would be ongoing, 4 would be one time, approximately. And
Yeah.
Simply as a target or way to approach it.
But the other way, you could say, well, if all 6 can come out of capital improvements, and then during this next fiscal year, we were planning to implement significant ongoing decreases following year.
Yeah.
So the
but
timing.
I would like to see a portion of it, that reduction be the ongoing this year.
Oh, that'd be my preference.
And
Yes.
so if we put as that goal,
Okay.
rather than a stipulation,
Yep.
that out of the 6 million, 2 million would be ongoing approximately, and 4 million one time.
Okay.
Want to make sure that committee is in agreement. Let me paraphrase back what I heard. The wish of the committee this morning is for staff to come back with a contingency plan with a target of $6 million, 4 million of which is one time, 2 million of which is ongoing. The ongoing would be effective certainly in 26 and into 27. Let staff caucus later today to figure out when we can bring something meaningful back during this budget development process, or even later because of the implications. So thank you for the clarity this morning.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. That was a longer discussion on a very important topic. So now
Can we do a coffee refill?
Well, and I neglected to see if there are any public comments on action item number 1. That was on the previous.
There are no public comments for number 1.
Saved by the bell. All right, we'll take a brief 5-minute break. Oh, you're ganging up on us. All right. At this time, we'd like to reconvene with our next item being infrastructure and environment as the big category. And the first major subcategory is utilities, operating funds, the electric, then the fiber and the gas, wastewater, and water. So who would like to kick off?
I will.
Great.
So good morning, Chair Burt and members of the committee. I'm Naomi Shu from the Office of Management and Budget. And in this presentation, we'll be looking at infrastructure and environment, which Chair Burt just explained is made up of the Public Works and Utilities departments. Both of these departments comprise multiple funds, and they both have operating and capital components. And next slide, please. In this summary slide, you'll see a row for general fund in the top table, but it only pertains to public works because utilities doesn't have anything in the general fund. So for public works, the main drivers of the 3.2% budget increase are adjustments to the base budget. And then the other funds row includes all 9 of the city's enterprise funds, as well as the vehicle internal service fund. There's an overall budget decrease of 9.6%, but keep in mind that that's the total change across 10 different funds. So some of the funds got larger rather than smaller. The biggest driver of change, whether up or down, is each fund's capital improvement program. And you can see this if you look at the department's, the fund's reconciliation tables in the operating book. For the refuse fund, which doesn't have any capital projects, the primary change is the annual increase to the green waste contract. And then you'll see the breakdown for utilities and public works in the bottom table, but the departments, as they go through their slides, will explain those in more detail. So with that, I'll turn things over to utilities.
Good morning, Alan Curatore, Utilities Chief Operating Officer. So I'll give a high-level update to the utility side. Next slide, please. So in terms of the operating, this is a table you've seen before we brought to the Finance Committee, is the proposed rates across all the utilities. We have proposals that we were going to bring back and discuss later with you on the gas charges and give you some options. So I just want to give you a highlight into that as well. So, but this is something you have seen in the past and we brought to UAC and we'll bring to full council later this in June. Next slide. So for the utilities, it's really a status quo budget on the operating side. We're continuing to focus on our grid modernization, our fiber to the premises, and really rate management. These are some of the larger rates that we've seen, a lot of rate drivers for that we've gone through this committee before. But I did want to highlight, some of the major projects and activities. These will tie into the capital discussion that we'll have later today. But really looking at our grid modernization, our natural gas transition strategy, it is an evaluation and a modeling of what we look at in our natural gas system and how that we, in a long-term basis, that we will look at maybe transitioning that over the years, which tied highly to the SCAP funds and the staff there. So just wanted to give the highlight to that. And then the Palo Alto fiber to the premises. So we are tying that to our electric grid modernization. And why are we doing that? It's the most efficient way to expand the system. As we go through the system, we upgrade the poles, we upgrade the transformers. We're there at that one time. We can put a carrier line, we can put the aerial fiber. So it's a very cost-effective way to look at that. So as we're doing this grid mod in our pilot phase, we'll be looking at adding fiber to the premises and really doing that outreach and getting an understanding of the take rates from the residents in terms of moving to Palo Alto fiber and looking at those economics. And then we'll bring that back to not only UAC, the Finance Committee and full council on what we're finding in terms of the long-term viability of that program. And then really, it's really the bread and butter of what we do in utilities is replacing and reinvesting in our infrastructure. So enhancing the safety and reliability of our system. Just to highlight some of the issues that we have are, looking at those managing those rates and how we reinvest in the system, but also maintain the high quality services that the Palo Alto expects. Next slide. So just really on overarching highlights, we've come back in previous years and talked about additional staffing requirements, additional programs, or how we're insourcing. Again, we're not requesting on utilities any additional full-time equivalent positions. So you will not hear a speech on me on one of the programs we're going to be implementing. So appreciate that. So we are seeing about a 14% vacancy rate right now. So that for our utility is about 38 people. So we have to look at prioritizing our projects, and we're doing exactly that. So one of our high priority projects is obviously the wildfire mitigation in terms of undergrounding our lines. The other item that we will highlight in terms of our staffing is we are shifting some of our projects to consolidate them into larger ones, coordinating with Public Works so that we are not in conflict with maybe paving projects or other storm drain projects, trying to go to a neighborhood at one time, do the work and then come back later and do the paving. So trying to look at those opportunities to, and so that if we impact a neighborhood, we're doing it very thoughtfully. Another item I just wanted to mention is, we are being impacted by, potentially inflation, supply chain issues. The tariff discussion has come up. Palo Alto has been excellent in terms of getting suppliers. For example, our overhead transformers. We have multiple vendors, tier 1 vendors that we are in contract with. We've purchased about 1,000 transformers. It's $4.5 million because we're buying them in bulk, and that we're frankly a good customer in terms of our commitment. They have held those prices for a year. So we are looking at purchasing these before January 2025 and keeping those and the suppliers holding those rates. So that's one example of what we're doing to try to maintain our budgets and to spend those dollars wisely. The other item that we're also looking at in terms of operations, is looking at extending the life of our assets. So I'll give you an example on the sanitary sewer side. We're going to be CCTVing the sewer mains. So what does that mean? We go in there and we actually send cameras. We do an assessment of those facilities that are underground, and then we define, based on its condition, is it spot repairs? Is it a full replacement? That information will feed into our master plan for the sanitary sewer and figure out what we need in terms of our capacity projects. So we're very mindful of the dollars being spent. We understand, and we do that utmost to understand what's underground, what's the condition, and then how we best invest. And then the last item I wanted to mention here is our negotiation and evaluation of new supply contracts. So, what does that mean? So really, those are our new resources coming in for the electric utility. So as you may recall, the electric utility has a renewable portfolio standard requirements that are increasing over time. We need to bring new renewable contracts to Palo Alto to meet those objectives, to meet our SCAP goals, and really kind of green our electric supply to our customers. So we'll be bringing a couple of those contracts through to full council later this summer. They are very attractive contracts. We've been working with our partnerships with NCPA, which is a consortium of 16 utilities, and getting that best value for Palo Alto. So those are kind of the highlights of what we're doing on the operating side. And that completes my update.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I do want to, sorry, we are going a little bit out of the deck here. We're not going to go to Public Works. We're actually going to talk about the gas cost of service study. We heard loud and clear that you wanted some options and opportunities. We also got a lot of feedback from the community. So our senior resource planner, Lisa Belier, will be going through kind of those options for you and kind of tee that up. We've heard loud and clear that you would like another alternative, and we're going to go through that.
Given that that's kind of its own discussion, I just want to check any questions or comments on the presentation we just had.
You talked about buying in bulk and buying ahead of time, which makes a lot of sense. Do you have the cash flow to do that? Is there anything that we can do to help you do that?
We do have reserves set up for this. We will be going through a process of doing bonding for the grid modernization. The first tranche will probably come later this year at about $80 million. Again, the total cost for the grid modernization is around 300. So we're looking at that. We've been doing pay-as-you-go right now. So we do have reserves to do that. We had a very good hydro year, so we're utilizing that cash on hand.
But if you look at all the grid modernization, all the hardware that we have to buy, how much of that have we purchased already and how much of it is going to be purchased?
Yes. Very great question. We're doing this in stages. So, a part of the issue that we have is also where would we store all these transformers, right? So we're looking at storage facilities. As you may recall, in the past, Palo Alto has leased property. We're looking at, trying to get a better property within Palo Alto so we can have these materials on hand, we can have storage, and we can't pre-purchase too much because then you have warranty issues as well, right? So we got to keep that in mind. We have really good relationships with our suppliers. We're also leveraging and having discussions with other NCPA members on what their procurement looks like so we can try to get that best value. In fact, some of those are actually coming to Palo Alto because we have some pretty good deals as well.
And so if you buy it if you have a long-term purchase and say, we want to buy 200 of these things, will the supplier store them for you?
They can, but there's a cost, right? So that's the balancing act of when we want the transformers. We also have to look at the climate. There are some uncertainties right now in terms of how long it takes to get transformers, how long it takes to get breakers. So there's a lot of different pieces that we need to do. But we want to pre-purchase that materials to de-risk projects. So when we have a contractor, we have all the materials there, right? So it really gets us the best value and best price.
Okay. But then if you say that we want this large number, but we don't want them delivered tomorrow, we want them delivered staged, then the contractor doesn't have to build them all tomorrow. They can span it out. And so they may be willing to give you periodic deliveries.
Yes. So we have a full spreadsheet, and we have a great retired electrical engineer who retired from the city a while back, and he's actually has a very nice chart and schedule in terms of when we would need to get the products. He looks at the costs associated with the multiple vendors, the delivery timelines, and we were with ASD, frankly, to make sure that we stage those.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And first, on the grid mod, you mentioned a $300 million cost, but I really want to make sure that every time we talk about that we emphasize what portion of that cost would have to be done anyway. So 2 years ago, that number came out, got reported in the press and the public concept that was all attributable to our electrification. And then subsequently is clarified, well, maybe around 40% of that we'd have to do anyway. And on top of that the grid mod isn't just about capacity, but it's going to improve our reliability and resilience. And so every time we talk about it, I just want to make sure, because otherwise that top line number gets reported and misunderstood, and it's a big deal. So I just want to put out there. And then on the equipment side, in particular transformers, it's been over a year since I kind of did a deep dive in trying to understand those issues and the emerging issues on their availability, their cost, and whether they're domestic or imported. And so, and emerging technologies in transformers that are coming to the market. So what risks do we have from reliance on imported transformers, both in terms of availability and prospective cost? I don't know what portion we're able to source domestically now versus imports. And of course, out of imports, it also depends on what countries.
I would say for our distribution transformers, our pad mounted transformers and our overhead transformers are typically pole mounted. We're actually seeing some pretty good pricing and actually a reduction of the time lag and from order to delivery. So those are good news. That helps. That means the market is kind of stabilizing in that regard. In terms of larger transformers for our substations, our Colorado receiving stations, those types of transformers, it's an international market, frankly. There's European manufacturers. There's stuff in South Korea. There's in Japan with Hitachi and others. So, and domestic suppliers as well. So those lead times are longer. Those are typically 3 years out. As we look at kind of de-risking our projects, we really need to order these long lead material items early. You know, breakers, transformers, 2 to 3 years, right?
Unfortunately, even if we order early, that doesn't necessarily avoid a tariff impact when they do arrive. So at this point in time, I don't think any of us can project what that might be, but I do think that that's something we need to project on both cost and availability contingency planning. Yeah.
So as we go to procure transformers, absolutely, we'll be looking at the languages that we have in those purchase agreements in terms of potential reopeners for tariffs, materials increases, the certainty of when they can supply the transformers and the timing. Because as we move and push projects into future years, we see some inflationary costs, some construction costs that are increasing over time. And we're seeing a little bit of a spike as we're tracking that around California.
And then on the fiber to the premise, we had made a decision, I guess, year and a half ago to align that first rollout with our first area of the city that we were doing the grid mod. But we're even further behind, is my understanding on that. And one of the aspects, I guess, is it correct that we're still waiting on the HUT for that Colorado station, and is that the gating issue?
So the fiber hut has been delivered. It is at our Colorado substation.
Oh.
So I don't have the precise information, but I will bring that back for the
Well, if
discussion
that
on
choke
capital.
point has been resolved, that's a good news. And then I'm trying to remember whether it was
Chair, I believe Dave Yun is ready to respond.
Hi, Dave Yun, Strategic Business Manager. Regarding the HUD, it is built, but it's on we're holding it on for delivery. I think we're still waiting for a permit to get the HUD installed at the Colorado Power Station.
Okay.
So it's going through the permitting process.
Oh, and someone raised the question of the pad not being there. Is that dependent on the permit?
Yes.
So
Hopefully by end of the month, we'll hope.
Okay, thanks. And then I'm trying to remember what was in the press or UAC info or whatever, but it was brought to my attention that our initial proposed rates on the fiber are supposedly above some of the telecom rates now. And I don't want to go into. Okay. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on it, but
we are presenting this to the UAC tonight. So yeah, we're not going to be able to compete with the incumbents on pricing just because they have deeper pockets than us. So the prices you see in the paper is their promotional rate.
Yeah.
But after a year or whatever the month term is, they'll go up to the $80 or $115. Whereas our price will be much lower than those two. So not much, but it'll be lower.
Okay. That was one of the things I wondered, whether that was a promotional rate, which does beg a question whether we do or don't want to offer promotional rates. And then one of the things that several years ago was brought to our attention, and then it was modified subsequently, but was what happens on the pricing structure of the competing telecoms when they don't have competition versus when they have one competitor or when they have two competitors, of which we're now one, and their pricing at that first analysis was it goes down pretty significantly when they have two competitors. And so when we looked at the benefit of providing this as a municipal service, there were really two aspects. One, how much do our residents value getting their fiber through us with the rates we offer and the reliability and other aspects. But the other thing that actually was more significant in that first analysis was how much do our ratepayers save as a result of the telecoms dropping their prices because there are two competitors now. And that's a saving to our residents that doesn't hit our bottom line. And it doesn't necessarily hit our uptake favorably. It may work against it. But when we present to the residents what's the value of having done fiber, that actually exceeded some of the other values. And I just want to make sure that we track that. What's their pricing structure as a result of real competition? Like you say, they have deep pockets, but they're not going to dip into their pocket unless they have to.
Right.
And we're making them have to.
Yeah, we will definitely bring that data back after we launch.
Thank you. Okay. That's all I had on that. Yeah. All right. So now to the heftier subject of the COSA on the gas.
So, Chair, we have Lisa Beliers, our Senior Resource Planner, here to present the supplemental memo that was issued last night. Short memo, but we've got the slides here. So, Lisa, I think you'll try an abbreviated version unless the committee prefers otherwise, given the time.
Exactly. So this is the short version. I have 9 slides and I'm going to go through those pretty quickly, although the material is pretty complex. So you can ask me to go back to any parts that you'd like me to. This is a continuation of the discussion from April 15th. The committee left us with a series of questions, so we're trying to answer those key questions. We also thought a lot about the questioning and the feedback that we've received and are trying to present to the committee an alternative recommendation today for your consideration and provide some information about that. So I'm going to briefly summarize that alternative recommendation that's in the supplemental report and also then go through some of the key findings from the cost of service study, some foundational information about the gas utility, the responses to the questions, and then some climate credit options and alternatives. To summarize the alternative, the committee could provide feedback to staff to take the 2025 rates and increase those across the board in order to keep the current rate structure, but retain or be able to recover the revenue requirement that we need to in fiscal year 2026. And provide a one-time climate credit instead of to the G1 customers. The credit would be to the G2 customers because they would not be getting the benefit of the lowered meter service charges recommended in the cost of service study. And this would require approximately 1.1 million of cap and trade auction revenues in order to fund that climate credit. And it would allow the staff to bring the item back to the Utilities Advisory Commission and have a more detailed and public discussion about the policy guidelines and recommendations from the cost of service study as we engage with stakeholders and continue to refine the cost of service analysis. This would mean that the cost of service rates would be implemented in fiscal year 2027. So the climate credit that I referred to in this alternative option would be one time. It would be only in fiscal year 2026. So this slide starts to get into some of the foundational information about the gas utility. The main take home from this is that residential customers do make up about 91% of the service connections, but only use 38% of the gas. So the majority of the gas is used by non-residential customers, and in particular, the largest non-residential customers. Please, could you move to the next slide? This slide really talks a little bit more in detail about the methods in the cost of service study that the terminology is functionalizing, classifying, and allocating costs. And really, those are words for dividing the costs up into different buckets and then allocating them to the customer classes according to the industry standard method. Some of the major changes that occurred in this study are the change to the classification factor for average and excess to recognize that part of the system is built for providing service to the peakiness of the usage and part of the system is built to provide average usage. And those are called demand and energy in this terminology. Another change is that the general fund transfer was changed to reflect revenue in accordance with Measure L that is collected based upon that Measure L that designs the general fund transfer to be collected based upon revenue from 2 years prior, gross revenue from the gas utility 2 years prior. Reserve replenishment was reallocated also to reflect therms. And so general fund transfer funds and reserve replenishment are recovered from each customer through their therm usage based on their usage of the system. Next slide, please. This slide shows that one of the key components of the cost of service study is to look at the system costs or the plant in service in the utility. And that is the numbers that you see in the system cost allocations. And you can see that there's been a movement between the 2020 COSA and the 2025 COSA from increasing the residential allocation of those system costs and decreasing the G2 small commercial and multifamily master meter portion of the system.
So Lisa,
Yes.
I'm just going to interrupt you here. I think council members, for me, the slide was enlightening as staff was looking at things differently. So maybe we tease into this a little bit better to help you understand at a macro level what's going on in the system. So when we talk about this, the top part of that chart, those are the summary of kind of what does our system look like? So how many customers do we have? What class are those customers in? And then how much gas are they using, right? There's two costs to doing the service. What does it cost to actually just have a gas hookup and provide service to them? And then what does consumption or the peakiness of consumption have to do with? So you can see our system in one manner is heavily residential and very light commercial. On the other hand, in the other characteristic, you can see it's light residential, heavy commercial. And so what the cost of service study is trying to do is at a very basic fundamental level, looking at our system, looking at these characteristics of it at a much more granular level, and figuring out how to best and appropriately proportion costs in alignment with the law, ultimately, to the different customer classes. And so you can kind of see that when you look at the difference between 2020 and 2025, we're really trying to refine and look at between the G1 residential and G2 small customer or small commercial customer base, because that's, you know, one has higher demand, one has more connections, both of those driving costs. And so you can kind of see that swing. So for me, kind of seeing what we're trying to balance and the general percentage usage in a system by customer class was one kind of helpful visual for me. The other thing to also remember is between the G1 resident and the G2 small commercial, the smallest folks in the G2 small commercial, their meter size in some areas are similar to the meter size of residential customers. And so they're, you know, G2 has a really big range, as we talked about before. And on the low end, those are really similar meter size, which is one of the cost functions to G1 residential. On the really high side are similar to the G3 larger commercial. So we really tried to, the 2025 COSA tries to split that out in a more granular way. And so that's some of what you're kind of seeing. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful from a layperson's standpoint of just kind of what do these numbers mean and how do they interconnect with each other at a kind of a fundamental level. Sorry, Lisa.
Thank you, Kylie. Let's move to the next slide. So this is one of the key questions that the committee had on April 15th. Why is the G1, the residential tier 1 distribution rate going up by 49%? So first I wanted to just revisit what do I mean 49% and what rate is this? The residential customer class has a seasonal tiered rate structure, which is 2 tiers. So the rate in the tier 1 and tier 2 stays the same throughout the year, but there's a different baseline level in the summer and in the winter. The chart shows the current tier 1 rate in 2025, and then the tier 1 rate proposed in the cost of service study in fiscal year 2026. And that rate is increasing by 49% or 40 cents per therm, from the current level of about 82 cents to $1.22. So what this chart tries to show is the main drivers for that increase. The primary one is the increase in the blue bar. So the blue bar color is indicating energy. So this is the amount of costs attributable to providing average levels of gas usage. And that has gone up quite a bit. Two of the main reasons for that are what I kind of breezed through on the earlier slide in terms of reserve replenishment and general fund transfer being recovered through energy or average gas usage. So that's the primary driver of the 49%. The other component that is increasing is, if you look at the green bars, the light green and dark green together represent demand, which is the portion of costs attributable to the peakiness of the gas use, and a portion of the demand is recovered through all units and is attributable to costs to provide gas to the average use, and a portion of the demand costs are solely for the distribution of gas for peak usage. And so those average units are the light green, and they're recovered from all units in tier 1 and tier 2, and the costs attributable to the peak only is in the dark green. As you can see that the 2 bars on the left have a slightly lower light green width than the height than the 2 bars on the right. So the light green is expanding a little bit between 25 and 26, and that's the other reason for the 49%. So those are the 2 main drivers. The other driver I just want to mention is the change in usage since 2020, where we have a change both in the summer baseline as well as a reduction in the residential demand overall. And those 2 things are putting pressure on the rates and making them go up a little bit because there's less volume in order to spread the same amount of costs over, actually a larger amount of costs over. Next slide, please. The second key question that the Finance Committee left us with in April that I wanted to touch on is, why is the G2 monthly service charge changing so much for the lower capacity meters? This chart tries to illustrate what Kylie was mentioning, that there's this very wide range of meter capacity. So this is not the number of therms used, but this is the capacity of those meters and how much they could serve to the customer. And so we identified 3 different groups. The smallest group has about 1,134 customers, and the largest group has only 116 customers. And the green line shows the current rate in fiscal year 25 that all of those customers are paying. And as a result of this cost of service study, the consultant looked at splitting this into groups that looks at, and they looked at the actual costs for meter replacement and weighted the different customer groups within G2 based upon meter size and billing complexity. So that led that drove the rate to be what you see in the purple or pink lines there, that tier up based upon the size of the group. And this method better recognizes those small capacity meters in the G2 class. Next slide, please. So this slide gets back into talking about climate credit options. So if the committee were to adopt the fiscal year 25 cost of service study, we talked in April about a climate credit to residential customers. And we talked about, and the UAC recommended this $1.6 million level that you can see in the middle of the chart. That would allow the utility bill overall to remain at 9%. Another level that's interesting on the chart would be to maintain the gas bill for the median residential customer at 9%. And that would require $2.4 million estimated of climate credit funds from the cap and trade auction revenues to fund that that level. But you can see there's a range of different levels, and you could discuss other levels that are shown on the chart. Additionally, I wanted to mention that the climate credits could be applied either monthly or annually, to your earlier question and discussion. Additionally, I want to return to the alternative recommendation that I mentioned at the beginning. If the committee wanted to take the alternative recommendation and instead of adopting the 2025 study at this point in time, go direct staff to go back to the Utilities Advisory Commission and do some more analysis and discussion of the policies. The committee could consider a climate credit for G2 small and medium customers, and that would compensate those customers for the amount of funds that they would not be getting through the cost of service study recommendations. And the estimate for that is 1.1 million. It's not shown on the chart, but I'm just mentioning it as a reference. And there are cap and trade funds available. Those are being, in accordance with the council's priority, are being prioritized for electrification and other measures and related measures. But there are funds available of 13.6 million in the gas cap and trade fund at the end of 2024. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a menu of options for the committee to discuss and consider, ranging from the use of the cap and trade funds as a climate credit, as I mentioned, for residential or for G2 commercial. The committee could refer the 2025 study to the UAC with direction to revisit the guiding principles desired in the rate design. The committee could provide direction for an alternative rate design. I didn't mention that in the slide, but there's limited flexibility with changing the inclining tiered rates, but there is some industry accepted methods for coming up with a uniform rate or a declining tier rate. So that's something that the committee could discuss or direct further analysis on. And the last idea on this slide is to use the 2025 rate schedule with rate increases across the board to the current rates. Use the 2025 study with rate increases to achieve the full revenue recovery in 2026. And then the last slide. This summarizes the alternative recommendation that I mentioned earlier, and I'll leave it there for your reference. So with that, we would welcome your discussion and guidance on this.
Thank you. That's a lot. That was the short one you said, right? Okay. So why don't we just go to questions right now and then hear from the public, because I think this might be an item that we have substantive public comment, and then we'll come back and discuss. Julie?
This isn't a question as much as just to Pat's earlier point about when you throw out, a big number and say that this is what this is going to cost, it might grab a headline and create a misimpression. I think the one thing that I would add to the backdrop here is the gas rates. This is a catch up from fiscal 21 and 22 when rates were deliberately, we didn't increase them the way we might have. So our revenues did not keep up with expenses and necessitated a drawdown of reserves. So we are in a catch up position right now. And that's something I think everybody needs to appreciate as a context for what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, using cap and trade money to subsidize gas kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. Are there any other non-rate funds that we have that we could use to offset?
There's very limited non-rate funds in the gas utility, mostly just there's a little bit of interest income that is earned from the reserves that are for other purposes. So it could be argued that that's non-rate revenue. That's about it.
Okay.
I have to look up an exact number, but maybe 800,000 per year.
Well,
I'll get you a number.
okay, thank you.
Okay, why don't we see if we have members of the public who would like to speak?
We currently have 2 members of the public on item 2. Our first speaker is Hamilton H.
And maybe we should note too that we did receive written correspondence on this too.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for creating an option for the committee members to remand, and also for the detailed explanation, because this is a complicated topic. Palo Alto neighborhoods oppose the proposed 34% average gas rate increase on residents who rely on gas for basic needs such as cooking and winter heating, despite an overall average gas bill rate rising only 5%. This includes all renters in individually metered apartments where the majority of renters live. Tier 2 heavy users get a 10% rate cut, undermining climate goals. The proposal spends $1.6 million on climate funds on a one-time $73 credit instead of a lasting electrification programs for homes and small businesses. The flawed COSA shifts costs unfairly by improperly using the PG&E benchmark. PG&E CPUC related regulated tariffs cannot dictate local rates, and PG&E already charges small businesses about 40% less per therm than residential customers. Citing seasonal variability, the current consultant adopts a new discretionary methodology, unlike his predecessors at the same firm, that moves infrastructure costs from small businesses onto households, often referred to as average and excess. Cuts in small business and master metered landlord service fees from $150 to $29 shift costs of basic use residents face a 34% hike. This reduces any incentive for small businesses and landlords, master meter landlords, to electrify. Raises the residential share of the general fund transfer, ignoring Measure L's voter-approved net plant formula. There is a precedent for reconsideration. Davis overturned a COSA-based water rate plan and later adopted a structure better aligned with community goals. And Utsoff, the next speaker, will go into more detail on that. Our recommendations are to remand the current study and rate design to the Utility Advisory Commission for an equitable and climate-aligned fiscal year 2027 revision. Hold the fiscal 2026 increase to a uniform Proposition 26 compliant 5% while commissioning a new COSA, and preserve the $1.6 million in cap and trade funds for permanent emission reduction projects. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Utsoff G. Utsoff, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Oh, hello. Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Utsav Gupta, and I'm a UAC commissioner. I'm speaking personally and not on behalf of the UAC. Thank you sincerely for the time and effort you dedicate to reviewing these important issues for the community. And I also want to thank staff for presenting these alternatives and for the additional detail. I want to briefly highlight 2 key points regarding the gas COSA that I addressed in more detail in my written comments I sent earlier today. First, I strongly recommend remanding this COSA back to the UAC for deeper review. During our recent UAC meeting, many commissioners operated under the misunderstanding that we had to accept the consultant's findings as is. That isn't correct. Other cities like Glendale, Davis, and Oxnard, they have revisited and revised their COSAs after public scrutiny. As a former high-stakes litigator, my view is that the greater legal and ballot initiative risk comes from adopting the drastic changes in the COSA prematurely, rather than pausing for further analysis and community input. Cities that have moved ahead quickly have faced expensive litigation, ballot measures, and even having to pay out attorney's fees for citizens groups. Remanding the COSA is the more cautious and responsible approach. Proposition 26 does not require a specific methodology. The previous COSA is still compliant with Proposition 26, and the context for these increases on residents is more driven by the accounting changes from our consultant than increasing costs to maintain reserves at the guideline levels. And that's already part of the 5% uniform system cost increase we're looking at. The UAC simply hasn't had adequate time to review these significant changes carefully. The Finance Committee has asked excellent questions, and the staff has done the good work to provide additional detail on those questions, and we did not have the advantage of this at the UAC. Sending it back will allow for a thorough review, reduce potential risks, and enhance our community trust. Second, I want to speak to the proposed use of either 1.6 million or the new proposed use of 1.1 million from our cap and trade reserves to subsidize gas. I believe this directly violates Palo Alto's own resolutions. Resolution 9487, adopted unanimously in 2015, explicitly prioritizes using these funds for actual greenhouse gas reduction projects, not temporary fossil fuel subsidies. The city's unanimous 2022 resolution 10,077 reinforced this intent, specifying these funds should support electrification initiatives that genuinely reduce emissions. The USC did not have our city's resolutions on hand before it decided on recommending these transfers. We should uphold our city's commitment to meaningful climate action. Redirecting these funds sets a problematic precedent contradicting our clearly stated policies. In sum, stay the course, remand the gas costa to the UAC, and do not use cap and trade funds to subsidize gas. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 2.
Great. Thank you. Keith, did you want to go first?
No. Well, I really don't think that this has been the new COSA has been vetted properly. I think we really do need to scrub it. We know the results, but we don't know all the assumptions going in it, and I'm afraid that we may be accepting other structural problems. You're looking at particularly the G2, the small G2 monthly fee seems kind of out of whack, but there may be other problems. We don't know all the assumptions going into this. So I really would support putting it back to the UAC and having them scrub it. And I'm an engineer, and engineers are really worried about unintended consequences. And it's so common that you try and improve something and make something worse. And in fact, German has a word for that. Was it Verschlimme besser wrong? Yes. Yeah. And it's an improvement that is trying to make things better, but actually makes things worse. And I'm really afraid that this COSA might be that. Yeah. So I really think this needs to be scrubbed and really understand what were the assumptions going in it, and how this peaky charge, is it appropriate, or are we overstating the penalty that we're putting in for peaky charging? So I think that pushing it back to the UAC would be the proper thing.
Julie?
I tend to agree with that in English. I don't speak German. Keith mentioned he's an engineer, and I think of myself as a humanist, and I think we've gotten a sense that there feels like a deep unfairness in the way this particular COSA is allocating the burden of using gas. So I agree that, having UAC take a closer look at it is warranted. Let's not let the timeline of this budget, make us make a bad decision, in haste. I also am concerned about the use of the cap and trade for anything related to gas. And I do have a question that is may just reflect my naivete, but the G2 seems like an enormous bucket of really disparate things. And it makes me wonder whether the upper end of the G2, the bigger small things, ought to be lumped in with G3. I don't know if that makes any sense. It just kind of looking at the distribution, I couldn't help but ask that question.
Councilmember, I think your observation is correct in terms of the variability in the G2 customer class. And I think that's actually what the 2025 COSA is trying to achieve, is to more closely align those larger customers in G2 with that G3, and then similarly align the G2 small customers with the G1 customer base, so that they have their costs are more akin to similar sized meters and customers. In terms of the cap and trade funds, I hear the committee's reticence to use cap and trade funds, and our chief operating officer knows this better than I do, but Staff has researched whether or not these are eligible uses of these funds and in alignment with the council's regulations, basically your policy that you've adopted for use of them. And as you'll see in the staff report next week, because we've got a whole study session on this topic with the full council, yes, council has a policy that states that there's a preference for using gas cap and trade funds for electrification or moving towards our sustainability goals, but it also states that these are valid uses in a climate credit. And so there are other restrictions with these funds. And so this is a demonstrable, I would say, action that we are intending to use these funds. But let me have Alan explain a little bit about some of those.
Yes. So the cap and trade funds for gas are regulated by CARB, and they create an annual report of all the potential uses and uses by investor-owned utilities and public-owned utilities. So if you look at folks that are investor-owned utilities, the primary use of the cap and trade funds is a climate credit that goes back to residential customers or a series of customers. So that is completely in line with the requirements and processes. It also matches our own council's goals as we define those potential uses. And even today, as part of Public Works' presentation on the operating funds, we have uses of cap and trade for some of these fuel switching and other programs to the benefit of the gas customers. None of these programs are impacted by the potential use of these funds. In fact, we still have revenues available. We have, over the years, met our compliance obligations by using gas cap and trade monies, and we have excess that we actually have need to program. So that's why we're very proactively trying to use these funds now and get those programs to our customers. So it is not as the resident mentioned, it's not a non-approved use, but the preference is obviously for these other uses for decarbonization, fuel switching, and those are appropriate uses. So as we move forward in the study session, as Assistant City Manager they mentioned, we will be bringing out a more comprehensive look at those funds, but there are funds available nonetheless.
Can I have a follow-up on that? You mentioned that we have these excess funds and they're burning a hole in our pocket, but don't we have the prospect of home electrification, which is going to be very expensive? And wouldn't that be using these same funds?
Yes. I mean, ultimately. And it's about how fast we can stand up these programs and how quickly and what the adoption rates are within those programs as well, right? We can't force people to do it. Yeah. We can incentivize them financially. And we did quantify previously the impact in terms of the number of homes we thought might be equivalency to at a really, really high level if we were to use some of these funds. But we have worked this in with, Jonathan Ebenshine and the SCAP programs. And so all of this has been factored into the assumed spending for the SCAP programs and goals.
But there's no legal obligation to spend them anytime soon. There
is. We need to spend these funds within a 10-year period of time of receiving them. So obviously that's a long period of time. And so I'm not saying it's tomorrow you have to spend them, but there is a need to demonstrate that annually we are using them in appropriate ways.
Okay, thank you.
But what is that time frame? You said 10 years from when to when?
I mean, it's a rolling 10 years. So we receive money every year and then we've accumulated some balance, but it is a rolling 10 years.
But just for clarification, do we know how old the funds we have are?
So just in the CARB report, and I might have Carla come up if she's here in terms of the details. Oh, sorry. I missed you there. But the report that I saw is that we have revenues that are nearing that timeline in terms of the 10-year commitment. So these programs that pilot programs are initiating now and as part of SCAP are very timely.
Yeah, I think the first tranche, we've got a couple more years to spend, and I don't have that dollar number right on the top of my head, but yeah, we have a little bit of time for the first tranche.
And what else would we spend them on if we don't spend them on this?
Electrification.
And I would say from the SCAP committee that we have plenty of needs. So I don't think we're short on ways that we could spend them. That one hypothetical of X number of whole home electrification is one reference point, but we have a lot of different ways in that arena that we could.
This brings up we saw in the CIP yesterday that there's a lot of replacement of EV chargers is very expensive, and we have several projects for that. Could cap and trade be funding that?
For that particular program, actually, those are using LCFS funds. They've been programmed in the operating budget in the past, which created a problem for us in terms of projecting the expenses year to year. So that new project that you're remembering from yesterday is actually balanced on the expenses are balanced with revenues that come from LCFS and are generated specifically by the city's network of chargers.
Thank you.
And Keith had asked a question on other potential funds to use to mitigate some of the spikes for a category, whichever direction we go. So that 800,000 interest, is that a potential source of ways to mitigate rate increases other than the cap and trade?
I checked that number and it has varied in the last several years between 400,000 and 700,000. So we're kind of estimating an average of 600,000, but we are also using some of those funds to fund specific programs, low income rate assistance and some other minor programs. So there would be a portion of those that are available for other purposes. So just to give a magnitude.
Well, it's interesting too. In one way, these funds are, which funds we use are somewhat fungible. But I think philosophically, using cap and trade dollars, even for low income rate assistance, as we're moving in an electrification direction, that would be more palatable than just in general. But I'm not saying that that's necessarily what we'd want to do. I just kind of initial reaction.
Chair, we would need to make sure use of the cap and trade funds were in alignment with the requirements of them. And I know one of them is they can't be distributed on a volumetric basis. So we would need to look at how we could, I don't know if it's possible for us to make that switch that you just referenced.
And then Kylie, you had talked about this big range of meters and uses in G2. And I'm not sure if I was missing something, but let me just ask, should we be thinking about dividing G2 into two categories?
Right. And I think that's what the 2025 COSA is trying to do, is it's trying to say, okay, within G2, there are these three categories, small, which are a certain meter size, medium, and then large. And so that's actually exactly what that COSA is doing.
All right. Well, let me ask colleagues, what do you think out of the alternatives referring back to UAC number C for them to further review the assumptions and principles and make recommendations?
Could you put the slide back up? I don't have it printed in front of me. To that says the
Yeah. So my inclination, as I mentioned earlier, is to bump it back to UAC to study it. Then, but that would be for next year. For this year, just use the current COSA and scale it up by the 5%. I think that would be appropriate. The only question is, would you want to have some type of rebate or reduction for the small G2s? And I mean, what do you want to?
No, so I think, I mean, ultimately where the committee's at is the right, what we're discussing here. Couple things, just to be clear with folks, the 5% is a total over the entire system. The rates will need to go up more than 5%. So the rates will need to go up somewhere in the 9% range.
Okay.
Because we're again talking about the totality of the gas system, supply versus distribution, versus these rates specifically are about distribution. So I just want to set expectations that you're not going to see, even if I scale staff scale the rates up evenly, it's not a 5% number. It's probably more like a 9% number. So I want to make that statement for the record.
Okay.
I am in favor of these three things happening. Keep
three? Wait a minute.
right, isn't it?
Choices.
No, A, B, and C was staff's recommendation of a package of the strategies for both what to do in the current year as well as next steps.
Yeah. So on balance, I think the controversial one is the climate credit, and I appreciate that it is important to give these G2 customers some form of relief, just as we were going to be giving the G1 customers some form of relief had they been the ones picking up the burden of the increased cost. So I am in favor of all three items in this package.
And might C modify B? If it goes back to the UAC, are we necessarily saying at the present time for FY26 that we would do B?
In this recommendation, yes. And, all of this is about, there's no perfect silver bullet to a cost of service study, and there are risks on all ends of it, right? Rate setting is a highly litigious environment. And so, I think you've been counseled on options from that perspective as well. So I think what staff tried to put together was an alternative recommendation that provided balance for the council to buy time for staff in the UAC to move through a more public process of the 2025 COSA, frankly, a step that we missed, as we acknowledged in the supplemental memo. But that work would be done for the 2027 rate setting process.
Yes.
So
if I could just for clarification on the chair's comment, the issue is really timing, that this referral back to UAC will take time. And so it would really affect the 27 rates, not 26.
Yeah, looking at the small G2 monthly fee, it does seem high, but are there other things? We're almost kind of doing our own cost of service studies on the fly here by saying, oh, we should pick this particular fee and change it. And I don't know if necessarily it's out of whack. It seems to be that way, but are we kind of putting the cart before the horse by coming to a conclusion without actually doing the study? I am not in favor of using cap and trade for this, but maybe if we use 400,000 of the interest money and use that to offset, that still would be per small G2 would be $300 a year. That's a significant subsidy.
I'm interested in that. What does staff have any feedback on that?
I mean, ultimately, it's a policy call for a level of kind of risk in buying that time for the committee to be making. And I think staff has brought forward what we think is our best proposal, acknowledging, there's competing priorities. But we think this is should the committee obviously not want to move forward with a 2025 COSA, understanding that we have some steps to move through, this would be the best step forward.
But specifically on B, the alternative of using interest funds rather than the cap and trade to accomplish B, but with a lesser subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
So staff calculated this number specifically based on kind of what would that what are those trade-off costs between the 2025 COSA study and the current rate, I should say. So any reduction to this obviously would adjust your risk exposure. In terms of using interest income, I think we can go back and look at any available interest income. So one option that the committee could take is to say, apply a climate credit at this value with using as much interest income as available and then filling the rest in with cap and trade money.
But that specific value, I mean, there's not a magical number of how much subsidy we would have to provide the G2 customers. It's just what level of risk might there be if under a range of subsidies. I don't understand it as being something that is in any way clearly defined. Am I misunderstanding that?
If we hadn't done this COSA study, we would happily charge the people the same amounts. Right? Nothing has changed. It's just that we arbitrarily happen to look at this COSA study.
It's not an arbitrary look. COSA studies are a routine process of utility operations, and doing them on a routinized basis is part of good business practice and frankly what we need to be doing to stay in alignment with the law.
But it still was, I think 2020 and then updated in 2022. So it's really not that old. The old COSA study.
And one of the questions we had at our previous finance committee meeting was, and I'm trying to recall the answer, but to what extent are the different recommendations of the 2025 COSA study versus the 2020 that was updated in 2022 based upon actual changes in circumstances versus a different notion of an appropriate model by the particular consultant, two different consultants from the same firm, 5 years apart or 3 years apart. And I don't recall the answer to that.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, when we compare the 2020 COSA study updated in 2022.
So it was not updated in 2022. There's only a 2020 COSA.
Okay. Then the 2020 COSA compared to the 2025, to what extent are the different recommendations of those two studies based on that circumstances change versus we had two different consultants who had different notions of what's an appropriate model?
So it might be helpful to go back to the slide that Lisa had that compared some of the differences and what was driving, because it's complicated, right? I mean, part of it is costs and things on the ground that changed, and part of it is the rate design that subdivided the G2 customers into those three categories in an attempt to address the broad spectrum of types of customers under that one lump and realign those customers better to the edges of that bell curve. And so it is, I think the clerk might be looking for that slide, or, oh, we've got it. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll let Lisa speak to this a little bit, but back to the question of how the $1.1 million, just to kind of maybe tie that up in a bow a little bit, it is the difference between the 2025, the impact on the G2, the small and medium G2 customers of not accepting the 2025 COSA. So that is where that number comes from.
Okay, so that's a calculated number. Okay.
Yeah, but still, I'm not convinced that the new COSA is correct. I'm convinced the new COSA is new, but new doesn't necessarily mean correct. All right. And I haven't seen vetting of it, and it could have some assumptions that are just not correct. It could be correct. I'm not saying it's not, but I just saying it's an unknown quantity in my mind. And so base any numerical numbers on that, it seems questionable.
So we have the alternative recommendation, which would basically accept so is B doesn't it mitigates the impacts that the new COSA is trying to address without adopting the new COSA? Am I following that right?
The fundamental difference between the 2025 COSA and the 2020, or I'll just call them the proposed 2026 rates and the FY 2025 rates. Let's start there. The fundamental difference between those is obviously certain customer classes would see an increase while others would see a decrease, based depending on what you would look at. And so if you were to adopt the 2025 COSA, the G2 customer class would see either, well, the majority of them, I should say, the majority of the class would either see a flat rate or a rate reduction. If the committee chooses not to move forward with the 2025 COSA and have staff further refine that, and move forward with the the current rate structure, you would be increasing those customers by, say, 9%. When in theory, under the 2025 COSA, you've just identified that a majority of them would have seen a rate decrease based on a valid calculation. Now, to everybody's point, the 2020 COSA was valid and we've updated it. And now the 2025 COSA is also valid. And so further refining it, I understand, and I think we've recommended that we can have a further discussion about rate design. But the question again becomes, what do you do during that year, that time? How do you buy time during that year to give that time for the additional analysis?
Yeah, so my question, and I think you answered it in a more detailed manner, is under that recommendation, are we using 1.1 million in cap and trade dollars to mitigate the rate impacts on customers that the 2025 COSA was attempting to address, but we're, as a placeholder, mitigating those impacts while we re-examine the 2025 COSA?
Correct.
Okay. And then we do have a question whether we would want to do that wholly from the cap and trade, that 1.1 million wholly from the cap and trade dollars, or some combination of the interest funds and cap and trade dollars, or another alternative of not going with this recommendation.
As I said, I'm happy to recommend this alternative recommendation, components A, B, and C. But I am less clear on alternative sources of dollars to go toward trying to compensate the G2 people in this year. I don't have a clear read on that, the cap and trade option versus the interest.
And I don't, from what we heard on numbers, the interest couldn't fully replace the cap and trade. It would be partially so. So my recommendation, if we're going to go this route, would be to request that we look at a combination of those funds to mitigate the impact to achieve the 1.1 million in.
Okay, I'd be fine with that.
And Keith, I don't think there's anything magic about 1.1.
What? That's what I think I heard that there was. Yeah, it was.
Well, there's a rationale behind it.
Now, but
yes,
we have two valid studies that have two vastly different rates. We could come up with a third study that has a third set of rates, and so I don't think that there's necessarily that specific number. I don't think there's anything magic about it. It's the result of one particular analysis and one that I don't think we vetted.
Well, for what it's worth, and I think just, I'll state the facts here. It has been vetted by staff and vetted through the UAC and brought to council and is a public document that has been shared widely. And as such, it does represent a benchmark from which any action we take will be compared.
Well, I think the UAC got the packet shortly before the meeting. I don't think they did any deep dives into the methodology. And so I think I think this has been rushed. In planning, we do, and all this planning that we do, we scrub and we scrub and scrub. And we want to make sure that we do it right. And here we have something that was given to UAC and just kind of pushed through the process. And I don't think we've given it the normal thought that we do in other policies.
Well, I think that's accurate to the extent, again, staff is agreeing that it should be revisited and as a way to acknowledge the work that has been done while that revisit occurs. That's the rationale behind the 1.1.
Well, and then the other question from a process standpoint is that we need to adopt rates as part of this budget.
Yes.
And so if we fully kicked it back to UAC to just re-examine the whole COSA and what the rates are, it doesn't align with our obligation to adopt a rate structure for this year unless we said keep the current COSA for now while they will re-examine it. And Kyle?
Yes, thank you. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. So City Attorney's Office did provide confidential legal advice to the Finance Committee and the Council just before the April 15th meeting, the first time we took this item up, and again last night. So I would refer the committee to those memos. But for the members of the public and interested ratepayers, I'd offer the following. So the legal landscape around rates and local government revenues has drastically changed in the last 25 to 30 years in a way that makes it much more difficult for agencies to go through this rate making process. The landscape has also evolved to make it easier for folks who aren't happy with those rates to challenge them. That's just kind of a general recognition among, those of us who live and breathe this stuff. The unfortunate reality is that costs increase over time. And so as a result, we see agencies performing these cost of service analyses much more frequently. And we do this so we can justify the rates increases that are required to meet the revenue requirements for all the various services. On this specific point around the 1.1 million climate credit, the rationale here is that utility staff has identified a non-rate revenue source that allows the utility to raise rates in a way that meets the revenue requirements of the gas utility, but simultaneously provides some rate relief to the folks who are sort of the biggest losers in that rate increase. And so that's what we're trying to do here. Recognize that the council did adopt a policy around how cap and trade funds ought to be used, but from a purely legal standpoint, the regulations around cap and trade funds do allow this use. Whether that the council finds that palatable as a policy matter, I think is the question we're all wrestling with. But what we're proposing is legal and does, and the money exists as staff has pointed out. And so that's the rationale behind B.
Just to be clear on the motion, I believe Julie had accepted that that it would be apply a combination of climate credit and interest income for that same purpose and same amount. Okay. Shall we go ahead and take a vote, or Keith?
Yeah, and so how would this be divided between the small and medium?
This would be a one-time flat credit to each of the small and medium customers. We haven't analyzed that in great detail, but at the moment, the proposal would be that it would be a flat charge, a flat climate credit to each customer, the same amount.
And this is for a duration of 1 year, and the amount for the small and the amount for medium would be determined by staff.
Oh, I can tell you the amount based upon this calculation. Just give me 1 sec.
While Lisa's looking that up, so just to be clear, it'd be a one-time credit that would happen this year. And we, as staff, would recommend that credit occur in the December, January time period when gas use is high and customers see their highest bills of the year.
Actually, I'm going to get back to you about the amount.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean,
I want to make sure I tell you the right number.
But I guess for the purpose of the motion, it doesn't matter. We're telling you the total amount and you're dividing it up.
Yeah, and just one more clarification, just to make sure you understand that one of the very important tenets of using gas cap and trade money for climate credits such as this is that money has to be distributed on a non-volumetric basis. So all customers will get the same amount of money regardless of what their bill looks like or how much gas they use.
Yeah. My concern is that if we spend some money this year and then next year, if we do a new COSA and there's certain costs that have changed again, we may be doing this again 12 months from now for a different class of people. And is that?
I think we're hoping that the time frame is going to be such that the analytical work gets done well before the budget is in front of us again, so we don't feel so slammed in terms of decision making.
Yeah, but if there's some big discontinuity in some of the charges, we may want to mitigate those increases, and so we may be tapping in again at the end of the next COSA. But
If, just for clarification, and staff will need to confirm, but the work plan would presumably include both the analytical work, the consultation that's been discussed, and I think clearly through this year's process, recognition for planning for transition, whatever, should that be a factor.
Shall we go ahead and vote? All right.
I apologize, Chair Burt. We need a second for the motion.
Sorry, I wasn't clear enough. Okay. All right. All in favor?
yeah,
Aye.
it's not optimal, but it.
Yeah. Okay. That passes unanimously and reluctantly.
Chair,
And yeah,
I'd like to ask about the schedule for the
yeah, that
afternoon.
was what I was going to address. So we're at almost 12:30 and we are a bit behind schedule. I have to have the 12:30 break for an important conference call. So the question really is, should we go ahead and break at this time? And if so, for how long?
How long do you need?
Well, we're talking about lunch and
You have a call?
yeah, but I can cram it. So should we come back at 1:15?
I think it's be a long afternoon. Let's do 1:15.
Yeah.
If Patty, you can support that one.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good.
So for members who are interested in item 2B, Public Works Operating related to infrastructure environment, we will resume at 1:15 there on the schedule and everything will follow.
Well, we still have actually wastewater and water, right? Oh, did we?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay.
we
They were
we did a very high level.
okay. They were so
Give some time
perfunctory
for
that
gas.
we don't need to dwell on it. Great. Good. We're further along than I thought. Okay. Thanks. We're going to reconvene our meeting and picking up where we left off, which is with Public Works operating funds. You, Brad?
That's me. So good afternoon, Chair Burton, Finance Committee, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. My notes said good morning, but here we are. So let's.
That was agile. That was agile of you.
7 in the operating. We need to go to the operating budget from this morning. Hopefully we'll make up some time. Oh, I'm sorry. Slide 8. Okay, here we are. So this slide is the summary for the general fund portion of the Public Works budget. And kind of like utility, Alan told us for utilities, this is really a pretty status quo year for the general fund in Public Works. Our only significant general fund budget proposal is to add one traffic control maintainer position. This was a position that was eliminated during the pandemic from a work group of 4. So we kind of been struggling by with 3 for that time, and essentially it's not working. So in addition to ongoing work that had already existed, the workload here has increased. This is the group that handles illegal dumping and homeless encampment issues, as well as painting of curbs, legends, thermoplastic, bike ped striping, sign fabrication and safety. So kind of everything to do with roads and traffic safety. And then did just want to mention that you'll see there's an add, but there's also 2 position drops that are associated with it, where we're proposing to eliminate positions. So it's actually a net savings, even though because of the allocations of those positions, it shows up as a minor cost to the general fund. But we tried to look at this and say, where is the real need, and balance that. Next slide. So this is still focused on the general fund part of the department, really highlighting some of the core areas of focus we have that align with council's 2025 priority objectives that you just approved. So some of those continuing to make significant progress on the SCAP 3-year work plan implementation. There's downtown cleanliness and the medium-term efforts such as addressing news racks and the project to improve the Caltrain to University pedestrian tunnels as a couple of examples. And then we always struggle in Public Works to talk about the general fund without also talking about capital projects, because those are so much of what we do. So just also noting here, even though they're part of the general fund CIP, but major initiatives, the Newell Road Bridge project kicking off, and completing the remaining 2014 council infrastructure plan projects, things you've heard about recently, like the downtown parking garage and fire station number 4. And then not really represented on this slide, but as part of the committee's discussions, we've been talking about consultant contracts. So in a couple areas, I just wanted to highlight some of the examples of consultant contracts that we have that are working on strategic work. So one would be our contract with Urban Planning Partners. They helped us develop the ongoing parklet standards that are being implemented downtown now, and are also currently working on the design for the car-free Ramona Street. Another example is E3. That's a consulting firm who's working on our SCAP funding study and some other studies that go along with that. Really important work for SCAP. And then just to note, in terms of consultants for Public Works, the great majority of contracts we have are actually associated with CIP projects. It's architects for design, other types of design professionals, and construction management professionals. So those kind of align with things like the downtown garage and Fire Station 4. Next slide. Okay, so then on to the other funds in Public Works. And those are the Vehicle Replacement and Maintenance Fund, the Airport Fund, Refuse Fund, Stormwater Management Fund, and Wastewater Treatment Fund. So this year we have budget proposals in the Airport Fund and in the Wastewater Treatment Fund. So in line with the plan that we showed council for phasing out leaded fuel at the airport, we're proposing funding for ongoing atmospheric lead monitoring at the airport that we'd like to begin very soon. And then really our more substantive proposal have to do with the Regional Water Quality Control Plan. So one of those, we're asking for funding to do an organizational and staffing assessment, really to look at our current staffing structure and organizational as well, and make any recommendations for approval. And then here we are recommending addition of 3 new positions. So those are an instrumentation electrician, a senior operator, and an environmental specialist. And this, of course, is all within the wastewater treatment fund. The instrumentation electrician and senior operator are needed to maintain new instruments that are being added as part of our secondary treatments upgrade project. And really for the operator, it's enhancing shift coverage, which is going to help us improve training capacity and our ability to get preventive maintenance work done out at the plant. And then that environmental specialist position will work on our Title 22 recycled water permit. There's a lot of new requirements for that are coming along with the advanced water purification system. They'll also work on regulatory reports for other permits and for budget development and contract management for that work group. And then just to note, these positions they're partially offset by eliminating 3 hourly positions, not fully offset like we were able to do in the general fund position I mentioned. So next slide. Okay, so here on to the outlook for the enterprise funds. Just noting again, a lot of these are items that align with council priorities. I already mentioned the airport plan for phasing out leaded fuel. Just wanted to also note that, as I've said, that and noise are a priority for this year, but we are planning to more fully re-engage with our long-range planning process starting next calendar year, 2026. We are continuing progress, as mentioned, on the stormwater management program, high priority projects. And notably, I know there have been some questions, I think, at a previous finance committee meeting about the Hamilton Avenue Systems upgrade project. That's a particularly important one because when it's done, it will help protect against flooding damage that can occur during a creek overflow like we saw in 2022. So that is planned to go out to bid next month in June with a contract award after the council break. The project will probably take about a year, so it's targeted to complete next year in fall. So definitely wanted to mention that. We've got our ongoing effort to electrify the city fleet. Trying to remember where I mentioned this, but it's come up recently. The fleet electrification effort, we actually have a management fellow working right now on a project to evaluate our overall vehicle replacement program and especially the forward-looking needs for staying with our goals for replacement timelines and what it's going to take to do that, especially in light of the vehicle replacement goals. So then just lastly, in addition to at the treatment plant, we've got the very significant capital work, which we'll touch on in the next presentation. but I wanted to mention again the update to our 2012 long-range facilities plan and the biosolids facility plan. So those are efforts that are going on right now that'll stretch through this year and into next year. And again, here I'll pause for a second just to mention the couple of examples of consultant contracts that are working on some of this significant work. So we have Carollo Engineers is working on our long-range facilities plan and that biosolids facilities plan update that I mentioned. And then another example is Schaff and Wheeler. They work on our storm drain modeling and have helped us develop master plans for storm drain improvements in the past. And they do hydraulic modeling and analysis, which most recently has helped us look at some of the impacts of the 2022 New Year's Eve flood, and also looking at the Hamilton project and how that can make a difference in terms of how much flow rate the storm drain system can accommodate. So just a couple examples there. And I think I've got one more slide in this section. So this really ties into some of the previous discussion about the gas rates and the use of gas cap and trade. So here we've got our budget proposals for funding SCAP programs in fiscal year 2026. 6 different electrification programs that are coming from the SCAP 3-year work plan. So you can see there a commercial rooftop HVAC, multifamily EV charging, our advanced whole home electrification program, phase 2, major facilities emissions reductions grants, and a proposed program for pilot programs for central space and water heating and gas decommissioning. So to the point before about those revenue sources, gas cap and trade, electric public benefits, low carbon fuel standard, here's where we're really starting to propose to use a lot of those as we kind of accelerate implementation of the SCAP. So you'll see here that these are proposed as a total of 8.4 million, with 3.6 million of that being newly appropriated funding for fiscal year 2026, and the rest being funding that had already been appropriated this year. So that's the end of my slides for this section. And actually, I think that takes us to the end of this item, the staff presentation for this item.
Okay. Colleagues, Julie?
A clarification question. Thank you so much for the presentation. If I recall correctly, in all the enterprise funds, wastewater collection has significantly more revenue than expenses, unlike any of the other funds. And I'm just wondering why that is. And is that an anomaly this year, or is it typical? And if so, why?
The enterprise fund that's in public works is the wastewater treatment fund. So that's the fund that that generates revenues from Palo Alto and 5 other partners to operate the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, so I'm asking the wrong guy.
But the rate is the combination of collection and treatment. So
Right.
you want to speak to that?
Well, and what I was going to say that you might have been going towards is we've got a really high expense for the treatment plant because it's for 6 partners, but only about 37% of that gets allocated as an expense to the wastewater collection fund. And then the wastewater collection fund in utilities is the one that actually sets the wastewater rates that are essentially collecting revenue to pay for both the collection system and the treatment plant. Palo Alto's share of the treatment plant.
And I'll just add, our nomenclature, I think, contributes to that lack of clarity by folks, where we call it our collection fund, and maybe we want to think about retitling it to describe better what you just articulated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you go back to slide 9? I'm curious that you mentioned about consultants. So in general, are you using consultants mostly for construction and things like that? Or are you, and you mentioned also architects too. What about other types of planning? Is there stuff that you do in-house versus consultants?
Really, I'd say for the most part for CIP projects that involve design, like I don't think ever hiring consultants to help with street resurfacing and sidewalk replacement and kind of routine work like that. But if we're, say, designing a new building, there's a lot of expertise and being up to date on codes and such that we don't have in-house. So we do hire professional services consultants to do that kind of work. And then usually to assist us in running the construction of those large projects.
If I could expand on that,
Yeah.
and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you look again across the department, Public Works, obviously what we're talking about here right now, I can't recall a plan, a specific, whether it's a plan or a study that was done completely in-house of any, call it significant scale. Whether it's a wastewater treatment plant, the airport, any facilities, buildings themselves. I mean, I think virtually all of those involve consultants from initial planning through architecture, engineering, and often construction management as well.
Just because they have skills that we don't have, or is it a surge support issue, or
both?
Yeah, I agree with that. It really is both.
And so if you look at the big projects here, like say, for example, the downtown parking structure or the fire station, what aspects would you be doing on that and what would you be farming out? Do you farm out almost all of it?
So a project like the downtown parking structure, we would, and in fact, we have hired an architect for the architectural services. They'll hire subs that do civil design, MEP, landscape architecture, geotechnical, low voltage, HVAC, or that's that MEP piece of that. So
mechanical, electrical, plumbing.
And I'm probably missing several others. So they'll do the design. Sometimes there's a consultant that also assists with the CEQA environmental review. Staff is not hands off in any of this. It's not like we're turning this over. We still have multiple staff who are working a good deal of their time, essentially managing the work of these consultants and helping take that, taking it through the public engagement process, taking it through design review, through the sequence of our boards and commissions. As the community engagement aspect is typically significant. And
plan check.
Those activities, plan check, interacting with development services to shepherd that through. So those are the things, writing staff reports and interacting with council. Those are the things that kind of take us to construction. Working with the purchasing department in ASD on bids and that process. And then being very involved in the day-to-day construction as well, just typically with assistance from other construction management professionals.
Okay. Yep, follow up, please.
This question of what should be in-house capacity versus relying on outside consultants and others. I recall that I recall at a high level that when we really started ramping up our capital improvement program, we had to add internal staffing for kind of our own project management capacity. And so it just kind of begs the question of, are we looking strategically at, the coming years, and what would be more cost effective on internal capacity versus external? And I appreciate that runs up against the previous conversations we've had about what should be our head count, but I just still want to pose the question.
We are often thinking about that. I think the wastewater treatment plant is a good example, actually. There used to, for quite a while, there were 2 engineering staff. When that major CIP started ramping up, we at first said, okay, we're going to bring on consultants as in a program management function in addition to the construction management staff. We did that and it's been very effective. Over time, though, we've still had to add 3 additional engineering staff there. So that's one example.
I would just note that the same considerations exist within the utilities department as, once again, I think I'll use the term heavily dependent on consultants for the purpose of project design, but still having in-house capabilities that do some of the design, but also project management and certainly all the construction inspection and the like.
And on another topic you mentioned on the storm drain initiative and the benefits that'll have on a portion of our flood protection. One of the things that I think is still grossly underappreciated in the community is the degree to which the downstream projects at San Francisco Creek and including those that deal with 101 and East and West Bayshore have had a major impact on reduction in flood risk. And the general perception is that we have done nothing for the Middle Reach because there wasn't a project constructed in the Middle Reach. And those basically opening up, or those projects opened up a dam that had existed in those areas. And that's why a good portion of why our flood 2 years ago wasn't much more severe, including also our storm drain upgrades and to date and pump station related to that. I'm just concerned that we still don't have any way that we're communicating that to the public. And we have a very big, broadly based misconception. And that's, I think, the Creek JPA has not communicated this either and analyzed it and communicated it well enough. But I think it's really important. We and they spend tens of millions of dollars, but we're not causing the public to realize the benefits they've derived already, aside from what still has to be done. And we have this coming forward on what we're going to do on the Middle Reach. And I fear that once again, it'll be presented in terms of the Middle Reach in isolation and not in this broader context of the benefits that have already been derived and those that are on the horizon.
Yeah, point taken. The benefit we already have and that we experienced in 2022 is huge. That would have been a dramatically worse. We've tried to communicate that in blogs, at town hall meetings. It takes a long time for it to sink in. When I mentioned the modeling of Hamilton, it's for that specific purpose, because as we move forward with that project, we want to tell that story of the improvement we've already seen, and that with this improvement, how much more water, if this was to happen again, we're actually able to channel directly to that pump station.
Great. And then on our water quality control plant, you had alluded to kind of on the budgetary side that we serve 6 agencies, including ourselves. But when we have that cost is all rolled into the Palo Alto budget, right? And once again, we time and again hear from the press and the community members and this misconception that basically is that we compare apples to apples. We have a $1 billion budget. Oh, but we have all our own utilities and we're a wastewater treatment plant for 6 agencies. It's nowhere near, it's not even apples to oranges comparison. But we still, even this year again, it was a little better on the cover page, but it led with a $1 billion budget and then quickly said, oh yeah, but our general fund is 312. That gets people a little more calibrated. But I continue to believe that we need to be framing our budget, including what we do in public works and utilities in a way that makes sure everybody understands that our general fund is a third of that total budget, not $1 billion.
Could I just follow up on that
Yeah.
1 second, Pat? It begs the question, what kind of bandwidth do you have in Public Works to be telling your own narrative in a proactive way? I have no idea if you have your own people or if you rely on Megan Horgan Taylor and company to kind of take your message forward.
We don't have people whose sole function is communications. We work very closely with Megan and her team on a lot of these efforts.
And then with that new or kind of redirected staff person that you mentioned, one of the things that caught my ear was the curb painting. And we now have, I forget the new state law, but basically
The daylighting law.
Yeah, prohibiting parking, depending on the circumstance, 15 or 20 feet from an intersection. We're not going to paint every intersection in the city, but do we have a plan to identify the highest risk intersections, particularly for bikes and pedestrians, and go after those on a priority basis under that law?
We're working on that plan right now. I've been having discussions with the Office of Transportation, Megan's team, the police department while we ramp that up. And my understanding is Payback has already had some of these discussions and started to identify what they view as some of the highest risk intersections.
Great to hear.
I would also note that is a primary focus of the Safe Streets for All action plan.
Great. I just want to make sure we pick the lowest hanging fruit quickly.
But yes, to be very clear, that is the team that implements all that.
Okay.
Red curb.
Great. Julie? Oh, all right. Do we have any public comments on this?
We do not.
Okay.
Before we move on, do we want to take a tentative?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
I was going to ask that. Yeah.
Wonderful. If chair and committee can take a tentative approval on the full item of 2A, 2B, and 2C, that would be great. So I'm happy to spell that out by department, or we could just do it by item number as such.
And then within 2A3, we have that separate motion.
That was taken earlier formally by the clerk. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and spell it out.
Super. So if the committee so wishes, you are taking a tentative approval of the utility operating budgets for electric fund, fiber optics fund, gas fund, wastewater collection fund, and water fund. Within the public works operating, it is the general fund, airport fund, refuse fund, stormwater fund, vehicle replacement fund, and then likewise wastewater treatment fund.
Good morning.
I have good morning in my notes as well.
Yeah.
Naomi again from Office of Management and Budget. And on Tuesday, I mentioned that the capital improvement plan is spread across 12 funds. And we've already talked about the 2 capital improvement funds. So today we'll discuss capital projects in the enterprise and internal service funds. Public Works and Utilities already touched upon some of their projects earlier today, but they'll be going into a lot more detail in this session. Next slide, please. You've seen this slide before, but just kind of to orient you, these 2 fund categories, enterprise and ISF, don't have as many projects as the capital improvement funds, but the enterprise funds actually have the largest budget. That's in the second pie chart. And that's primarily due to 2 very large projects, grid modernization and the electric fund. And then in the wastewater treatment fund, there is also the Headworks facility replacement project. And do we have technology here? All right, let's go to the next slide and turn to them.
Good morning, Darren Numoto, IT Director. Hopefully you all can hear me fine, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person.
We hear you. You're good.
Great. Next slide. My understanding, Naomi, you were going to review these slides.
Sherry Wang, hello, Senior Management Analyst for IT. That 0.6 million is correct. That's going to be for the Enterprise Management Fund.
Right, next slide, please.
And Darren will go ahead and proceed with the next slide.
Sorry, had a
Sorry
lapse
about
in
that.
audio there. No worries.
I probably won't talk very much after this.
No worries. So thank you all. Thank you, Chair and committee members. The first three projects are in progress. The ERP phase 2 is closing out, so that's on its ending phases. The computer aided dispatch center, just a quick update on that progress is we are in the implementation phase now and procuring hardware. And one major change in this project is that Palo Alto, with the new public safety building, will be hosting the CAD system for all three agencies and supporting that infrastructure with current internal staff. Infrastructure management, that's in progress. The two that have not started, we have started some work on the data center upgrade and just evaluating our options and moving forward. So, with current discussions, this is definitely something we can table. One of the benefits of moving forward with this is getting back space and that our data center is not using more. Over the years, we've consolidated a lot of the infrastructure, and currently the use of that data center is probably at about 70% now. So we have a lot of space we can reclaim for office space. Council chambers upgrades, we've been doing incremental upgrades. As you know, we've upgraded and added technologies to support hybrid meetings. And also we've done a lot of work with the sound system as well, including the new mics that you are using today and in chambers. And one note I do want to make is we've done all this with internal resources and an existing contractor or consultant that helps us with supporting our current AV system. So, as we move forward, we always evaluate what work we can do internally, including doing the research, looking at the types of products that will best fit our environment. And that's how we got to where we are today. And moving forward, looking at the video concepts, we're going to be doing the same. Of course, that could add a little bit more, but again, with current discussions, we can definitely forego that if council and committee see fit that our current technologies are fitting the needs. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. That was the end of my slide. Sorry. Thank you all.
But I would be happy to go to the next slide. So Brad again. And so here we're going to talk about the vehicle replacement fund, which is the other internal service fund in the capital budget. So this slide shows the 5-year CIP for the vehicle replacement fund. You'll see that the fiscal year 26 figure there of 11.9 million is much higher than the others. That's because it's been combined with the $7.6 million in reappropriations from previous year's projects for vehicles that haven't been purchased yet. So that's always kind of a lagging thing that takes time. Kind of on that point, the vehicle replacement program has been challenged over the last few years due to supply chain issues, lack of availability of vehicles, and to some extent, I'd say our electrification program, where there are some things we're hoping to replace with electric vehicles that we haven't found to be available yet, but we have the funding set aside for those. So on that note, I would just say that a major emphasis of the program is the electrification of the fleet in alignment with SCAP goals. When you look at our proposed fiscal year 2026 project, it would add 12 new vehicles, 4 of those being electric. So 7 sedans, 1 fire truck, 3 other trucks, and a trailer, actually a piece of equipment for that one. Here, I did want to pause just to mention a bit of a difficulty we've run into. So our intention has been to purchase electric hybrid fire engines for the fire engines that are in the current year's plan, fiscal year 25, and that we're showing still in the 26 plan as being an electric hybrid engine. We recently tried to get ready to place the order for the one in the current fiscal year, and it was several $100,000 higher than the last pricing we had got a couple years ago. So we're just wanted to alert the committee. We're kind of taking a look here. In our 5-year plan and including the current year, we've got fire engine replacements in fiscal years 25, 26, 27, 28, and 30. And previously, we were looking at about a $700,000 cost differential between the diesel and the electric hybrid. So we're kind of in the process now of taking a step back to look and see how all this pencils out. There's a couple different factors. One is obviously that increased pricing. What we don't have yet is what the increased pricing may be on the diesel versions. We're going to get that soon. Another kind of confounding factor is that the lead time on the hybrids is currently 12 to 18 months, but the lead time on the diesels is currently 54 months. So there's some factors here to look at, what's the cost? How can we afford what we want to do? What's the mileage and age of the existing fleet and how all those things fit together? And that's it for me on the vehicle replacement fund. So, sure.
I may have missed it when you said it, but this year we're at 11.9 million versus, 4 point something the subsequent years. That was triggered by what?
It's because it includes reappropriations, like for the fiscal year 25 project, which is about 4.3 million. We haven't purchased very many of those vehicles yet. And so we've lumped those together in the fiscal year 26 number.
But do we anticipate that we'll actually be able to make those purchases in 26 of 12 million?
I'm sure we won't make all of them. It's typically, it's maybe a little confusing the way we show this because in the capital budget, each of these years is actually its own standalone capital project. So if you go back, I think we still have a fiscal year 23 project that still has some funding in it, maybe for like the last 1 or 2 vehicles that we're still trying to procure. And then if you went to fiscal year 24, there's a few more than that we're still working on. So it kind of trails off and takes us several years to finish everything in that year's project and then close the project out.
But I think given the earlier conversation about the money we're trying to extract out of this year's expenses and push forward, this chart presents like an answer. It's like, look at vehicle replacement, normal, boom, in fiscal 26, we can't afford it. Maybe this is a key factor in how we solve it this year. Push more vehicle replacement forward and less vehicles are at their end of their life. I know you've explained the costs go up when you wait a couple years and what have you, but this differential of an additional 7.6 because of reappropriation pushed into this year when we feel like we're really on thin ice. It's a lovely visual that maybe this is not the year for this to be happening.
Well, I would say those are all vehicles that were prioritized years ago already and budgeted for because they were needed to be replaced at that time. And for whatever reason, we haven't been able to procure them yet. So.
But then what have been the consequences of not being able to procure them? We have this estimate of, you don't replace vehicles, you do more maintenance and reliability might go down. But are we really looking at comparing what we anticipated versus what's come about as a result of delays, for instance, in those vehicles?
We don't do individual modeling for those vehicles. A lot of times when those decisions are made to recommend a vehicle, it is with increased maintenance and downtime that we're seeing in mind. But I don't have metrics on that to say, and now because it's taken 2 years longer to replace it, here's how much worse it's.
Well, and even if you aren't able to go back and have this clear quantitative metrics, I think it'd be useful to look at it and reflect and go, okay, we've had certain assumptions on vehicle replacement rates. Do they look like they were good assumptions, given that we weren't able to replace when we did? Do we feel like we had significant consequences, or maybe it meant that we were more aggressive than we needed to be? And I'm not looking for, a quantitative study, but just a reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Keith?
For the fire trucks, is there a market for used fire trucks?
Yes, there is. We sell them at auction.
Okay, do we buy them at auction? Or should we consider that?
We're thinking about options for that because of the fact that we're essentially down one engine from what we used to be. In fact, we've traditionally had 2 reserve engines. I know the committee's been having a lot of discussions about Fire Station 4 and the engine there. So because of the fact that there's now an engine there starting this week, that means we're down to 1 reserve engine.
Okay.
So we are looking at options for one thing, that goes into the calculus of what we do with this year with ordering an engine, because if we get one that comes soon, potentially the existing could become a reserve. But if it takes 4.5 years, that's a long time. We're also in some discussions with neighboring agencies who have acquired new equipment. And then there's also the potential of acquiring something at auction.
When you say discussions with neighboring agencies, that we might buy theirs as a backup, one of our backups?
Correct. A vehicle that they might otherwise send to auction.
And I assume that having a used vehicle for a backup is different from having a used one as our primary service vehicle for a station. That it's the backup's not going to continue to have a whole bunch of wear and tear, and
right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to heap a little praise on both my fleet staff and our fire department, that I hear across the board that our apparatus are some of the very best maintained. And that even when they get to higher mileage, the fire staff are very happy with their performance, their in-service percent of time, compared to what a lot of other departments would think about their equipment.
And then when you talked about that further increase in the hybrid fire truck, but given that the delivery time, I remember kind of rough estimates on the faster delivery of the hybrid than the diesel, but it seems like that spread has gotten even greater. If you're talking, you said 5 years on the
54 months, which
54, 4.5 years
is the latest I've heard.
So are we of a mindset that we can't wait 4.5 years to order that truck?
That's the analysis I'm saying we need to do.
Okay.
And, like I said, it's so many of them, 5 of them that we're planning to purchase over the next year. So I don't think we need to say it's going to be all diesel or it's going to be all hybrid. But we do need the strategy, at least on the first couple of those, and what makes sense.
And is there any difference in the reliability of the hybrid and the diesels?
I have not heard anything about that. We do have, I think we have our fleet manager here. Deetra, would you like to take that one?
Sure.
Deetra Ballman is our fleet manager.
Good afternoon, Chair Burt, council members. So this is all very new technology. And we can't quite say for sure just yet, but it is, again, a hybrid unit with a small diesel engine. So the thought is that obviously if we do have any issues with the new battery technology, that we could still have that reserve small diesel engine as a backup. So hopefully we aren't taking the unit completely out of service while we do have other issues to address. So.
Okay, so there just isn't enough history with the hybrids to have a sense on whether they're more reliable, less reliable, or about the same.
That's
my
correct.
understanding, and
Not a lot of other agencies out there that have purchased this. There are some, I think LA County agencies that have, but again, it's too soon to tell.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I have questions for Darren. Darren still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so are our IT costs going up or down? I mean, the cost of electronics has been going down, but now it seems like everything is getting electronic. And so what's your overall budget compared to was 5 years ago?
Sherry can help me answer, but it has increased slightly over the years, right? With new technologies, and especially as software companies have moved more towards a SaaS model versus a purchase and maintenance model, and that does increase overall operating costs. We are still in uncertain times, as has been mentioned, with hardware costs ongoing, such as laptops, networking equipment, and so forth, with the potential of tariffs. And so again, there is some potential of having to forego some of our replacement cycles because of costs, but again, we'll have to adjust as we see the markets adjust. But overall, Sherry, if you want to chime in and how much our budget has increased over the past couple of years.
It's roughly about 6 to 7 million.
Okay, and what was it before?
Around 12 to 13, I want to say.
Oh, so it's gone down.
No, our budget is higher.
Our budget is higher by 6 or 7 million.
5 years ago, it was less. Now it's higher.
Okay, gotcha. And so for our software, do we typically license it per user, or do we have a licensed server?
It all depends on the type of software and what, that we have certain applications that require a licensed server. Others are a per user, and others are a enterprise site license as well. So there's a variety. It all depends on the different types of software and vendors.
Okay, that's good. The specialized stuff that you use once a year, you really don't want a per user license for that.
Exactly. And then there's always a tipping point where, per user license makes sense to upgrade to an enterprise license. So we always look at that option as well.
Okay. And are there, for example, cloud computing, or there's a lot of automation software that can really help productivity? Is there things on the horizon that we are going to be incorporating to reduce costs?
We always look at that, and we have done analysis on-prem versus moving things into the cloud as well. And in my past experience before the city as well, cloud cost can get out of control if not managed properly. And one of the challenges with cloud cost is that you are paying for it month over month, year over year, versus when you purchase it and operate it on your own, your only ongoing cost is maintenance and the infrastructure to support that. So, and you can forego upgrades, over a course of, instead of 5 years, go to 7 years potentially, or do a break fix. So we always are looking at ways to optimize our cost and also automate our processes as well to help reduce the time staff takes to perform certain tasks.
And now with AI and ChatGPT coming on the scene, do you envision that you'll be pushing that out and encouraging people to do that, or will people have to pester you and pull that in? How's that going to be introduced?
Yep, and we are working on a current AI policy and some other tools for staff to use. One of the challenges, and it's not only for us, it's for agencies all around us, is how do we roll out AI responsibly and in a secure manner? So that's the main focus for us, and we have a governance process to ensure that staff are using approved technologies, and we have had a lot of interest in using AI, and of course staff have used AI, but again, it's really helping provide the training and awareness on how to use it responsibly.
So are you the one that's pushing it, or are the users pushing it?
Users are definitely pushing to
The
leverage
city
the
manager is
technology.
pushing it. Let's call it as it is. The city manager is pushing it really with the support of Darren. We do have a citywide team that is working on rollout of various tools and providing guidance for how, as Darren described it, to use it responsibly.
Okay, thank you.
And one of the other marketing is every company is using AI as a marketing tool as well. So it's really understanding how they use it and how they're using the data and whether they're feeding that data into the larger language learning models. So it's a challenging world out there with AI.
Well, I'm appreciating that it's both a rapidly growing arena, one where we're understanding its applications for us and dealing with its emerging reliability. I'm really glad to hear that there's a strong initiative from the top down on embracing it. Even though we would at this point in time have a hard time coming close to quantifying its impact, it's really anticipated to be basically a productivity tool for white collar workers. And then the question is at what point in time and how do we begin to project that either it will result in the same number of people being able to do more or fewer people being able to do the same or some combination of those two functions. I suspect that for the most part, we would be looking to be able to do more with the same people. But do we have any plan to begin to estimate its organizational impact? And recognizing that that's just going to be a rolling target.
Yeah, at this point, I think the direct answer is no. We do not have a clear path to setting out any expectations for efficiency generated other than specific applications. We talk about generative AI as it, as in ChatGPT and others as a specific use or specific tool, but we are rolling out. Oh, Darren, I'm forgetting the name of what we're adding to our website. Basically, the chat bot that will be Citybot to be assisting with search. So in ways that can assist both the public as well as staff to make better use of the resources that are already actually a part of our city information base. And so I think there are some specific applications that we will see some productivity benefits, but not at the broader strategic level, but yet.
And that chatbot example is one where it sounds like it would improve essentially the service to the community. It wouldn't reduce our labor, but it would be enhanced service.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, recognizing what a moving target it is, I think it is important that we attempt to do evolving estimates of its organizational impact. And I realize that's not easy and it's fluid. But the fact that we can't necessarily clearly quantify something at a point in time doesn't mean that we don't evaluate it and estimate impacts. And a lot of times in organizations, we tend to say, oh, if we can't have a precise calculation, it doesn't exist, or we can't do anything with it. And there are just some things that have real impacts that we can estimate and we can't clearly quantify, and we need to estimate as a result. Yeah.
Certainly support that. And Darren and I can continue to look at models through which to do more proactive or prospective forecasting. I will note that, as Darren pointed out, in the near term, it's really training, and that will actually be a resource requirement as opposed to necessarily an immediate efficiency, but nonetheless one that we feel is investment well worth the effort.
I think we more readily quantify the cost of the training. The benefit might be pretty immediate and less easy to quantify. Okay. Does that move us? Are we done with Public Works?
No, we're not. That takes us through the internal service funds.
Okay.
And now if we could go to slide 8, I think we've got both the Public Works Enterprise Funds and Utilities Enterprise Funds, and then it'll be lunchtime. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, so here we are. Public Works Enterprise Fund capital projects, the budget really provides for renewal and improvements to some of our most critical infrastructure in storm drainage and wastewater treatment. We've got projects that are included in the airport fund, the stormwater fund, and the wastewater treatment fund. Really a few key considerations. I think the committee's aware that the 8-year, $36 million investment in the airport apron was completed 2 years ago now. And our capital program there has shifted to other important but less costly projects, as well as to that long-range planning process. We're continuing to make good progress on implementation of the 13 priority stormwater projects. I mentioned a couple of them in the last session. Since that's a discussion about consultants, staff has been pinging me saying, wait a second, we design our own storm drain improvement projects. So to put that out there, that Hamilton Avenue project, for example, that is not designed by a consultant. And then just to note, we're really in the thick of the projects to rebuild the regional water quality control plant and underway with that update to the long-range facilities plan. So next slide. So as I mentioned, the airport CIP is smaller now that we've completed the very large project. We've got the emphasis this year on addressing noise and leaded fuel issues while preparing to re-engage the planning process. That we do also have a project for the automated weather observation station. That's in this coming fiscal year. And then the airport access road reconstruction, which is later in the 5-year plan for the airport. Just not listed here, but also of interest is the airport microgrid evaluation study. That's being conducted this year in partnership with the Utilities Department and is part of the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan. Yes.
Question, are we anticipating that we would own that microgrid or that we would contract out on a land lease?
I think that's still under consideration where well, here's another study I could have mentioned that's being done by a consultant, Burns McDonnell. And I think that we're still looking at the potential sizing and different models of ownership.
Because we've kind of allowed our feed-in tariff program to go by the wayside. It still has a little remainder on it. And that was a vehicle that we'd use for our garages to solarize. That may not be the right approach for the airport. But I just want to make sure that that utility policy discussion is going on concurrently with this effort.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think it came up at the Climate Action Committee meeting last week. that the UAC will be hearing updates on the reliability and resiliency strategic plan. The feed-in tariff program and net metering programs are a piece of that, and so is this microgrid.
And a point I made at that time is that when we looked at the value of the feed-in tariff program, we weren't attributing an intrinsic value to its potential in increasing reliability and resiliency, even if it's only on a microgrid level. And to not only look at the direct monetary offset costs from the power distribution from a remote source. Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Next slide. So for our stormwater management fund, I think we've mostly already covered this. There's 13 high priority projects that are part of that ballot measure the voters approved. 3 of those have been completed. 3 are underway now, and 3 others are in our proposed 5-year CIP. So progress is happening there. Yes, the Hamilton Avenue project slated to start this year. I guess what I didn't mention before is the related project that also adds capacity in that area is the Center Drive project. And we're on track to basically begin construction of that as soon as we finish Hamilton. So design on that will be picking up soon. Next slide for the wastewater treatment fund.
Can I ask, just while we're there, back on the back one slide, please. Yep, there we go. So the 7 million for Hamilton Avenue is what all being deployed this year? That's a fraction of the overall for Hamilton Avenue, I assume, but 7 million of it is going this year. It's a very large percentage of the total, and this year's CIP is so much bigger than the next 4. So I'm just wondering if there's any piece of that that may not actually go in 2026, and that 7 million could be reduced.
It will go in 2026. It won't, it may not all be, most of it will be spent in 2026 as well, but it'll be part of a large construction contract where we'll encumber the full amount with the contract and then spend it over the term of the contract. So I don't think there's really an opportunity there. It's also dedicated funding via ballot measure for purposes.
That's right. It's separate funding, and there's a real sense of urgency. As fast as we can get it, we want it. Yeah.
So next slide to the wastewater treatment fund, and this will be my last one. So again, extensive CIP underway here. There's no new projects represented in here. So just to give the overall snapshot, we recently completed the primary sedimentation tank project. We've got 3 projects currently underway, the secondary treatment upgrade, which is the very large project, a 12 kilovolt electrical upgrade project, and the joint intercepting sewer rehabilitation project. Council will see a staff report on that one very soon. We're also now queued up to bring the construction contract for the advanced water purification system for council approval on May 18th. So that's another one coming very soon. Lots going on there. And to add to that, the horizontal levee pilot project is expected to start construction very soon and be completed in early 2026. And then we've just noted here a couple other projects that aren't at the construction phase yet, but are still under the design. That's the outflow line construction and headworks facility replacement. And with that, I think, well, unless there's questions, I'll turn it over to Alan here from Utilities.
Turn you off. Good afternoon, or good morning. I'm sorry what the joke is anymore. So as I alluded to earlier today, for our really focus on our grid modernization, it's the largest capital project that we have on the utility side. Not as large as the wastewater treatment plant, but is quite large for the electric utility. And as Councilman Burt mentioned, it is for reliability and also cost containment. So we did want to highlight that as well, and we should probably be a little more direct in that, in saying that we are really moving forward to replace our infrastructure a little bit earlier, but we're replacing it with higher standard poles, more robust systems that will last and have higher reliability. And we'll be tracking that as part of our work as we do our pilot and looking at, kind of before and after, really what happens in terms of our outage management, how long it takes to bring our customers back online, and how we're utilizing our systems. So we're very excited about that. As part of the studies, we're working with the SCAP and Public Works and Sustainability is looking at how we integrate distributed energy resources. So what is that? That's, vehicles, vehicle to grid, standalone storage, rooftop solar. Those are the types of items and issues that we see in cities around us that they're integrating in PG&E service territories and others. So we want to see what that looks and what makes sense and how we can enable those technologies. But foundationally, we need to upgrade our system to allow those technologies to thrive. So when customers come in, they want to put in, 2 EV chargers and some energy storage. Our system is able to take on that new additional load. In terms of the capital project strategy, again, really optimizing debt financing. We've been using pay-as-you-go so far, but we do expect a series of tranches of monies going out. The first being an $80 million in debt service going out first. So I will also note that we did find some administrative errors in some of our budget submittals in terms of putting those in the budget, so I'll be noting those as well, and you'll see it as part of the budget update coming to you in June. Next slide. Oh, wait, one more item. So, sorry, last bullet point is really important, is our construction contracts. I've talked about how we are diversifying our suppliers, but how do we translate that to bids? So we've done some outreach to contractors, and what they really want to see is knowing ahead of time that we have a large amount of projects in the queue. So we need to get ahead of them and tell our story on a landing page, right? So they don't have to go to our bidding page and say, hey, we have these major projects coming in these types of areas and this type of cadence and these types of budgets, right? So by doing that outreach early, we're hoping to get more bidders coming in. This is something some other large utilities do in Southern California and otherwise, and we're going to take a page from their book and kind of embed that in our process here. Next slide.
Are you obliged to take the lowest bid, or can you diversify just by picking and choosing?
So that's a very good question. In a public bid process, it is the apparent low bidder. So it is a very level playing field. That's the importance of putting together very robust plans and specifications. So it equalizes that playing field. It's they submit their bid, we open them at once, we go through the apparent low bidder. Did they put their information? Are they a credible contractor, those types of issues. So it is a very open process.
So you have to diversify by outreach, not by
Correct.
Picking and choosing.
We want to diversify in the amount of bids coming in to make it as competitive as possible. We found that in a former life when I was on the private engineering side is really doing that outreach to contractors, making sure they're aware of those projects coming on board. And that's the other thing we do as well. When we do have engineering firms that we use for a lot of these designs, in the future, maybe a substation design, they also have information on where they've had previous bids before. So we can use that, do that outreach, right? So that's, it's a very public process, but we want to get as much competition as possible.
That's good, thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Quick question on your last, I don't know if it was the last slide or the comment before this one, you alluded to some clerical errors or some kind of mathematical errors that are going to be reconciled when it comes to council in June. Can you give us a sense of the scope?
So yes, I will go directly into those. I wanted to kind of set the table to those adjustments.
You weren't glossing over it.
I will not gloss over it.
You were doing an executive summary.
I was doing a very high level summary to give you a heads up, and then I will go
You got my head up. Thank you.
Transparency is key. All right, so this is the electric fund, which is where we need to talk about one of those adjustments. So you'll see on the expense side, we have the full cost associated with grid mod. in the revenue side, which is typically not in customer service charges, these are maybe developer contributions or bond financing. They did not put the full amount. We did not enter in the full amount into the budget that we should have. It was more like 63 million. It should have been $80 million. So that's why you'll see a larger discrepancy in there. And that's what we wanted to address. So we're going to daylight that to you here to make sure that you're not unaware when that comes to you, to the full council. So the question is, does that affect rates? Which is, it does not, because in our actual models for our rates evaluations, we had the full amounts in. This was more clerical error, administrative error as we were doing the data entry. So apologize for that. So some of the key projects here, again, is grid modernization. The $195 million is for this 5-year window. So we do want to put the total estimate of the projects to make sure clear to the public that this is the entire amount that we're thinking of. Want to also talk about some of the other projects we're doing related to that. So our Colorado receiving station is our main receiving station. We get all the power coming in from PG&E and the CAISO. That Colorado substation is nearing end of life, and we're going to be doing some upgrades to that. So we're staging that out over time. A lot of the distribution work will be done first. As we are planning for receiving hopefully the 4th transmission line coming in from the CAISO, we'll be updating the receiving station to accommodate that, adding additional capacity and replacing our transformers that are frankly end of life and need to be replaced. You also see some of the other items here in breaker replacement. Those are other items within the substation itself that are also end of life that we need to upgrade. And substation physical security. So what is that? There was several years ago a very notable physical attack at Metcalf substation down in South San Jose, just north of Morgan Hill. It received national attention. So it did require the utilities to look at hardening their facilities, and these are some of the requirements that we did.
And that's paid for with grants or just on our own dime?
That is on our own. That is our responsibility to provide services and make sure that our systems are robust, reliable, and safe. Next slide. This tells me I need glasses, so I need to look at this one here, so I apologize. So fiber fund, again, if you look at this, this is really our fiber to the premises. We are putting a new fiber backbone. So when you look at the budget, you'll see some funding from the utilities because, we're also getting a benefit. A lot of the dark fiber was created from the utility side. So you'll see that a lot of these strands go to our systems as we upgrade them for not only the higher level of control that we're intending to have in the system, but also just to make sure that we have robust communications. The 10.9 million is for the fiber to the premises. And then we have the authorization for that larger dollar amount. Again, as we move forward, as we get more information, as we go out to bid and bring those back, we get our customers outreach. We'll daylight a lot of those activities and what we're seeing in the market as we see competition adjust.
And this is on our expanded fiber to the premise. We have, of course, our commercial fiber backbone and fund and revenue stream, right. And it's probably in there, but we've had our fiber to the premise really funded through the accumulation of profit from that other fund. How is that the revenue holding up on the commercial? We've always kind of had these different projections.
Yes. So I've just got an update. Frankly, just yesterday, I'm still trying to get information a little bit more on because there's other options and opportunities for our customers. Sprout is an open market, so we need to be mindful of that. We are going to be doing and I hate to say it, a cost of service study and taking a look at that, but I also need to do a marketing evaluation and to see, and the cost of service is just making sure that, are we allocating our costs to our rates and make sure they're equitable. But that's different from how we're going to work in a competitive marketplace. We are using a lot of the reserves that were generated from the dark fiber enterprise to kind of as seed money, frankly, for the fiber to the premises. So, we'll have to take a look at that and adjust to market conditions. Don't really want to go in detail with that. We'll probably bring that to UAC.
But how are our profits holding up from the commercial fiber?
So Yeah, do you want to give an update to that? Thanks.
Great. Thanks, council member. Overall, the commercial dark fiber program is still running at a positive in terms of revenues versus the expenses when I don't include things like the capital infrastructure, because we haven't necessarily teased out, as Alan identified, the kind of the FTTP dark fiber maintenance versus to the premise kind of costs. But overall, there is
So that answers a fraction of the question.
So
it's not whether
they're not getting it.
Whether it is in the positive, which could be $1 positive.
Sure.
It's how are they holding up? We were kind of in the plus or minus a couple $1 million per year. Are they still in that kind of range?
Yes. They are.
Okay.
So
that was
same as historically, there haven't been significant
okay,
changes.
because we different times
I see.
feared that we might have some deterioration of that, and
Obviously,
holding up
there are
well.
ebbs and flows, but it's
Yep.
staying within that range.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, gas fund. So this is another adjustment that I wanted to highlight. We did receive a DOT grant from the federal government for $16.5 million for a lot of our replacement projects for our distribution system for gas. We did include the first 8.5 million. This grant came a little bit later. So what happened was it was actually, we thought we were going to receive it the previous year. We really need to put it in fiscal years 27 and 28. So you'll be seeing in those years a reimbursement. So the grant is such that we need to expend the monies first, and they'll come back with 50% of those associated costs. So you'll see that as a change. Again, it is in our budget model, and here that was one of our administrative errors. You know, what I found is that we do not get a lot of grants of that size, and you know, our bond financing is a little bit different in terms of that. So we are creating some mechanisms internally so that we will catch these administrative errors earlier and looking at sources and uses of total revenues and total expenses. So I just wanted to highlight that for the group. In addition, you know, the gas main replacement projects, to a lot of the engineers and staff they know it by heart, and they know the numbers. In the budget book, it goes through the exact neighborhoods where this is being used. So if the public would want to do that, I can spout and go through each of them if you'd like, but it is detailed in those reports. Next slide. Wastewater collection. We are looking at that fund as well. We've pushed out a lot of our projects on the collection side as part of our our rate management in terms of not only preventing rate shock, but also smoothing those rates over time. I did want to call attention to the out years of 2030. You'll see a large spike of $27 million. That included one of our projects, our replacement project 34. We're actually going to push that to an out year in 2031. And that doesn't really have an impact to the rates per se, but it does. We're not trying to have such large spikes in terms of our capital expenditures. We have to balance our investments, and again, we'll be looking at as part of our CCTV program and seeing what projects need to move forward, and we'll have a better idea. But we're going to push that out, so you'll see that number go lower. The other item I did want to highlight, and this does have a positive impact in rates, not in this fiscal year, but the next two following fiscal years. As part of our work with Public Works, we noted that there was a duplication in some of what we call the pay-as-you-go costs associated with treatment plant capital costs. So it was double counted. Staff went back, they took another look at it. And so you'll see in the future years coming to you in the next report, a recognition of that issue. And you also see a 1% reduction in the year, not this year, but the following year and the following year after that. So the rates are still high, higher than we would like, or higher than normal. It would, 15, 16, 17%. And that's really due to the investment of the treatment plant and the investment in infrastructure. We need to maintain that plant. It's time for reinvestment. And this is no different from frankly, the rest of the Bay Area who's making major reinvestments to their treatment plants. Okay, I think next slide. On the water side, no errors here, so that's the good news. Did want to just highlight that we're looking at the seismic upgrades of our reservoir sites. With the LA fires and what has happened there, we are looking at our well sites, our pump station sites and our tank sites and looking at hardening those facilities in case of wildfire. So what does that mean? You're looking at non-combustible materials, looking at areas where we can take away brush or flammable materials away from our facilities, looking at automation and SCADA, able to do a lot more remote control of our pumps. We have new generators out there, making sure those can be operated remotely, so we don't have to have physical staff going up there. So we really are going to have that system much more automated, so that if in the case we do have a fire, there's a lot more processes and protocols we go through. In addition to that, we're also doing a tabletop exercise to kind of work through some of those issues with the Office of Emergency Services this summer as part of our normal preparation.
Those sites have fiber, or how do you connect to them?
Yes. So as part of the Foothills project, we incorporated fiber going up in that undergrounding. So we have conduits that go to these sites. So the communication is going to be much more robust, much more secure, and we're going to have a lot more ability to do controls out there, whether that's valves or pumps, or again, the standby diesel generators, looking at water levels. We're even thinking about adding more cameras out there because we have that bandwidth, so we can start sharing information. So we have eyes wide open, and that's why we're engaging with the other departments, including the fire department and OES.
Yeah, and that's, I think, an underappreciated investment that, once again, as the community is looking at what does it mean to have that wildfire prevention plan and response. There are things that we were already doing that I think are not well known to the community.
And I did want to thank the city manager. He does have some fantastic contacts at Pasadena. So they're actually going to tee up our presentation internally with staff and telling us how they reacted to the wildfires down in Southern California. That really drives it home for us. And they have some good lessons learned, and we're really open to listen as well.
Great.
I think that completes my presentation. I'm hoping.
Okay. And I think that completes this section. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this?
There are no requests to speak.
All right. And so we have a straw poll to endorse that section.
Oh, Chair, so I just heard earlier I was prompted that my mic wasn't on. So for the record, right now, Chair, there is a tentative approval for 3A, B, and C. Is that correct?
That's what we.
Cool.
Can I
All
say
right.
something before we vote?
Yeah.
I was intrigued by the vehicle replacement slides and the extent to which we may want to consider deferring it, at least a few of those purchases, to put less of a burden on fiscal 26. I don't know that anybody else agreed with that or how you felt about that, Lauren, but I feel my thought is it should be on the list of things we're considering when we're trying to aggregate a few $1 million in cuts to protect this year's budget.
If I might, and perhaps Brad, you want to chime in on this as well. I do think it's something for us to take a look at. Would at the same time note that the vehicle fund is separate from the general fund, and as such, will have limited benefit.
Thank you. That's helpful. Never mind.
Okay. On that note, all in favor?
One question,
Keith.
but yeah, back to the used fire truck. If we found a used fire truck tomorrow, and Mountain View called us up and said they have a spare one, then do we have the ability to say yes, or do we have to go to council and go through some hoop jumping?
Don't quote me definitively, but I think we have the budget authority. And if the purchase was under 250,000, I believe it would be within the city manager's authority to make.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously.
Chair, one matter of administration. I was prompted earlier that my mic was not on, so I want to speak into the record that we all voted for the tentative approval. Committee voted on 2A under Utilities Operating Funds, 2B Public Works Operating Fund, and 2C Wastewater Treatment Fund. Thank you.
So that takes us to municipal fees and charges. Good afternoon, we get to say now. Okay, we're ready.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee and Chair Burt. I'm Renee, Senior Analyst with Office of Management and Budget. This is our annual update to the city's municipal fee schedule with proposed changes to over 350 fees across various departments. Next slide, please. As a reminder, most of the fees for the city were reviewed and revised earlier this year through two major studies. The Planning and Development Cost of Services Study and the Citywide Cost of Services Study. This report includes the fees that were not addressed through those two studies. We continue to use exception. Sure. I'll start over. As a reminder, most fees for the city were reviewed and revised earlier this year through the two major studies, the Planning Development Cost of Services Study and the Citywide Cost of Services Study. This report includes the fees that were not addressed through those two studies. We continue to use exception reporting, so this will highlight the fees that are new, deleted, or changing by something other than the general rate increase, which is 6.8% this year. Also to note, where applicable, the cost recovery level policy established in 2019 continues serving as a guide for departments when updating their fees, depending on the balance of the public and private benefit. Next slide, please. For this, we have 6 new fees in total, all within the Community Services Department, and they all relate to new or soon to be available rental spaces at the Roth and Bryan Street facilities. Next slide, please. These are the deleted fees, just 2 in transportation. They were removed following council action to adopt the standardized fare structure for all user types earlier in the year, I believe in November, for the taxi rental service. Its name escapes my memory. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have changed fees, which have been provided as attachment A. These changed fees were changed by factors other than the GRI. There are 3 or 4 total, and justifications include fees that were set by an outside agency, fees that were set by a vendor, such as our partner agency, Pets in Need, and fees where the department recommended holding them flat. And also adjustments based on program priorities or council directions, such as the golf fee discounts for East Palo Alto residents. Next slide. And with that, we conclude our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I just have one question. We have a facility that we have rights to lease at Elma Plaza. Are you familiar with it?
I am not, as a matter of fact.
Okay. And it was a negotiation for their, I think, planned community zone. So the grocery outlet, the space above it is actually a public space that was envisioned. It was going to be a community meeting room space, et cetera. I've never heard anybody using it. I think a few years ago, somebody had said once in a while, I see the city manager might have something to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I would just share that the planning director and I have discussed that, wanting to look at the terms of the PC, and perhaps when he's here later, we could bring it up.
Great. Okay. Because we aren't getting any revenue from it and people aren't using it, and maybe it's a candidate for a long-term nonprofit lease or who knows what. Okay, thank you.
I will add, the last time we looked at fees, this committee did, we were chuckling over the fact that dogs can escape 8, 9, and 10 times, and the owner is still charged the same amount. And I think we were wondering, is there any way we can, incentivize better behavior on the part of dog owners, if not the dogs themselves, by increasing those fees at the sort of beyond the 5th infraction or beyond the 8th infraction or anything like that? Just wondering if you had any thoughts.
I think that's something that we can explore, and I would defer to, I believe that's under the purview of the chief of police.
I believe we were referring to some of the items we were bringing back from the citywide fee update, such as the domestic partner fees and a variety of, well, there was a handful of other fees. So if you are okay, we were hoping to bring that back on May 20th, where we would clean all of those items up, because there were a variety of things we were going to research. Such as the taxi licensing, first application. So I think there was about 5 or 7 of those. So those are apart from these.
Thank you.
So we didn't lose sight of them, and we'll bring those back on May 20th. Yep.
You mentioned Palo Alto Link. What's the future of that? Do we think it's sustainable, or is it
We will have that item come up in planning and transportation segment right shortly after this one.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. And since this is a separate item, do we have any members of the public wish to speak?
We do not have any requests to speak.
All right. And do we have a vote for tentative approval?
Yep.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. You were the shortest of anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we have planning and transportation, and
Hey, where did we go way behind?
So are you transportation or?
Yeah, they're just
next door? Okay.
Thank you.
hey, welcome. We're ready for you, Ripon.
Planning those. Maybe we'll
Oh.
take it out of order. You want to go first? Yeah, can we jump to the appropriate slide? We're creating problems. Go ahead. Call them audible there and everyone. Well, wait a minute.
Here comes John.
It's open.
Okay.
Okay. We're back in order.
Just in the nick of time. No.
You're on, John.
Don't say that part. Hello, OMB staff. Someone is ready and queued up and ready.
Yeah, that would be me. I think we can skip that slide for since we're trying to run through things quickly. We're talking about the planning and the transportation departments. Both departments are mostly funded in the general fund. I will note the big reduction in the other funds is mainly for transfers for a couple capital projects that happened from the in lieu parking fund and the SUMC fund for the downtown parking garage and Fire Station 4 in 2025. So that's the $10 million reduction you're seeing between 25 and 26 for the other funds. And then I will go ahead and turn it over to Director Late to go through planning.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Burt and City Council members, committee members. Next slide, please. So the Planning and Development Services proposal this year is primarily a maintenance sort of position. There's not a lot of new asks. There is one request for a full-time equivalent employee for the development center operations. This is a to help out with our permitting operation and, more importantly, the coordination between different city departments, especially for complex projects, but really just the coordination between city departments and coordination with the applicants. We do have a consultant, one-time consultant funding request. This is down from when we had first made this request. It's down from 300. We reduced it to respond to understandable concerns that you're addressing now, and so now it reflects half of what we were originally interested in. But we also think it's appropriate as we begin to find opportunities to shift more work towards city staff and less reliance on consultants. I will take a moment just to flag, because I know the committee's been interested in this, where our consultant funds are. You'll see in the budget book that we have approximately $3.3 million worth of consultant funding for our department. I'll note that 50% of that is related to, is offset by revenue that we generate, principally related to our plan review, consultant services, and our inspection services. We also have about 25% of our consultants spending related to the two area plans that are underway for San Antonio and for the downtown area plan, 700 and 150,000 respectively. Our current planning operation is supported by about $400,000 of consultant services. This is to augment our current planning staff through our inspection, our individual review program, and to balance the workload that comes in through that program. We have some other expenses. The only other notable one, I guess, that I'll mention is in the development services side, a contract with ID 360 to the tune of about $190,000. This is to support our green building and energy reach code implementation. It's a service that we provide to our staff, but as a quality control measure to make sure that we're implementing those local and state initiatives. But it also provides a service to our customers who have questions about compliance with those programs. Next slide, please. Our initiatives for the upcoming year are really to focus on the housing element implementation and advance a number of those initiatives. We do have the triannual building code update that we are working on, and we will be undertaking a continued review of our processes and engagement with our customers through our permit operations and application processing to see where there's opportunities to make some refinements and improvements to that. It's a continual effort, but one that we're committed to continuing. And that, I believe, concludes the planning presentation. I'll turn over to Ripon.
Next slide, please.
You mentioned about the consultant use. Do you envision that it's going to be going down, or it's going to be holding steady, or?
So the consultant use is for two different areas of the program. And for the development services side, it really is a function of application, generated need and demand. And so those are, again, feedback. And so that's kind of
irrelevant.
It's just a different conversation. For the planning operation, there's two aspects of it that draw consultant support. One is our current planning application process. So that's private development applications and supporting staff when the volume exceeds the capacity for our staff to handle it. For our long-range planning program, and I'll also note our individual review program, which requires some localized expertise or architectural expertise to help. It's a consultant that we use to help us with implementation of that individual new single-family home development. And then on the long-range planning side, we consistently have a steady flow of consultant work, largely reflecting the City Council's priority objectives for any given year. So to the extent that they adjust or fluctuate, I think depends on the expectations of the City Council in terms of our work plan. If we did want to make some reductions, we would just need to understand that we would have to prioritize certain work over others. And I think we would want to prioritize housing element implementation, principally because we're mandated by the state to meet certain deadlines that we've committed to. And then everything else would sort of be on the next tier. We'll get to them as we finish those projects. On the current planning side, we could scale back on some of the consultant work there, but the offset, the impact of that is it could take us longer to process applications because you're taking the same volume and you're constraining it to a smaller group.
And most of the time, are you getting special expertise from these consultants, or is it just the surge support?
So surge support, I would say about 50% or so for current planning, and the other 50% is technical support. And then for I think for the long-range planning program, there is a component of staff augmentation where we found a consultant who's really excellent and has been helpful. So they're part of our on-call consultant list. And so that's like another element of our staff. But the balance of that work, which is the majority, is technical expertise, whether it's environmental review, historic resources, economic feasibility studies, things along those lines that we don't have on readily available on staff.
Because on one hand, we really are the city is pushing outsourcing just because pension liabilities and things like that. But we're also beating you up if you use consultants, right? So you can't win. But do you see there any tasks where it might make sense to hire a full-time person so we can avoid consultants, or is it just too sporadic to commit to ahead?
I think we've had that conversation over the course of several years now, and I think the City Council has responded in that regard with additional staff resources for the long-range planning program in particular, recognizing the robust work that the council wants to take on, but also the state mandates that we're having to address. At this point, I would not be advocating for additional staff resources. I'd like to probably moderate our work plan to accommodate the what we can accomplish with the existing resources we have.
But if I could just supplement, John, your response there, even as it relates to the housing element and implementation of that, much of your in-house, well, the staff that have been added are project or managing the programs, and it has allowed you to manage the consultants as well. So I think that it's that recognition that there's a combination of both in-house, even when in-house is added, in-house and consultant assistance, that has been the model.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Guess I'll just add, I appreciate, I think you've switched up your procedures with these new area plans. You're going more with a specific plan, which is a state described or defined process versus the coordinated area plan approach, which was specific to Palo Alto, which you think will be more efficient.
That's the hope. I think part of the experience with the North Ventura coordinated area plan, I think I know the chair is interested in wanting to do a sort of post review of what worked and what didn't work with NVCAP, and certainly understand that and appreciate the value and interest in that. I think there's a number of things that didn't quite go right with that particular plan. This one, as we look forward to downtown and for, in particular, San Antonio area, we're trying to find a way to be more nimble and get the project done more quickly. And we think that the state, I think the most significant change between the two is the formation of a city council appointed coordinated committee, area plan committee. As a Brown acted committee, it just creates a whole additional process that extends it. So we still want to achieve the same value of that component, but we think we can do it in a lighter way and more efficient way.
Great to hear.
When you were talking about your use of consultants, are really the ones are truly consulting with special expertise, and there's the surge. And I really, this goes back to our struggle with how do we even appraise how we're using consultant services. Is it possible to change our nomenclature, whether it's in just development services department or elsewhere, where really the surge or contract services is different from consulting for special project management or expertise?
Sure. I think the nomenclature we've started to focus on, really trying to reflect where the sensitivity has been expressed and perhaps where the work exists, is consulting services as it relates to plans and studies, as opposed to what might be design services or plan check and staffing augmentation along with those inspection services and the like. So that reflects the focus that we're having organizationally on where we can bolster both our expectations as well as just try to focus our review.
And are we allowed to simply call it contract services?
Well, you could. I think within our budgetary context, contract services is a much bigger bucket of
There may
variety.
be a something that means that with a different name that just simply distinguishes those two big categories. And I think that'll help the council and others and the community when they say, oh yeah, it's consulting and it's really a contract service, a surge, and that's people are misconstruing that function.
We'll take a look at how better to refine our language on this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It reminds me of, for years, we had even council members 20 years ago and since more recently who insist on looking at our management span of control, because we had managers who were managing people, and then we use same title for people who are managing projects. And they said, oh, that person who's managing a project has no span of control and therefore it's highly inefficient, but it's a different function. And we are falling victim to kind of just our nomenclature, and it results in a misunderstanding of the function and wrong conclusions. There's still issues, but I want to focus the issues on real issues as opposed to artificial ones. Okay, thanks. And that concludes you.
Okay.
Let's see, did I already check we didn't have any? speakers, is that right?
We have speakers for item 5, but I don't know if there's planning to speak to planning or transportation.
Okay, well,
Chair, we'll do both of the presentations if we may, and then take public comments after both.
yeah, we can. Okay. Thanks, John.
Well, one, just to pick up on your earlier discussion, John, I promised that as it relates to Alma Plaza, that this question of whether that should be or that could be a rented space. This is the planned community zone, I believe. You and I have not had a chance to talk since we were just having the conversation less than an hour ago. Do you happen to have any insight on that?
So there is a space as part of the public benefits for the project approval. As the chair mentioned, it's about 1,300 square feet on the second floor that is available for community use. What I don't have is the specific details about how that can get leased or when it's available. And I'm sure there's some information about that in the file.
Yeah, without attempting to move the ball too far forward today, I think we've had it for a decade or more, and it's been largely unutilized. And I'm wondering whether it could be something that we would instead lease to a single nonprofit on an ongoing basis, or who knows what. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll go to Ripon and Transportation.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the council. Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. So I'd like to introduce a little bit about Office of Transportation is a small and mighty team supporting various transportation functions, including transportation planning for mobility, safe route to school, parking, transit, traffic engineering, tending to the concerns from residents, traffic calming, and reviewing of traffic control plans, private projects and utility projects reviews for traffic control and encroachment permits, etc. Also, larger capital improvement projects and traffic bike and ped transportation plan implementations and traffic signals modifications and upgrades, as well as some larger infrastructure projects like rail grade separation projects. So that is the overall our scope of work within the Office of Transportation. And so staff manages most of the projects, however, depend upon consultants for services, I would say professional services to support the execution of these larger contracts, projects, as well as consultants use. So some of the upcoming projects that we are looking at is grade separation projects, and as well as quiet zone that might be using some of the consultant or professional services to support our design and improvements that are required as part of the council priorities, as well as the community action, community needs. As part of this efforts in the next fiscal year, we are looking to add one project engineer position, which would support our rail grade separation CIP, and it's funded from VTA Measure B local street and Measure B grade separation projects and the FRA grants at this time, and future funding from other state and federal is also anticipated for this project. So looking forward to the reimbursements from those programs. Also, the department has ongoing loans to the city parking fund for about $1.8 million, which is a reduction of about $200,000 this year. Next slide, please. So some of the major initiatives that the transportation includes, as we all know, is a grade separation project, grade separation projects at Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston. In addition, we are also looking at the interim measures for the quiet zones at these crossings. City is also looking at bike ped connectivity in the southern Palo Alto area and across the Caltrain corridor as one of the project. In addition, we are going through the construction of the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeway project, which is between Alma and El Camino Real, and the other safety improvement projects at both Alma and Churchill intersection improvements, as well as at Alma and Charleston Road. In addition, there are some other bicycle and pedestrian transportation plans that are in progress, and Safe Streets for All. So implementation of those projects will be coming up in the upcoming year. I think that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
One of you raised the link before.
Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah. Can you talk about Palo Alto Link? And right now we're getting some money from Stanford or at least Stanford Research Park. How much is it costing out of pocket?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. I'm Joseph Shin, Senior Analyst for the Office of Transportation. In terms of what it is costing Stanford to provide service.
Costing us.
Costing us. This year's fiscal year 25 budget has $500,000 in general funds budgeted for Palo Alto Link services.
And speak to 26.
26, we are budgeting the same amount for fiscal year 26.
And the total cost is what?
The total cost for next year is 1.1 million is what's projected, with a city contribution of 500,000.
To me, it doesn't seem like a really efficient way of providing transportation, but I don't know. Are we considering trimming it? Would that be a potential target?
Well, I think for the time being, this is a we'll call it a carrying forward plan to continue the service. Now, I know we've begun the discussions of what are the alternatives long term, but I don't know that transportation staff has been able to move that over the last few months. Ripon, and I see we've got Nate Baird online as well. Nate, would you like to speak to that? No, one of the questions. Oh, let's see. Is your audio working? Let's do a quick sound check.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
there?
yes, that works. You know, one of the points of context, just in general discussions of Link versus other routes. I don't know if you happen to have, Nate, figures on what the city used to spend on the fixed route shuttle in comparison, and also ridership figures. If you have that, I think that might be useful just as an entry point to the discussion. But why don't you go ahead and share your thoughts? Nope. We lose your sound again. Oh, we lost your sound, Nate. Yeah, very good.
Oh, he's
there. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm using two devices since I'm in the cubicle. Yeah, so previously we did spend around I want to say it's around $600,000 to $800,000 a year on 3 different shuttle services. And I think those had around, Sylvia is correcting me, it's about 500,000 we previously spent. So we're spending about the same amount now. They really are apples and oranges in terms of services. I'm not recalling the exact numbers, but it's a significantly smaller service area in terms of what those 3 previous shuttle services were able to. Right now, Link services most of the city except for the Baylands and the foothills. It is an entirely different sort of service in that it provides door-to-door service for our vulnerable users, and it orients people towards a nearest intersection if you're not one of those vulnerable populations. In terms of the subsidy, right now, historically, the last 2 years, we've been about a third and a third, a third. So we have Stanford Research Park, which will likely continue to be a provider. The current plan for the next fiscal year, we have the same budget amount from the city. We've started already to kind of lower the amount that we would budget per month because we're not sure yet if VTA will give us additional funding for next year. So we're looking to reduce the service. So that $500,000, it will be it's the same commitment from the city, but it's a little bit less in terms of the service that we'll be providing. So far, in the very beginning, we're spending about $120K per month. We've now got that around to the mid $80K per month. And we're still getting about the same ridership. So our provider's been able to kind of really match the driver hours to when it's most needed. the wait times have increased a little bit. So when we first began, they were around like 13 to 15-minute wait times. We're looking at about 20-minute wait times currently with that reduced amount. VTA has let us know that right now, the next year's fiscal availability won't be solidified till around July or August. So right now, the contract extension that we're putting forward for VIA, our servicer, would give us another year at the 500K level with the city and then Stanford Research Park's continued investment. Should we get additional funding confirmed in July or August, we would kind of increase the service quality for the next fiscal year, and then continue to pursue additional long-term funding streams as we move forward.
And Sylvia, anything you want to add?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that the 500K that we were spending prior for fixed route transit, the Embarcadero shuttle and the Crosstown shuttle, those were subsidized also by Samtrans. Those were Caltrain, at least Embarcadero Road was a Caltrain shuttle. And I think they were using TFCA funds. So 500K is not enough to support those two. So
just to complete the picture, recognizing apples and oranges in terms of the types of services, how about in terms of ridership? Do you have stats on that?
I don't have those, Nate. I don't know if you have the ridership.
Yes, I have ridership stats. Let me just share my screen with some service. Can I share a screen?
I might need to update the settings. Give me one moment, please.
While we're doing that, what's our revenue now for the Palo Alto Link compared to prior to this year when we increased our pricing structure a bit? We're charging more this year than we did previously. Yes. What are we getting in revenue? It's not a lot compared to the cost.
It was $3 to $4.50.
Yeah.
In terms of, the revenue, we did have some discounted fares prior, and now, we are charging a $4 flat fare for all ridership. I believe revenues are getting close to what we have budgeted, but falling a little bit short as ridership has decreased. And how the Stanford model works is any rides to and from the Stanford Research Park, obviously, do not pay a ride fee. Stanford directly, pays us a percentage based on the total monthly cost and percentage of rides to and from the Stanford Research Park, kind of on a prorated basis. So that's kind of how that fee is calculated. But in terms of, I think we are pretty much, in terms of the Stanford revenue, on target for, what we're projected to receive, as well as for the ridership. It is falling a little bit short, but, we did raise prices.
So do you know how many dollars we got in revenue last year and what we're projecting for this year?
I'd have to double check last year's and this year's numbers to confirm that.
Okay. And then is Stanford, the compensation we get from Stanford, does it fully cover the cost of those rides?
Yes. So I think I was kind of fumbling my words a little bit there, but any rides to and from the Stanford Research Park, do not pay any type of fare. However, every month we do bill Stanford. So the based on the total cost of service for the month and the percentage of rides, we do calculate, what Stanford's fair share is and do charge them for that. So.
Okay. But then they do receive then essentially the benefit of the grant that we're getting from. We're still getting a diminished VTA grant?
No, currently there are no grant funds. Those have been
no
extended.
Grant funds.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And I guess one of the things that I'm thinking about is, okay, if we have Stanford they want to fully cover the cost of rides, great. But who are we really trying to serve through this shuttle? Are we trying to serve anyone in the community, including those who are basically choosing to use a highly subsidized system instead of calling Uber, or instead of even some cases taking a VTA bus or riding a bike, versus focusing on vulnerable communities. And would there be a way going forward to target this toward vulnerable communities? And I'm not sure there is, but we have a highly subsidized public Uber program. And it was set up in a way that I was always apprehensive about of when we had a full grant coverage. Gee, isn't this wonderful? And the community absolutely loves free Uber rides. Who wouldn't? But is it really sustainable? And at VTA, we're having more cities to go, oh my gosh, why can't we have something free like Palo Alto had? And theirs isn't sustainable either. And as of right now, VTA's budget isn't sustainable as a whole. We're facing a big deficit for the coming years. I don't know how that might translate into which programs would get reduced funding and grants, but I certainly have concerns that some of the least cost-effective programs would be on the chopping block. So I'm not expecting an answer on whether we could target a program for the more vulnerable, but I want to put that out there. And then, Nate, were you able to come up with the number of riders on Palo Alto Link versus the Palo Alto Shuttle?
Sure. So I'm looking at some comparisons right now. Back to fiscal year 20, we had 4,000 to 6,000 riders per month. In fiscal year 20, with our crosstown ridership, with the Embarcadero, we had 2,500 to 3,500 riders per month. With Palo Alto Link, we've had about a high of 10,000 riders, a low of 5,500 riders or trips. It really varies. But this current calendar year, we've definitely had a drop in ridership. I think this is probably a result of a little bit of the wait time increase that we've seen as we've used up our funds, and so it's really is people who have better options who don't want to wait 20 minutes are definitely probably using those more expensive Uber Lyft options, and the folks who really have to use Link are probably putting up with the longer wait times as needed. I will say that I believe we're about 40% of our ridership is the vulnerable population category, folks who are seniors, folks who are disabled. I've definitely had a lot of, I've been in contact directly with people who really rely on the service in that category. I think, this is transit. It is a mix of providing, those who most need it. Stanford Research Parks folks probably don't most need it, but they are helping extend the service. I feel like there is value in providing a service that serves all, but there are certainly things that we can look at over the next. I think we're still kind of in a pilot phase in terms of how to right size or utilize the service. I think another year, as proposed with the reductions that we've put in place, will give us a little bit more time to figure out what sort of further dialing in we might want to do with the service. But I think in terms of 40% vulnerable population, and that doesn't count. There's also low income discounts and kind of commuter discounts. There is value in providing these rides to connect to services in the city.
I think we recognize
a council decision.
Yeah, I think we recognize that there is value, particularly to those who actually need it. The concern we have is the high subsidies that we're providing to those who don't need it. And it sounds like from a number of riders that we were kind of in the same ballpark as the shuttle, but now it's maybe below that.
Actually higher, significantly higher than it was under the shuttle.
If you add together the Crosstown and the Embarcadero, it got up to around 8,000. And then he had a range from below that to above that before this year. And then he said, now it's down.
Gotcha. Yes.
Also, the Crosstown and the Embarcadero, did they serve the research park ever? So we have to net out the research park users from the link users to really compare Palo Alto's
Good
use
point.
of one versus the other. Can we do that, Nathan? Can you X out the number of research park rides and leave us with a net of rides that are more equivalent to the Embarcadero and Crosstown?
So I think
We can certainly give you the estimate of the Center for Research Park riders. They have been about 35 to upper 40% of our ridership.
So if I were to maybe just provide a comment here, I think we're headed where we really need to, which is an evaluation of the alternatives. And we just wouldn't want to do that on the fly here.
That's right. We're not ready to do that. That's right.
But it is, I think, recognized to be the next stage of what should be part of the evaluation and the future of Link.
So then that begs the question, and I think we all agree it's not here and now, but I'm not sure that we want to wait for a year to do that.
Understood. So I do think staff needs to have discussion with the new chief transportation official that should be able to join the conversation very shortly. So let's talk about how we line that up with the budget discussions and decisions to come.
And I think today we've kind of framed several of the concerns and comparisons that we'd like to see. It may not be comprehensive, but it's put some of them out there.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Was that the whole transportation presentation?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
All right. I have a couple of questions and then maybe a follow-up after we hear from members of the public. One is, yesterday we had this question on grade separation funding that we're using Measure K dollars for and whether we might be able to tap into Measure B.
Yeah, to answer that question, so first of all, Measure K dollars were budgeted in this grade separation project for few reasons. One, that would build up some budget in the program for seeking grant funds for the final design phase. Also, it supports as a contingency measures because if the cost goes up for the PE and environmental phase, then that provides us that additional contingency funds. Third thing I would say was also if FRA funding was impacted because of the federal acts currently happening, then we would be able to use those Measure K funds to support the local match requirements, that is for the VTA funds. Now, we did check Measure B funds don't match, right now the regulations don't allow us to use the Measure B LSR funds to support Measure B grade separation funds for the local match funds. So it has to be non-VTA funds. And so some of those reasons why we wanted to keep.
And that's, I mean, that last one, I think, is the bottom line. If we can't use the Measure B dollars, then it's not an option.
Yeah, the Measure B grade separation regulations do have that language.
That says what?
That local match shall be used by non-VTA funding. Should be provided by.
Oh, when we have a local match toward a federal grant?
Towards the VTA Measure B grant. So
there's a local match requirement from the Measure B.
Grade separation funding.
And how much of a local match is
10%.
10%.
Right.
And what we've spent to date doesn't count on that. It's only ongoing.
So we have spent for the additional studies that we previously provided for the grade separation project, we were using 10% local match, and we were using general fund at that time because Measure K was not available. And I think in 2022, 2023, Rail Committee told us not to use Measure B local SF and local funds. So we switched on to totally Measure B grade separation funds, which require local match, and that was being provided by the city funding.
Okay, thank you. Sure. And then had a question that was put forward by Channing House on, and it's on the parking, and so maybe it was for Nate, and whether we have surplus capacity for long-term parking permits, and whether an entity near the downtown could have employees participate in being able to purchase long-term parking permits in maybe like Webster, Cowper Garage. And I think right now we don't allow that. Is that correct?
Nate, can you please help?
Each of the garages does have rules about who can purchase into them. The lots are a little bit more available, and we did reduce the amount of, in recent years, we've reduced the amount of on-street employee permits available in the downtown employee districts.
But do we have surplus capacity right now, I think, at Webster Cowper?
Definitely, yes, at Webster Cowper and the garages and lots. It is a legal question to kind of pursue related to the bonding and the kind of whether we could open up the employee permit only spaces. The daily permits are widely and publicly available now. So someone at Channing House could certainly purchase a daily permit at Cowper Webster without issue currently. It's the quarterly and annual employee permit only spaces where we require you to be within a particular address range or particular eligibility rule. I'm not familiar right now with what the Cowper Webster kind of radius is currently.
Okay, so I don't think it includes like Channing House, but the question is, are we legally constrained from allowing those if we have surplus capacity and they want to buy parking permits? And would that be something that we would be able to accommodate, and whether we'd want to do so? And I assume that as long as we have surplus capacity, we'd like to take advantage of it. If there's a point in time where downtown needs exceed supply, then that's another story.
Yeah, why don't we take that as something for staff to take a look at? I think, again, from a budgetary perspective, it's relevant to the extent that it impacts our parking fund.
Okay, great. I'll have, Julie, sorry.
With regard to parking, the challenge of parking if you're an employee of a small business on El Camino, in light of the bike lanes, I learned from my dentist's office that all the staff are getting parking tickets because there's no permits available in the residential streets nearby, and the dentist is just picking up the parking tickets for his employees. It made me reach out to PATMA to see, whether there's excess capacity in PATMA's pocket. How do we sort of right size this and ensure that there's enough, that we're supporting our businesses whose employees need to park somewhere?
Well, and I don't know if you know, but we had, as part of that El Camino parking plan, had expanded the eligible RPP permits. So
But what I'm hearing from them is they're in area A, and area A was sold out, and they weren't.
Well, that's what I wanted to lead to. So our deliberate plan, we had four different components to mitigate that parking impact, and so I'll be interested in not just whether we can have PATMA help
pick up,
induce some people to not drive, but others who still drive, whether they can have the permits. Just want to make sure that was included.
Thank you.
So I think there's a question, Nate, I know we had talked about this. I don't recall where that left off, again, in terms of the eligibility and how we're managing Zone A relative to others.
Yeah, so we opened up, we had removed parking previously from A, B, C, and D. Those are 3 zones nearest ECR that are kind of A is kind of farthest away from the California Avenue parking garages. D is kind of closer to the California Avenue garages. So if you're on one particular side, if you're closer to Park Boulevard and those dental offices, you want A. A has sold out fairly quickly, but B, C, and D have had availability. You know, we were particularly interested. We're continuing to monitor it. We're not quite sure of the full impact yet of the ECR because the parking signs have not been removed yet, but they will be removed this week. So we will be looking at the full impact of the ECR project in those neighborhoods shortly. We didn't want to reintroduce employees where they had been removed kind of without some good data about the impact of putting them back in. And so with the no parking signs going in this week, we'll have a better sense of the impact of both visitors who will go into the neighborhoods and park for less than 2 hours and the employees. We might need to redraw A, B, C, and D to better serve kind of the new arrangement. But so far we've made use of those existing employee districts. It's a situation that we're continuing to monitor, but we haven't had a chance yet to see the full impacts of that project yet.
Well, even though we haven't seen
there is availability though
in zone B as an example, which is a block away.
Yeah, so that's one question is it really not, why wouldn't they go into zone B, or it's,
How do they know they can?
yeah, that's part of that question. Do all these folks know that there's capacity in these adjacent zones if they're seeking zone A and there's no capacity, are they told that they can go a block away or two?
Once you've submitted and it says it's not available, you are able to go back in and request for a zone adjacent. It can be a bit of a process, but we do have our service provider able to kind of follow up with folks about where the availability is, and we have seen that happen. And so our staff are also kind of can walk people through where the availability is when we receive requests.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to suggest, so I think maybe the bottom line here, Julie, is to ensure that we connect the business or the employees with our transportation staff. So we're directly aware of both the need and any frustration that they've had.
And if we already are having some degree of a capacity issue, and maybe it can be mitigated by promoting that there is capacity close enough, and we haven't yet, we still have people parking on El Camino. I don't know that we want to wait to be more proactive on this. What our plan was to try and head off the problem, and I don't know if we can have an indirect understanding of the problem level by number of tickets that are going on in those neighborhoods. But I am concerned that we really wanted to be as proactive as possible. We had a strong initiative at the outset, and now we're hearing that we're running up against some degree of a capacity issue and maybe a misunderstanding before we really are pushing people the rest of the way off El Camino. And it sounds like next week we're ready to potentially have a whole bunch of irate people because suddenly they've been pushed off and they really, for whatever combination of reasons, they haven't prepared themselves for that. Okay, so.
Well, yeah, I think bottom line here in the immediate term is, Nate, this is in your hands, but we want to ensure that the communication is, the lines are open in ways that allow us to respond as quickly as needed.
Well, and even with the change in the next week, do we need to do a whole nother blast to everybody? Because as we recognized 6 months ago or whatever it was, it's one thing to tell folks, oh, you're going to have this problem on the horizon, and they don't pay attention. And then when the crisis finally hits, They got all the attention, and they're saying, "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Even though we probably did tell them, but it's just part of that human nature that we're going to run into.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Do we have members of the public who would like to speak?
Yes, we have 4 members of the public. Our first speaker is Nielsen B.
I haven't been coming to these finance committees for several years. In the past, I would sit through every single minute of these things. It was very helpful to me to get a better picture of the overall needs of this community. And I go into this budget session with the same confidence I had in the past. I'm pretty sure the staff has got a budget that is 95 plus fine. And Errol, I was going to nibble around the edges like you're doing for the last couple of days. I got concerns about the Office of Transportation, very similar to some of the comments that you've already been going over. Tonight, I've been here for about 2 hours, and nothing's sticking in my head any better than hearing the discussion about the folks that have to worry about wildfire prevention versus wildfire management. And those are 2 very different things. And they're actually very high on my agenda, certainly how you're going to manage a wildfire, because I do think we're a vulnerable community, just like Santa Rosa and the Palisades. So back to the small wildfire, the parking situation. I have been unable to have any dialogue with this planning, with the Office of Transportation due to staff turnover. And so I don't have all my facts together about how things are being managed. But I have 3 concerns I wanted to pass on to you. And I think a couple of them are false negatives. I was alerted to cost recovery issues that might be imposed upon the RPP and University Avenue. And I think that's a bit of a false alarm. The concern was that the $50 or so per year for a residence permit was not enough to carry the cost of the RPP. And that's another dialogue, a big dialogue that needs to go on about that. Is, hey, that wasn't our problem in the first place. That's a problem that's imposed on the neighborhoods. And then the balance of who's going to pay for it should go on. I tried to have a dialogue with staff, and due to the turnover, loss of their office director, it really wasn't practical to have that discussion, but it was an active area of debate when the stakeholders committee that created the RPP is going on. So I ask you to take that under consideration. You can farm that out to the Planning and Transportation Committee, but there's the issue of cost recovery. Then it's a balance of how much the residents that live in the neighborhoods should pay versus the folks that are creating the parking demand, the commercial parking demand in the neighborhoods. I don't ask you to get into that. I just ask you to make a footnote of the cost recovery thing. I think it's sort of okay right now, but it was presented to me and that I found very threatening. The second issue is how well is the Office of Transportation administrative budget okay? I think the conversation you just had with Nate is a good example. I've got several questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So your time is up.
Okay. Let me just close on 2 things. That's the operating budget for the Office of Transportation. I frankly don't know, but I think you saw a symptom of it with just then. And second of all, the pricing differential between resident permit.
Sir, I'm sorry, you do have to wrap up.
You should pay attention to. I'll have to come back.
Our next speaker is Justine B.
Hello, Finance Committee members and City Manager. I'm Justine Burt, the Executive Director of the local nonprofit Palo Alto Transportation Management Association, working in support of City Council priorities on climate change, economic development, and community health. For those listening, we offer free train and bus passes to workers in Palo Alto making less than $100,000, $5 a day of Bike Love rewards if they'll leave their car at home and bike to work. If they don't have a bike, we'll hook them up with Bike Exchange for a refurbished bike. We offer $10 Lyft credits after the buses stop running, so people who take the bus to work could get home up to 5 miles. We also promote Palo Alto Link and VTA's guaranteed Ride Home program. You all have seen the annual report that we did for 2024. I want to give you the latest numbers. Because of PATMA's work this year, as of last week, 289 train and bus passes are out there. That includes Caltrain, VTA, Samtrans, Dumbarton Express. 14 people use Bike Love, $5 a day rewards up to $600 per year, 3 times or more per week. In the last 2 years, we've purchased 12 refurbished bikes for people, and there are 5 requests in the pipeline. So that is 315 parking spaces that are not needed because of our outreach efforts. There is a lot of turnover, so it's fresh work we need to do every year to help low-wage service sector workers and now light office workers. Thank you again, Councilmember Burt, for suggesting that we consider upping our threshold for income from $70,000 a year to 80% of area median income in Santa Clara County, which is about $100,000 a year. As a result of that, several people recently, well, more than several, many people have from the light office sector have taken advantage of our program and are happily now using Caltrain or Caltrain and VTA, Dumbarton Express Bus, who work in dentist's office, doctor's offices, banks. And those include Jordan, a physical therapist who lives in Fremont. We only have 3 Dumbarton Express passes out there, but word's getting out. So Jordan now doesn't have to pay $8 a day for that toll on the Dumbarton Bridge. Kelly works at Bike Exchange and lives in Redwood City, takes the Caltrain down to San Antonio and then bikes the 2 miles over that bike bridge over to Bike Exchange near 101 and San Antonio. Katrina got an e-scooter from us through the Palo Alto Utilities Department and now takes Caltrain and the scooter. She leaves work at 5, catches the very next Caltrain home and picks up her kids from preschool right before it closes. So that e-scooter enables that. And Julie, I reached out to the office manager at the dentist where 11 employees are currently parking, and I'm going to follow up with her because they're right near the CalAv Caltrain. Thanks again for your support of PATMA's work, and we love working with Sylvia Starlack to make a difference on parking, traffic, and greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for this session. I'm speaking mostly on transportation today. First off, I want to put in a plug for the bicycle and pedestrian plan that we're working on. The city is having projects in the plan is a prerequisite for several sources of grant funding. So if you want to get money for your transportation projects, you've got to spend a little money to make that plan and complete it. So it's well worth the cost. I should say I'm a member of the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and I'm a member of the PATMA board as well, but I'm speaking for myself. So on regards to PATMA that Justine just spoke of, it's a great resource for the city. It's reducing the traffic need, or reducing traffic demand, parking demand. It's increasing active and public transportation. And it's a great resource for the local businesses, especially the kind of lower and mid-wage workers there. As you know, rent is enormously expensive. Labor is very expensive, and it's very difficult for small businesses. And every dollar that's spent in a locally owned business tends to recycle at least 7 times through the community. So it's really so essential to keep our local businesses operating and able to employ people. And PATMA is part of the solution that helps to keep employee retention. And so PATMA is a great program. I hope you will keep to support that. And then briefly on Palo Alto Link, it's a great service. You may know that public transportation service has really diminished and been drastically cut through the decades that I've been watching it. And it's really aimed towards bringing commuters in for the most part. The most maybe connected route I could see on the map was actually a school bus route. For individuals in the city going point to point, there really is no good transit option. And I've used it once. I'm usually a bicyclist, and that's how I get around. But I had to go meet my dad somewhere, so I took Link to get there, and then together we would travel. And my dad's a senior, elder,
He can't drive at the moment, and he uses it. He uses that link service a lot. So it's really a lifeline for the community, and especially those who need it, but also for others who, just for one reason or another, can't that day take a bike, or maybe, would rather do something with the city and rather than doing an Uber. So maybe people like me, it could be a little bit more expensive. Maybe there's a medium price between Uber and a subsidized transit, but really we're lacking transit in the region. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Laura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Laura Anthony. I'm a parent volunteer with the Safe Routes to School program. I wanted to thank Council again for the unanimous support last month of the updated Safe Routes to School consensus statement. I have reviewed the Office of Transportation's proposed operating budget and appreciate that funding for Safe Routes to School is maintained in this proposed budget, particularly in light of the need to continue to rebuild our rates of students walking and biking to school post-pandemic, as shared in the recent Safe Routes to School staff report. It's critically important for the children and families in our community that Safe Routes to School continue to be fully funded throughout the full budget process this spring. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Great. I had one follow-up related to PATMA, and really the concept of that, that every time they get someone to take transit, it's a car off the road, it's a parking space freed up, it's a reduction in our air pollution, our GHGs. And as we heard, I think a year ago, in many cases, it's really valuable for economic development for retailers who have seen a discernible improvement in their ability to retain employees as a result. So I want to be able to leverage those resources as much as we can. As you may know, we got 500 VTA passes, primarily for El Camino, related to our bike lanes on El Camino, and but we're not utilizing anywhere near that many passes yet. I've heard that PATMA is not allowed to provide their services where there is a kind of a private TMA, like at Town and Country and Palo Alto Commons and things. Is that the case?
Thanks, Councilmember Burt, for the question. Yes, the way that the TMA services have been structured as of now is that businesses, small businesses, maybe that, or restaurants that were permitted here maybe a long time ago or were too small to require a TDM plan, so they don't have a TDM plan, the TMA has been able to support them. Businesses that are large enough or for whatever reason required a TDM plan, we have said could not use TMA services, which are almost entirely subsidized by the city, because then it would be a situation where a developer is having their TDM plan funded by the city.
Okay, and was that a transportation department decision, or is that a higher level policy?
This is something that I have been in conversation with our city attorney's office about over the years.
Okay, well, I'd be interested in understanding that more and whether that is a legal constraint. I understand kind of the philosophical component behind it and perhaps the legal part. But the reality is that we want to get people off the road. And if we're sitting on a lot of passes, for instance, in the case of the VTA passes, they're actually 90% discount now from the single price pass, which I was shocked that we've our TMA was having to pay for years when I found that out. But so in one sense, it's highly subsidized by VTA now. Doesn't cost VTA a lot because once again, there's underutilized capacity. So even though it's a highly discounted price, same thing in terms of what does it really cost us if we're sitting on extra capacity of VTA passes, for instance. So I'd be really interested in understanding whether we can provide those services to those who have mandated TDM programs. So TDM programs don't necessarily have this same capability that we have through a PAPMA.
I follow up on that. I was going to raise this issue as well. If you've got large businesses that have been required to do a TDM but aren't, and we don't necessarily have the capacity to know that and enforce it, and yet we don't want them to be able to use our PATMA, our TMA resources, because that would be sort of us subsidizing them. Couldn't we change it and just say to them, like, if you're not doing it yourself, you can pay us. And then, right, so we don't have to, they don't need to get it for free. But if theirs is the obligation, they can either do it themselves or they can pay us to follow through. And since we've got this excess capacity, right now we've got all these great passes going unused, which feels like such a shame. You know, we really need to get those passes into the hands of employees for all the reasons Pat just mentioned in terms of the numerous benefits. So I just wonder if we could reframe our thinking on this and kind of solve a bunch of problems at once.
Chair and committee, with all due respect, I do believe some of us have a hard stop at 5:15. If I may respectfully ask.
Yeah, we're not looking for, we're framing this issue, not looking for a resolution today. If we can have this as a follow-up in the future, I think that would be valuable.
We'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we just heard at a council meeting on Monday night that Palo Alto Commons has had a TDM for many, many years, decades, that has not been enforced. So this is a very ripe issue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
May we have a tentative motion?
Yep. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that passes for both the planning and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That goes to our next category, which is citywide internal support and administration. And we've been getting kind of these overviews of the functions, but maybe we can forego that and other than where we really have follow-up questions.
Great, happy to do that. And then also chair and committee, in the closing summary item, we are going to go through the recap of the parking lot. And then I think there were a couple of items that committee wanted to weigh in on.
Great. Okay.
Paul, you ready to do some of the financials for us? And then we'll go into the initiatives.
Sorry, I thought Chair Burt said he wanted to go ahead and just skip through this and get going through the presentation. Is that not true?
Oh, yeah. I would just encourage you to highlight any focus areas that we should.
Sure. I guess one thing I will highlight here is that it's not explicitly explained in this presentation, but this would be the area to talk about any of the benefit funds that fall under non-departmental and human resources. So these would be the general benefits fund, the retiree healthcare fund, the liability fund, and the workers' compensation fund. So just wanted to highlight that this would be the time to talk about those if there were any questions there.
Thank you, Paul. So before you is the trends in the general fund and other funds, and also the head count. So with that, we'll move to Director of Information Technology, Darren Namamoto.
Afternoon, Darren Namamoto, IT Director. As Chair Burt mentioned, I won't go over in terms of what technology supports, but I will highlight that most of what we do at the city involves some level of technology, which involves a lot of resources within the division within IT. We have modest request. We have a reclass of one senior technologist to an IT manager, and this is for a GIS division manager, which has been instrumental in migrating us to a modern version of GIS at the city. And then the second one is we are transferring $2 million from our technology fund reserves to support FY26 city initiatives. Next slide.
And I'm sorry, Darren, on that topic, are you going to explain that a little bit more? The
Sure.
$2 million transfer?
Yeah, so in working with Lauren and team, we did come up with transferring $2 million from our technology fund. And just as a recap, the technology fund is used to upgrade major technologies for citywide, like enterprise systems, such as the networking, the wireless that supports all the connectivity through all of our facilities, as well as ERP systems and so forth. So this fund helps us upgrade those systems when the time comes. But we feel we are comfortable with the $2 million transfer to support FY26.
Thank you.
Any other
Dan.
questions? Yep, sorry. Next slide. I'll just highlight a few things here. As first and foremost, our goal is always to keep our cybersecurity posture strong, especially in light of all the threats out there nowadays, especially with the invent and use of AI that the bad actors are using. The other is staff continues to support the technology efforts to support the new public safety building. And this is just another area to highlight that we've taken a lot of that work on internally, that instead of hiring contractors to do the design, configuration, and ongoing support, we have taken that on. So IT staff have been involved in designing, installing, and configuring the networking infrastructure to support the new public safety building. And that'll include all the infrastructure required, such as the servers and so forth as well. We touched on this earlier, improve operational efficiencies and citizen engagement using innovative technologies such as AI. And we have a few initiatives coming in the coming months and next fiscal year. And one other large area where it's not only in IT, but within utilities, partnering with them on the fiber to the premise initiative. And we've used a lot of internal resources to do that, including myself and others in IT to help move this project forward. End of my presentation, please. And are we opening questions till after or?
After. Thank you, Darren.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next is the Administrative Services Department, Lauren Lai, Chief Financial Officer. Next slide, please. Most of you are familiar with the duties. It's pretty broad within ASD. The request in the proposed budget within the general fund relates to the customer service staffing at City Hall here. There are two half-time administrative specialist position. We have a reclassification of one analyst to align with the duties and the division structure. That cost is net neutral because we're offsetting it with reductions in consulting cost or contract cost. In addition, you may be aware we are proposing to transition our investment management to a specialized firm. This is also cost neutral. It is best practice to periodically evaluate and update our city's policy and procedures. We have $600 million in investments that we manage. And as we study this, we have learned that 2/3 of the cities in Santa Clara County have investments that are managed professionally by firms that specialize in this. We do feel that this will be an enhancement of the services. It is also consistent with how we manage our Section 115 trust for pension and also our retiree benefits. CalPERS has specialists that manage their firms, and as well, we as an agency within our liability pool, that pool also has their investments managed by such a firm. So it's good practice and best practice to evaluate our policies and procedures. And again, this would be cost neutral. The firm that specializes in this, we anticipate will be able to gain the additional margin to offset their cost. Next slide, please. This is a portfolio of activities, most of which you've heard over the last couple of days from the department, because ASD really supports the departments, whether it be debt or whatnot. We're very pleased about the grant activity, because that's one area that we are working on, is to help support the grant pipeline and compliance. And so that's something that we're taking on. And also last year, ASC is taking on risk management as well from HR. So that's a very important component. And then also really supporting the departments with complex financing, as you heard. So that's an important role. I won't belabor this slide. So next slide, please. Debt service, I think I want to reassure the public and the Finance Committee, we are compliant with the city's debt policy. As we look at debt service, we break it up by general fund versus enterprise fund. Within the general fund, we are not assuming any new debt. Governmental debt service, meaning how much are we paying in the mortgage, for example, is about $11.9 million of debt service in fiscal 26. And when we look at enterprise funds, which really are the utility funds, we have $10.6 million of debt service across all the enterprise funds. We do have 2 debt that we're anticipating for fiscal 26. Council has already approved the line of credit for the wastewater utility, and that's 31 million. We haven't drawn on it yet, but it's available. In addition, as noted by the utility team, we anticipate debt financing for grid modernization, at least the first of 3 tranches. Next slide, please. HR.
Good afternoon, Chair Burt and council members. Sandra Blanche, HR Director. I won't go into detail here. How you're familiar with the areas of work that we do for the organization. This coming year, our focus for recruitment will be primarily for the enterprise positions, where there's several vacancies still. And in addition, to enhance our talent management processes and program, we want to focus on the cultivation of talent pipeline with our local universities and colleges. In addition, in regards to support employee retention, we're strengthening our learning and development opportunities and culture to maintain highly engaged employees. And another goal will be driving innovation and operational efficiency within our personnel processes. The one proposal we have is really a transition of the employee survey. We just completed our 2nd annual employee survey, and this was administered by Pulco with city staff. And it's a really good tool for us to seek information from our employees for employee retention efforts, as well as gaining helpful information to drive our strategies to support our high-performing work environment. That's the only proposal we have. We could go on to the outlook. So this is the area of work where we'll focus on this next fiscal year, continuing to finalize our recruitment strategic plan initiatives, also formalizing our pilot program that was focusing on our workforce career advancement and continuity planning. In other words, succession planning. Continuing the expansion of employee benefits. We have a self-service enrollment portal that we've been making changes to help automate the enrollments for employees, which really frees up some of the time of our benefits team to work with new hires and also provide other flexible benefits. A few to mention for this year is we enhanced the long-term disability program that enables many of our SEIU employees to seek that important benefit. So many have physical jobs, and if they're no longer to physically perform those jobs, they need to lean on a long-term disability benefit. Thank you. The other program that we recently launched with support of City Manager Shikata was participation in the new pilot Bay Pass program. We've already seen 50% of eligible employees register for this new Bay Pass and have heard great feedback already on the benefit of this program and the cost savings. So employees are really happy and engaged or support their retention here at the city. And then finally, we'll be working on transitioning to a new workers' compensation administrator, and that will be effective by July 1st. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
I also believe the internal service funds are next, the non-departments, I believe. So if we can knock those out, it's very brief. Sorry, the slides weren't connected. Wonderful. Thanks, Christine. Next slide, please. So non-department is really a centralized department within the general fund that's not specific to any other departments. Some of the major proposed changes in the general fund really relates to various transfers in our reserves, and then the contribution to the parking fund, and also the continuation of the childcare pilot program. Next slide, please. Within the non-department, our focus is really to manage the reserves and also to invest in initiatives such as Coverly, and then also monitor our major revenues, because within non-departments, we not only have expenditures, but we have most of the tax revenues coming through non-departments. So city staffs within ASD manages and monitors major revenues that clear through there as well. And then managing and supporting investments throughout the city itself. That concludes our slides on the internal service funds and non-departments. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Okay. I did have one question on the new workers' comp administrator, because I know that that can have a really big impact on our workers' comp expenses and the administration of it. What's the intention of that transition, and do we have any expectations on what the outcomes would be?
Yes, we expect to have improved customer service and communication from the administrator with our injured workers. That was a problem area we were having, and we had public safety management on our review of the RFP to ensure that their needs are met. With the new administrator that really is focused on California's laws and benefits. That was something that was lacking with the prior administrator. They had moved from a California focused administrator of services to a national administrator. And with that transition, there was just a loss of connection with injured workers.
So, I mean, I can see it functioning two ways. One is better customer service to injured employees, and the other, though, is better assurance that claims are legitimate and are not exceeding what are proper. Do we have any KPIs that would reflect the performance of that administrator?
The KPIs in our budget document is related to claims, more claims focused, and it does state the dollars. It's not specific to the administrator.
And without attempting to come up with what those might be, I'd be very interested in whether we can develop one or more KPIs that would really allow us to judge the performance, and for that matter, the administrator to judge their own performance in a more meaningful way. And I wouldn't attempt today to try to determine what those would be.
Certainly, we could do that. I will add that our excess insurance organization does perform an audit of the administrator. And so that certainly outlines, their performance. And that would be information we could share on the metrics that the auditor uses in their review.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Good. I don't think I have any looping back questions. So do we support the proposals from Citywide Internal Support Administration, IT, Administrative Services, HR, and non-departmental? Yes. All right.
Chair Burt, may I note for the record that there are no public comments?
Thank you. Good. All right. Let's take a quick break and then we'll try and hit our wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Paul, are you ready to put the slide up, please? So what we do during the budget workshop for those that are following us is that at the end of each day, we try to wrap up and summarize where we're at to understand the motions and the direction of the committee and also what we could bring back as follow-up items. Next slide, please. So we put things into 3 areas. One is parking lot for further deliberation. One is actual financial amendments as asked by this body, and then reductions of contingency reserve. We have none on the amendment formally yet and none for council contingency. Next slide, please. While we may or may not agree with the way this is presented, in essence, the parking lot that have financial implications that we've heard by the committee thus far is restoring the uncertainty reserve by $6 million and potentially reducing our transfer to CIP in increments of 5%. So that would be 5, 10, 15. The reduction of CIP could be within that $6 million of restored uncertainty reserve. While we may argue that it won't take up $4.5 million, we're just capturing it here for illustrative purposes. Of the $6 million being restored to uncertainty reserve, we heard also that $2 million of that should be ongoing. At the same time, we also heard that if we have identified other amounts above $2 million, Finance Committee would be very receptive. The goal being that this would enable us to offset foreseeable financial shortfalls in 2027 and thereafter. Next slide, please. What we understand that we may want to work on, discuss further, especially in light that we will be going back to council on Monday. As we come back to council with Finance Committee takeaways, these are a couple areas we thought we may want to clarify if we can today. Consulting contracts, the departments that had the majority of consulting contracts spoke this afternoon. We gave that a check mark. You may want to dive into it further, but for now, fire and ambulance, I think this committee continued that to this afternoon, whether or not we would augment and financially what the implications would be. We also wanted to bring back the Finance Committee's thoughts around nonprofit funding. So we have a couple of slides on that and also a recommendation. The CIP reductions of 5, 10, 15%, and also funding source reallocations. Today, we do want to have some high-level conversations for staff's clarity, and then also to clarify with Finance Committee as we bring this back to council on Monday. What is the thinking behind it? What is the kind of the triaging of how we would approach defunding projects that are in the proposed budget? Then also on the general fund side, reduce the use of uncertainty reserve by $6 million. Today, we would like to have a high-level conversation about that. And so that way, that clarity this afternoon will give us some clarity going into Monday's conversation with the full council. I'm not sure as of this moment if staff is ready to present the debt ratio and borrowing opportunities. If we are, we will let you know in a moment. So I think for now, Christine, thank you. So with that, Chair, we were thinking if we can go through CIP reduction and then also general fund uncertainty reserve, if that's okay, knowing that we have to have that conversation coming up Monday. Thank you.
Hello,
Paul,
committee.
can you advance the slide?
So we've got a couple slides to walk through with you on this topic. And staff did find a little time to discuss the CIP reduction request following yesterday's meeting and wanted to share these initial thoughts. You know, just in short there, we think there are no easy answers and that any decisions obviously will have trade-offs. But as we discussed yesterday, given the projected fund balances in the later years of the 5-year plan, there should be some flexibility to rearrange timing of projects and potentially also funding sources without necessarily eliminating projects, which is the circumstance we've been in some past times where we went through an exercise like this. So just noting here as an example, the Foothills Nature Preserve restrooms, we're not proposing this, and this is just an example, but project currently scheduled in fiscal year 27 and 28. It's an example of one that's been proposed for some time, but is not necessarily a critical need. And just as an example, that said, there would still be expected to be some of the impacts pointed out on the slide, like additional cost escalation, adding to the backlog of work that staff needs to do. Reallocation of funding sources is also a possibility that staff plans to look at. This could include reassessing even previous policy decisions. One that we discussed, there was a policy decision to move Cubberley maintenance funding into the general fund out of the Cubberley infrastructure fund in fiscal year 2024. There also could be evaluation of whether there are any additional projects that we haven't already flagged that could be possible to fund through dedicated funding sources rather than the general fund in a way that could allow a reduction of that transfer. And then lastly, just to note that staff will also look, as we discussed, about the possibilities for potentially swapping Measure K funding with Measure B funding, and to see if there are ways that that could be done in a way that could have an impact on the general fund transfer. So next slide, please. So with those factors in mind, this slide really has staff's proposed criteria, at least early criteria for identifying projects that might be deferred. So one is whether things are primarily aesthetic as opposed to functional enhancements. We had a little bit of discussion about that yesterday. Not sure that we'll find things like that, but I think if we do, that's definitely something we would want to identify. Second, deferral of a project should not lead to significant deterioration. Just as an example, anything that's due for capital renewal probably has some deterioration, but a particular example could be a roof that's past its useful life, and where if you don't replace it, you then get leaks that cause other types of damage that potentially go far beyond your initial costs. Then we've noted things where projects or portions should not cause significant rework or disruption of dependencies. What we mean by that, an example could be if you've got a project that requires a design, building permit review, and has been built to certain codes and its design is essentially complete, delaying a project like that for much time could mean that new codes are in place and there's expensive redesign work needed. Disrupting dependencies could mean different things. Really easy to understand example would be something like Newell Road Bridge, where we've been saying for a long time, project needs to happen to kind of get out of the way to allow other flood control projects to proceed. And then last thing we noted here was cost escalation. And, really cost escalation is a constant, but certain types of projects tend to experience that more than others. And just for example, I'd say routine projects we do like street resurfacing and sidewalk replacements escalate over time, but they tend to escalate at pretty steady rates and they have a lot of competition generally for bids. So we would be less concerned about things like that than more complex standalone projects that might have less competition. So really, that's just an outline of some constraints and guidelines that we're at this point planning to use as we undertake this assignment. Wanted to share that with the committee and open to any feedback.
Sounds like a good framework.
Great.
All right. All right.
And thank you for doing that so quickly and so thoroughly.
Oh, and I realized one small note, when you mentioned the Coverly maintenance, I think we're looking at near-term upgrades, sprucing up kinds of measures that would perhaps take go from whether we're looking at replacing an HVAC system to instead something that might be more aesthetic. That's still kind of more that major maintenance versus the routine custodial kinds of things. And I think I'd still be disinclined on the switching back to that routine custodial in part because when we as a council took that action in 2012 or 13, it was clear what the purpose of that fund was when we negotiated with the school district to stop paying the covenant not to develop. So that would be just.
Yes, we wanted to raise it just because it was a policy decision recently.
Yep. Well, and there still may be an adjustment to the use of that from what we were thinking up until the current Coverly discussion. If we're anticipating a bond measure, maybe we would do a shift, but not in the direction that you were suggesting, a slightly different shift. Okay. I just want to share that. Thanks.
So if we go back to the slide 4, Paul. Chair and committee, I think the other item we may want to discuss to get some clarity as how we bring this back as a committee to council on Monday relates to the general fund, restoring the uncertainty reserve by $6 million, and also the impact on the general fund. So can we get some clarity on that and maybe how we'll frame that to the council, and also some guidance around service impacts and where, similar to the way we framed up CIP. So this is how we're gonna approach deferring projects.
If I could perhaps just add a little to that, I think even reiterating the discussion you had today on we'll call it the drilling down of the 6 million into the 4 potentially one time and 2 ongoing. I think having the full council aware of and agreeing with that approach would be very helpful in the steps that we have ahead.
Yeah, I agree at the high level. That's a first framing. It's 6 million goal, approximately 4 million one time, 2 million ongoing. And I say approximately because we don't want to presume it's explicitly that, but that is the guidance. And then drilling down further than that, is there any other clarification that we should be providing on the directions we're taking there?
Are you going to be looking to one of the members of the committee to articulate the rationale? It sounds like you were.
Usually when we come back to council, the committee chair would speak to some of the referrals and the parking lots that comes from finance committee back to the council. And with this one in particular, below the amount, it would be good to have some more clarification as to the prioritization of those deferred, suspended, or eliminated services and programs. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I think normally we'd have the staff presentation and then perhaps the chair would complement those discussions. And then what we might do is share within both the ongoing reductions and the one-time, what are the subcategories that are being explored as opposed to explicitly anything that has been concluded. Does that sound about right?
In terms of those subcategories, actually, correct me if you're thinking something different, but is it the categories like number one, other, well,
Yeah,
could even-
so
yes,
on the 2 million, it would potentially, I don't know whether we'd put consulting contracts in the ongoing or the one time.
probably not, but those would probably be one time.
But, well, certain ones would be, but the pattern would be potentially continuing. So I'm not sure quite how to categorize it. And then what was the other?
Well, could be number 6. We didn't get to today, but certain that's a subsequent discussion to have.
Yeah. And then on the staffing, what positions we might be removing from the org chart, unfilled positions that are lower priority. That would potentially be another.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you looking for us for guidance of what types of positions you want to eliminate, or should we be looking to you for guidance?
Right. I believe right now we're focusing on how your work over the last 2 days will be communicated to the council on Monday. And so I think, Lauren, you're trying to ensure that we're consistent in terms of the way that we provide any write-up. There may be versions of these slides, right, that will be provided to the council as a whole, and to then enable your elaboration on where we are on each of the items. In terms of the specifics of, for example, where positions might be, or whether they be vacant or otherwise be eliminated, that's what staff has as our assignment based upon, again, the confirmation of the top line dollar figures that we're working within.
I realize something like number 6 of potential additional debt borrowing for a capital program like Fire Station 4 or whatever. It doesn't really fit in either of those categories. It's a cash flow more, but it then indirectly affects how much we would need to transfer to the capital improvement plan. So I'm not quite sure how we want to frame that, but yeah. And then we also have other adjustments. We have what wasn't in the budget on municipal fee changes that actually help. Is that part of our, that the 6 million was in cost reductions? Well, it was actually the way we framed it was 6 million impact on needing to tap into the reserve. And so if we have additional revenue, is that part of that 6 million? And is it part of the ongoing reductions?
So I think this is an important part to clarify amongst the committee and staff. The way we framed it is trying to retain, let me rephrase that. The goal is to retain 6 million of the uncertainty reserve. However, we get to that. Within the general fund, it could be, enhancing the revenues through the fee updates, could be reallocation of source of funding that then gives financial relief to the city general fund, and or other cost savings in the area of budget appropriation. So whatever combination, to the extent that we can retain 6 million in the uncertainty reserve. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
With the goal of 2 of the 6 being more than just 1 year. And that
ongoing cuts or ongoing revenue increases.
Correct. And to clarify, the cost savings could also include the general fund base transfer to CIP. That's the 5, 10, 15% CIP exercise.
Right. Right. It's tied with it. Yeah.
Right. Because the goal is to And this is good clarity for us. The goal is to retain 6 million in uncertainty reserve, however we get there, trying to balance the impact of service and projects and infrastructure and council initiatives.
Can we reframe it as 6 million minimum? And if staff comes back and has said, look, between the different measures that we've been able to do, we, including revenue increases from fees and otherwise, we can potentially go above that. I don't want to cap your efforts. Yeah, because even with the 6 million, we've got potential real challenges ahead.
Okay.
And we just, none of us know how big they are.
Looking towards the other committee members.
Just to your question about anything we can do to impact, to lessen the transfer amount from the general fund to CIP. You looked at us and then was a little silent. I was just processing. We obviously have asked for certain CIP projects to be deferred. It's possible that you'll find a different funding source for them that is not the general fund, in which case that's fine. We are looking to reduce the general fund. Reducing the general fund transfer would be a way to get us to this 6 million.
Certainly. So I want to confirm for you and members of the public who are watching, it was not lost unto us, and it has not been through our efforts as a city staff to look for restricted funding sources for capital projects first before using general fund resources. We will look again, as we especially look towards deferring or delaying projects, because there will be implications. So we will look through all the other funding sources once again to see if we can then trade out funding sources to still advance projects. So I did see some head nodding. So just want to confirm, Finance Committee is hoping that, is directing that today the general fund retain at a minimum $6 million in the uncertainty reserve, for being 4 million of that reduction being potentially one time, and a minimum 2 million being ongoing, it sounds like now. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. Okay to move on to another item. Wonderful. Shall we talk about fire and ambulance next? Are we ready? All right, Chief.
Maybe this, Chief, are you planning to present, or if not, could tee up the conversation?
1 minute. City Clerk, I know you weren't here yesterday, but also you may want to have handy the alternative slides from yesterday's fire item, in case we need to bring it up. And back to you, City Manager.
Actually, that might be a perfect way to tee it up. And just to remind us where we left off, that the committee did receive a supplemental memo with a new alternative and recommendation that I think we wanted to give you the opportunity to internalize that and then come back to discuss.
Working on it. May I ask, Ms. Lai, are these the slides that you would like presented?
Yes, advance through, please. We're going to get to fire. It should be the last slide of fire. Thank you.
So I think from a staff perspective, we're ready to respond to any questions you have. Hopefully this leads, reminds the committee of what was put on the table. So,
Okay.
Chief, did you feel free if you'd like to review it? Otherwise, I think we can just answer questions from the committee.
Sure. In the interest of time, I'll defer to the committee if they'd like to go back over it or just start with the Q&A.
I'll start with my questions. Okay, so the baseline in the budget right now is to not do anything with the single role department or division.
Correct. It does not include any type of phase in on the single role as a base proposed budget.
The baseline right now is to push that all at least down to 2027 or
well, we quite frankly just simply didn't want to presume the outcome of your deliberations. So what's in the budget is simply the additional the positions for the captain.
3 FTEs, which would change the overtime position currently there to cross-staff the engine and the ambulance to a full-time position. So it eliminates that overtime.
Yeah, and I think that's a prudent thing to do if we can afford it.
What's in the proposed budget?
It's in the base. Yeah.
The engine's done, but they're doing overtime right now. And
correct.
And the next fiscal year, we hopefully will have 3 full-time positions as opposed to overtime.
And they will still cross-staff, but it won't be on overtime. It will be a fully staffed. Yeah, additional hire.
Okay, and then so we're not doing anything with single role, but the options then are to add single role. And if we do a single role, we have to pay 900,000. But I thought that we were going to get a couple $100,000 of service fees by having an extra ambulance and have more ambulance.
Yeah. So the increase in transport fees will go up $700,000 in the next fiscal year. That's just for the transport fees.
With the existing ambulances, we'd have that.
Correct. If we change nothing else except the increase in fees, we'll have an additional $700,000 in revenue.
And if we add a 4th 12-hour ambulance, then we would also get some revenue from that ambulance also.
Correct.
And wasn't that 200,000 or 300,000? Was it?
So that would be an additional estimated 70,000.
Oh, 70. Okay.
But it would decrease the reliability on county ambulance by 2/3. So instead of requesting them 300 times, it would be 100 times. Again, that's an estimate based on last year's data.
Okay. So it's just not a money issue. There's also a service issue to the public too.
Correct.
Okay. But that's going to cost us $900,000 this coming year.
So are you referring to the first bullet point?
Yeah, the middle bullet points, or middle set.
The middle set.
Single role recommended phase and proposal, that set of.
Correct. There would initially it would cost $800,000, and then ongoing it would be 1.5. That's why you see those two numbers.
Oh, I'm looking at the middle section.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about alternatives. Correct.
Okay. And so that then would be 900,000 minus 70. So on the order of 800,000 out of pocket.
Well, unless you're looking at the additional revenue from transport as well, the 700,000. because that's not
But-
factored into these numbers.
But we would have that even if we didn't do a single roll. Right?
Correct.
So if we're looking at incremental, what's our incentive to have single roll? We'd have to pay $900,000. We would gain back 70,000 in fees and would provide better service to the community. That's the trade-off.
Yes, yes.
I'm choosing the middle section there, the single roll.
Understood.
Yeah. So it still would cost us a net of 830.
Well, that's if
Lesser cost than fire.
What?
Sorry, the option there is presented to get the 12-hour ambulance in play, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it's done with the single role purpose just to get a lower cost.
Correct.
And then a
yes.
firefighter that would normally be staffing.
To me, the one big important thing is that it's a trailblazer. It sets up the division of the single role, gets the single role ambulance out there. And now we know the process better. And if we want to add things, we're more nimble. We don't have to start from scratch. So to me, that's very compelling to get that single role capability into the city. I guess question for staff is that, we've been talking trimming and we've been beating you up to not spend money. And now we're saying, here's another 900,000 we want to spend.
Appreciate that sensitivity. I think and sincerely appreciate that sensitivity. I think when the chief was raising the issue of the increase in transport fees, that may actually be relevant for this discussion to the extent that $700,000 increase is actually not part of your currently proposed budget. So net of what you had already received in the binders, there is that additional revenue that's not yet counted that it's not directly related to this proposal, but nonetheless helps balance the books.
It would offset 700,000 out of the 900,000 this year and 700,000 out of the 1.2 million ongoing.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
But
And
if
it
we
makes-
if we did no single roll, we'd have extra 700,000 for other things too. So
correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Opportunity cost.
And in that proposal that we're discussing, that's assuming that you greenlight the overtime 12-hour vehicle after Fire Station 8 closes. We talked about having the firefighter staff the 12-hour until we get the single roll going. So you can decide also to defer that also and just say, start the 12-hour ambulance when single roll is ready and not the overtime positions for the firefighters. So that's also an option that would reduce the cost, but it would get us going in the direction of getting the single roll program up and going. So that's another option if you didn't want to start the 12-hour ambulance in, theoretically October after fire season starts and Station 8 closes.
And the timing on gearing up the single roll for 12-hour would be what again?
Yeah, May, June
Of this year.
of
No,
next year. Yeah. Well,
Yep.
April would be the target, but
So
May,
we move
June.
it out 6 months or more.
Correct.
By not doing an interim method.
Yeah. The timeline in the supplemental package says April, but again, that just depends. The goal would be to get it done prior to Fire Station 8 opening.
The following year.
Correct.
Yeah.
How much would that decrease? Because this 900,000 in that middle bullet, that includes overtime.
Correct. Yeah, we'll get that number for you.
Chief, I
that
think
would
it's
be
about
300,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 300,000. So 12-hour peak ambulance on firefighter overtime from October to March is $300,000.
Okay. And is that overtime, would that be attractive for the firefighters or would be arm twisting to get it staffed?
Yeah, 12-hour overtimes are challenging on the firefighter schedule. Hence, while Station 8 is open, that is a 12-hour assignment. So those are 3 12-hour spots during the day when the Palo Alto firefighters are staffing that station. So it's not a model that we're unfamiliar with, but the 12-hour is less popular overtime model for the firefighters. But again, that's the focus on the 12-hour ambulance is a response to the service need which is during the peak hours. So to add another 24-hour ambulance, we don't necessarily need that extra ambulance at night. So that's kind of the reasoning behind the model.
So what do you guys think about just starting up the single role division, but not having overtime for that 12-hour ambulance and just starting it after the divisions start up?
I think that makes good sense.
Okay.
Especially given that we've also heard from the fire union that they're not enthusiastic about that heavy overtime, 12 hours. But can you explain? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask what staff thought.
We agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Vehement agreement all the way around.
But I do think it may be worth just noting that this does assume, I think, the transport fee being recommended as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not a done deal?
That was done by committee on April 29th. Yes. We will bring it formally back to the council on June 16th, but to punctuate the point, this relies on that new revenue. And so that's going to be very important.
So,
which is not in this budget yet. Got it.
Correct. So I just want to confirm, in the supplemental minimum, we have a table that delineates the $900,000 in fiscal 26 and the $1.2 million in subsequent years. So in the initial year, there's $300,000 of overtime related to the 12-hour peak ambulance. We're removing that. So that would get us to $600,000 in 2026 of additional cost estimated, right? With the offset of new revenues. An ongoing of 1.2 million, meaning we have higher a net $500,000 in 27 just by this action. Just want to confirm. Okay.
I work a 12-hour shift.
yeah, we do. Yeah.
In July, I might be available.
Committee and Chair, if you're okay, we'll talk about nonprofit next. We have a couple of slides and also a staff recommendation.
Great. Good evening, Chair and Council members. To beat that, almost assistant to the City Manager and bringing back the discussion on nonprofits. And I thought it would be helpful just to bring back an orientation on what was planned for Phase 2 scope of the nonprofit partnership work plan. First, in the scope for the second phase is to address the nonprofit audit recommendations and best practices overlaid again by the nonprofit guiding principles that I read yesterday, which was impact-oriented focus and accountability, service alignment, fairness, open access, equity and inclusion, and flexibility for special circumstances. And the second bullet, we talk about how we're going to review those different funding buckets. We've heard that many times from the council and the committees that we want to have clarity around how we fund things, and especially looking at how partnerships are initiated. In the second attribute of fairness, open access, equity, and inclusion of principle, we had discussed at our study session ensuring clear communication, equitable access to resources, and consistent application of funding or subsidies based on public benefit. And that's really important to emphasize because the audit did point out many inconsistencies in our contracting and how we initiated the partnership. They did create these general 4 categories that kind of follow the trends of how we entered into them. First is through a request for proposal, like we see in HISRA, Alta Housing, Pets in Need, and Ecology Action. We also enter through sole source exemption, like Canopy and Mid-Penn Media, where we don't find that service that could be provided by other nonprofits, as well as requests by council to support priorities, like we see in PATMA. And finally, we also see relationships entered because originally they were funded as city programs, and then they turned into contracts such as Project Safety Net and Avenidas. So finally, we also plan to look at those recommendations that Policy and Services has been tasked to flush out in the discussions and recommend those adjustments to any new policy or processes or procedures that would reflect the audit recommendations, the guiding principles, and how, again, we enter and manage those nonprofit relationships. So what staff is recommending. Next slide.
Who's got the slides?
I know. Paul. So staff recommendation is that the Finance Committee recommend that council within the nonprofit work plan phase 1, which was what we're rolling out now, allocate an additional $100,000, and that would bring us back to the initial funding level as we did last year. That any decisions regarding any additional nonprofit allocations be reserved until after the May 9th nonprofit application deadline per the nonprofit partnership work plan phase 1 process. And finally, that the council add an additional $50,000 in ongoing funding for the community services events in the Community Services Department operating budget. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. So one of the things that we had been discussing yesterday is whether with this new nonprofit work plan, we've created a way in which we more objectively look at continuing funding for these nonprofits that we had this last year. The council, I think, unanimously had voted to support with an implication that it was ongoing, but without that decision having been made at that time. And now with this opening it up to all nonprofits who are saying I've heard that folks like Dream Catchers has applied. So ones who did not receive all the funds under his rep that they were seeking now say, oh, well, this is a new avenue. And basically what we're doing is we've set up a way to implicitly reduce the funding for those nonprofits that we had intended to continue to fund. And I don't think that was our intention. We also have this other issue of this general human services contracts, which had the YCI, and now my understanding is that that's YCI is potentially part of that additional 100,000. Is that correct?
I think, well, so the point of the 100,000 was actually to address yesterday's discussion and realization that in addition to the organizations that received funding last year, we do expect some additional organizations to put in this cycle. So this was simply to provide some capacity to be able to evaluate them as a complete category rather than any individual expectation.
But for example, YCI, which had been under general human service contracts, I thought yesterday staff was talking about that you had advocated that they apply for this.
Correct.
And that
Correct.
was part.
Yeah, that was part of our what's the right word? understanding that the previous funding was a 3-year that ended in FY25. And it was on that basis that staff communicated to YCS that they should put in here in order to be able to receive additional funding through the city's
Well,
budget.
in that example, it wasn't just a 3-year funding. It had gone back even further than that. And then it got extended to a 3-year contract, not with any implication that it would end after 3 years, just that it was a 3-year extension. My inclination would be that one, that we should delineate project safety net funding, which we could at a future time make different decisions on how we want to fund that, but what's already in, as Director O'Kane had said, it's part of, I guess, the discretionary funding within her department. We ought to be spelling that out. Like, I don't understand why that's not something that's delineated. Same thing with the YCI. I think those things should be in this contract. We also had, we have 50 out of that additional 100,000. Does that include the 50? This third bullet here of the 50 for community events, is that what was in the previous proposal for this nonprofit work plan of the 50 community events?
You know, I think we are, what would I say, creating a lot of confusion by virtue of the fact that these 50s have appeared and there are multiple 50s. And
the other one was called community events.
Right.
And this is community events. Are
right. That is what is intended. So again, understanding, I think I'll characterize it as saying that there may be some further discussion needed on the method of allocation, that the staff concept was to, or is to have this be first come, first serve, 5,000, maximum 5,000 for events that are larger than the Know Your Neighbors grant. So that's the concept, and this is the 50 that
would
refers
be
to.
within the nonprofit work plan or separate from the nonprofit?
It's really separate from it.
So now it's gotten pulled back from the nonprofit work plan, or is that a different 50?
You know, I think the question of whether it's encompassed as a part of the nonprofit work plan or not is something that we
I'm
really
fine
had
with it not
defined.
being. I'm trying to understand. We had 50 that we were in that nonprofit work plan that was proposed to be for community events. Now we have a 50 in this third bullet.
Right.
Is it one and the same?
It's the same.
And it's now proposed to be moved under community service operating budget, which I'd be fine with.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand
Yes,
that.
that is the recommendation.
Okay. So then we've got a new one, 100,000 for nonprofits of various sorts to apply. We do have a question of, are we saying that if you didn't get everything you asked for through HISRP, but you are a HISRP eligible applicant, this is another bite at the apple? Or was that nonprofit work plan, which these, which was somewhat for entities that weren't really falling under HISRP? Third Thursday, I don't think that fits. It's a community event and an economic development. UNAF, I don't know whether we think it's really a HISRP. It's ongoing. For that matter, one of the things I should mention too is that here we have another major nonprofit, which is Neighbors Abroad, which is coming out of the city manager's budget. And maybe that's in part because it's administratively kind of led there. But that's not a delineated budget item, right?
Correct. I think your description is accurate. Quite frankly, these relationships have gotten assigned to whoever it made sense to at the time.
Well,
but it does refer really to the phase 2 that Lupita mentioned as once we get through, the immediate, we call it not ongoing agreements. rationalizing and taking a look at to what extent we do need to rationalize the existing agreements would be the next phase.
And yeah, we have this kind of two questions of where we fund it and how we administer it.
Right.
I think that the council would want to make sure that we aren't treating Neighbors Abroad like it is an annual discretionary decision, which isn't really the way it is being treated, but it's not in a line item.
Correct.
And so that's probably something we want to shore up. So I kind of have two questions for my colleagues. Maybe there are others, but but before I do, I'll just say that a couple of the examples that were cited that just don't fit in our set of either the criteria for his rep, or maybe the criteria for the human services contract, or maybe the way this nonprofit work plan was set up to be on a competitive basis, where examples were Canopy and Patma. They're really important functions in our community, and they don't fit this formula. And this goes back to the discussion we had yesterday of that the more we say, oh yeah, we want to have a formulaic criteria, and it doesn't fit. And yet we're saying the council said, and staff and the tradition said, no, there are certain things that don't fit a certain formula that we recognize are important ongoing partnerships in the community. And so I think that there's a fallacy to trying to make things fit in a formula. And we have good examples that just show that. Even within the general human service contracts, they aren't scored like the HISRIP is, but we go, oh my gosh, of course we have to do those. And we have them on an ongoing basis because we recognize that they're really valuable, important partnerships in our community. So
let's see, I did want to note on the question of whether his rep recipients could apply here. I think this actually was a very specific point of discussion, both at PNS and I think to a certain extent at council as well. Really, it was specifically open to all in order to not restrict what would really be this, again, phase one, this step of trying to provide a very clear path for anyone that was, or any organization that was requesting funding through the city's budget outside of an existing funding program, with the criteria really built around the city council's priorities for this year. So I think that that was basically the guidance that was provided. And again, explicitly non-exclusive. So the fact that you received his rep was not a disqualifier from being able to put in here. And the one other step back, I think that we also acknowledged through the PNS discussion was that this first phase was also a reaction to last year's budget that folks didn't want to repeat. You may recall we had, not to suggest any negativity with it, but we had a sizable request from Ability Path. And the council really didn't have a way to grapple with that, which really led to the recommendation and ultimately the process we have now to let's create a time frame, a method through which that request could be received and then would be decided on. So that was, I think, important context here.
So my question really for my colleagues is, first, do we want to designate certain community partner nonprofits as part of the expanded list of general human service contracts or some other way that would include not only Project Safety Net and YCI, Safety Net that's already, we've been told, is basically being allocated, but for some reason it's not listed here. And maybe this was because, like we heard yesterday, this was kind of who administers it as opposed to what kinds of programs they are. Project Safety Net, and then returning YCI to that. And whether we might want to recommend to the council that among those partners that we identified last year, that they consider identifying that and putting it in the general human services contract, and then have this 100,000 or whatever toward the open application that was being talked about for the nonprofit work plan. And so any of those entities that wanted to apply would apply for that 100. But it's not taking these ones that we had identified as wanting to have funding and then have them compete with everybody and anybody. So, question on that.
Yeah. What would make sense to my brain would be you have ongoing partners, and it's implied that they'll be ongoing. It's not a promise, but it's a intention that this every year would get some money, and call those up, and then have another pot that you say all comers can come and apply for this, and then we'll grade you and give the money out. But the established partners, we want to have them in a separate bucket.
I agree with that. And I think there's going to be some disagreement around the edges about what our established partners are. Because if someone's been getting his RAP funding for many, many, many years, they may see themselves as an established partner, and whether we do or not is, I guess, the pertinent question. But I very much agree that, you know, for a project safety net, which was created by the city and is now its own thing, I think for them to not feel like they're on the same page here with Avenidas would be weird. You know, they're expecting that they're a city partner. And same with this YCI. So I agree with you, Pat. I'm in favor of that. And I like the way Keith's brain works.
Okay, so given the hour, this really would be a recommendation to our colleagues on a modified way to approach this. And I guess the other question I have is, we have under HISREP, which we deliberately last year expanded the funding on. Was it 2 years ago? Sorry, time flies. But do we really mean for this other nonprofit work plan to apply to everybody that is more properly an applicant under HISREP? Or should that work plan funding be for those who don't fit under HISREP? And I would lean toward the latter, that it would be those that don't qualify. You apply for one or the other, but not one and then the other.
Sure. I just want to mention that would be going against the direction or the recommendation that we did receive from Policy and Services. They really felt that they wanted to make this accessible to everybody. So I just wanted to.
Well, actually, just to be technical about it, previous council action, the council, when approving proceeding with this nonprofit work plan, made it non-exclusive, at least for this cycle. Again, recognizing this is the one.
I'll add that even at the end of our meeting the other night, our chair of Policy and Services, when we started kind of raising a deeper thinking through these considerations, she said, "Oh, we didn't really think of it that way." And I frankly am not sure that these things have been thought through well enough until now.
I'm not clear on what the HISRAP limitations and qualifications are. So I don't have a sense of how many nonprofits would be outside the scope of eligibility for HISRAP. You know, if there was a way to, as Keith put it, they're the ongoing partners of the city and then everybody else. Right now, everybody else is falling into HISRAP plus this new bucket we have. If we could figure out how to make it one, you know, process where they apply once, that would make more sense.
I will add that what we'd be doing is making a recommendation to a council of an alternative approach. And so the fact that it is different from what they had previously tentatively adopted is a given. That's what they'll, by nature of being an alternative to what it is. So it doesn't, our alternative recommendations by no means, we wouldn't have anything to recommend if we were just recommending what was already consistent with what they had done. The question is, in our kind of amount of time we've spent the last couple of days on it, as well as the last council meeting where everybody was going, aha. Maybe we hadn't thought about some of these ramifications. Do we want to make a recommendation to council for their consideration? Okay. I think so.
I wonder about PNS feeling that their jurisdiction is being encroached upon by finance.
Well, it's, you know, we on the funding side, that's our jurisdiction.
Sure.
And this got a little sideways
Yeah,
in terms of
I get it.
PNS
I get it.
determining the
I
funding.
feel like I'd be more comfortable with us articulating our concerns on the finance side, that, you know, what PSN was not explicit. Let's underscore that it is. YCI through YCS was supposed to be in there. Whatever adjustments we want to make, but in terms of the process.
I would also say that I had real questions when this went to PNS rather than finance. I thought there was as strong or a stronger argument that it should have gone to finance. So the fact it went there doesn't mean that we're precluded somehow from making a recommendation to council.
Chair, and I just wanted to clarify, pardon.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, you know, maybe it'd come over better if instead of being a recommendation, it's a suggestion, something alternative, and I'd say, ask them what they think, and maybe they would say yes, maybe they would have some good reasons why they wouldn't accept that.
Yeah.
Just a clarifying question. Are you suggesting that this apply to the fiscal year 26 process? Because the other concern that I have is what we've been communicating to our nonprofit partners. We've been collaborating with them and leading them along the way and answering questions that, yes, if you are a HISRAP recipient, you may also apply. And it just feels disingenuous that we would change that last minute.
Also noting just the calendar, that the proposals are expected this Friday. And so they've, in all likelihood, well, we know many of them either already filed or in the process of filing one. Also, I am looking at the HISRAP list, and if I'm reading it correctly, looking for overlap, the one organization that is overlapping is YCS, that receives both HISRAP as well as the direct funding from the council.
Right. Well, I would say that this whole process has had a lot of confusion as a result. It hadn't been the intention of the council to reduce the funding from these other partners, but that's what we've set it up. And we've set up some expectations that I think are problematic. We left off YCI from ongoing funding by mistake. There's been a lot of problems. And so what we're trying to do is sort through this now and try to get it in on a path that has potentially additional funding that wasn't there before, but raising the question of whether we meant to make YCI, Magical Bridge, Third Thursday, UNAF all compete for essentially, because they're competing with more folks for a diminished funding source. I don't think that was the council's intention. It wasn't even clear, you know, until we started going through this, that YCI wasn't here, and then staff made that adjustment. Well, we'll add 50,000 there. So the whole thing has been sideways, and what we're all trying to do is figure out a way that a path forward.
There's overlap here between PNS and finance, and maybe it's just better to go straight to the full council.
Yeah, well, that's what we'd be doing. And, you know, there are some things occasionally that go through both committees, but you know, staff, when it went to the council and got referred to PNS, it was a staff recommendation, and I just don't think there was enough fleshing it out at that time. And we can't undo that except trying to figure out a path forward.
So are we going to put this on
a topic of discussion, if nothing else, on Monday?
Okay. Does this have to be agendized, or is this part of the finance budget?
It will be part of the study session, or is it a study session or action item on study session on the budget?
Okay.
Update, so.
Okay. So do we need a motion to capture our alternative that we want council to consider?
Yes, please, on this one. And then Paul will put up the parking lot in summary that we will bring to council on Monday.
So on this one, I would frame it as two parts. One is that the 100,000 for PSN funding would be moved from the department kind of discretionary funding into the general human service contracts, that the YCI would be put back, restored to the general human service contracts, that we support an additional 100,000 toward nonprofit work plan, but that lastly, that the funding for last year's nonprofit, 4 different entities of the Magical Bridge, Third Thursday, UNAF, and I guess the environmental volunteers, if that's still in play, be considered to be included within the general human service contracts.
Chair, did that include the $50,000 towards CSD grants for community events program?
I'm trying to remember the clarification we got. Is that, as staff is proposing it, they were on the screen, would that be within the nonprofit work plan? No, it would come back. Okay, so yes, then it would be that last thing would be that 50,000 would be part of funding that the community services would control at their discretion.
Super. Just clarification, the 100,000 would be 111 if we want to include that 11,000 that we previously had for the Foothill volunteers to get us to 346.
Right. I was thinking you had already put that back in, but
Nope.
Okay. All right. Or is
Again, it may be worth clarifying if the funding for the 4 organizations, Chair, that you identified is set aside and we did the 346. Now
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that 246 would be subtracted from the nonprofit work plan.
Okay. So it would effectively leave 100 for any applicants through the nonprofit work plan.
Yes. And not include the community events because that's
right.
Got it. Okay.
What did staff expect the budget was for the community work plan phase 1?
Can you
They had talked about potentially 346, right? Is that
including
4 that
Yes.
were presumed to be
Yes.
funded?
Well, there's no presumption. This is the problem.
But if we're saying that we're going to take out 235 for those 4, then we're leaving 111
For everybody
back
else.
for everybody else. So
Yes,
Is
our
there-
recommendation was 346 all inclusive.
Okay. We're running late. So we all good?
Yeah.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
I'm so sorry again, Chair Burt, was there a second for that motion?
Second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Okay.
Chair, we do need to put on the screen. Paul will put on the screen. And Chair and committee will ask for a full motion of the items in the parking lot. On the source side, restore uncertainty reserve to a minimum of $6 million. The screen is a little hard to read, Paul, so can you zoom in, please? A minimum of $6 million, 4 million one time, and a minimum of 2 million ongoing. Paramedics transport fee revenue of $700,000. Scrolling down to the uses, we have the 3 tiers of CIP, 5%, 10%, 15%. And now we have reduced use of uncertainty reserve with a minimum of 6 million, offsetting that. Likewise, this afternoon, Finance Committee took motion on the single roll, excluding the 3 months of overtime, which is 600,000 in fiscal year 26 we anticipate, and 1.2 million ongoing. CSD grant program for community events was another 50,000, and the nonprofit work plan enhancement of $100,000. So that's what we heard, and that's what we will summarize in the report.
I think
for
we're missing
council.
the 50,000 for YCI. Is that part of it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, that was preceding the PSN and YCI would be put into that category.
But she's saying it's not reflected on that table.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. The YCI is also added back. So it's 50,000 for YCI.
So Paul, you have the screen. It sounds like the committee wants us to add another row for YCI at $50,000.
It is our perspective that that was an error, that it should be, they're an ongoing partner of the city. They get $50,000 a year, and it was sort of an oversight or an error or a timing problem this year. So we're trying to fix that.
Should row 21 be 111,000?
Director, okay, and you've said that PSN is in your operating budget. Would that be under the Administration and Human Services Division?
No, but it's under me. It's not under the Office of Human Services. It's under.
Divisions, you have golf, you've got parks, you've got something called Administration and Human Services. So I assume it comes under that. Does that sound right?
Yes.
It's in there.
We need mics, please.
It is. I mean, it's
Mics, please.
that's a category that is more broad. We have an administrative group and an Office of Human Services. Project Safety Net is under administration.
Oh.
It's
Yeah, I'm just looking for where you've been reassuring us that it is baked into your budget. If I'm just looking at the dollars by division and wondering, it's not open space, parks and golf, it's not recreation and carpentry, it's not arts and sciences. Therefore, it must be administration and human services.
yes.
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's moving from one place to the other, as opposed to it's not new 100,000, it's already in the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And then are there we had other municipal fees that we adopted. Did that change the budget at all?
Yes, those were included in the proposed budget, particularly for PDS and community services. We will do another scrub through.
So they were already baked in.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
But the ambulance fee wasn't for some reason until now. We've got
Right.
it in here.
Got it. Okay.
Right. That was much subsequent after budget development, the April 29th. Yes.
All right. I'll move approval.
Can I just clarify? I'm sorry, I do apologize. We have been talking a lot about these numbers, and I just want to make sure they align with the motion that was placed before the committee. One was that we call out YCS, environmental volunteers, UNAF, those nonprofits that you listed, Chair, and exclude them from the nonprofit work plan phase 1. Is that correct? Because then that money then should be reflected on the spreadsheet, as that's not baked into the budget.
So what I thought I heard is the 346 is all inclusive, meaning it's the nonprofit phase 1 grant program and any additional things like the environmental service volunteers or contracts that we were talking about as part of the nonprofit versus not.
Yeah. So I think it's there because the net cost is the 111. That's
Correct.
The increase.
Yeah. I guess the question we're trying to figure out is do we need that additional line for YCI funding? Or would that be included as part of that 111?
No, the YCI was supposed to be its own 50,000. They were not in a category being considered along with anybody else.
So then it's the committee's intention that the phase one nonprofit work plan would allocate grants to the tune of $346,000, not including an allocation to YCI. So that would mean that there's about $100,000 of unallocated funds for the phase one when you compare it to how the funds were allocated in FY 2025.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then this is right.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you all.